Yo, who is in the house? Another massive cope. I'm gonna be reviewing some random channels. The background, of course. Chatting with all the comrades in the house. The fuck are we taking here? You see, 12 gauge back shot, I think. I think I'm leaving the rifle here. Okay, this shit. It's a nice gun. Mm-hmm. Oh man, this is not good. How can I redeem? Kurwa. Ah, here we go. Oh no, it's the same fucking shit. Zakmat. The fucking brakes, of course. Okay. Okay, let's bounce. Gasoline, kurwa nafta, bunker. Gas mask. Okay. Oh no. No, fuck.
Special request to all the girls from north, south, east and west. From your body look good and you know you have the God bless. Rock wine, rock wine, rock wine, rock wine.
Like this make woman dance. We know that she love this man to her heart. But the way she shake, she can't even talk. Say the man she love how to make she a laugh. She make up her mind, she a
LAX exhibit. Yeah. This song is fucking immortal, bro. Okay. Oh no, fuck. Oh my god, I'm such a fucking idiot. Zooming. in the foreign got the engine roaring. Which rapper is that? Exhibit. Remember Exhibit, Pimp My Ride? Bro, I remember when catching MTV was pinnacle. Catching Cartoon Network in '92 was a pinnacle of the satellite effort. Yeah. Fucking beard. I hate that beard. Has to be enough. Oh my god.
Alcancé 5 metas con hip hop que micrometa. Les ofrezco texto fresco que no encuentro ni comenta. Y comentan si medito letras. Busco con mi discoteca, no sonar en discoteca. Subiendo el listón desde chico en un big 90. Mi conectar y nadie esté aquí con reta. Mi condena en el micro fructifico sin concreta. Hemos visto, listo, han visto mientras.
If only the dev knew how much I hate the magpie beard, I'm telling you, we would remove that fucking beard in the next patch. That would be my fucking Christmas present, bro. Alright, now... What was it again? Aha. Is correct? Oh, no. Okay, which way? Is he buying that shit? I can't. Over there, I think. Is it? Okay. Okay. 860 409. Okay. Oh no, fuck. There is some loud idiot under my building. I'm gonna check it out. One person in the house and my dummy account on top of that. Watching my own fucking live stream. Whatever, this is how we build suspension with one viewer in the house. Then I start playing other people's speech. And we will have 3 people in the house. Yay! We out here, man. Yes. We, the royal we, right? Jesus. Ba'u, wa'u. That's all I can say in British language. It's a special breed of language where even other white people are like pretending. You know, insane. Like Americans feel so small when somebody starts speaking British. Suddenly Americans are like, oh, we are the subhumans because there is a British person here. And I'm like, okay, what the fuck does that Slavs make then? Slavs next to gypsies and then ninjas, I guess. Take a shortcut behind the fucking... Maybe it's possible, maybe. Hop, 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 hop. Oh my god, I'm so stupid. This is not gonna work, I think. Back in the days, I mean more like a nowadays. Back in the days we had winged hussars. Whoa, 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 whoa. Let's go. Yeah, in the future I need to escape to Poland or something. The attitude in my own country will be destroyed. This country will be dissolved and split, and yeah, it's gonna be the divide and conquer, basically. That's what's going to happen. You have to go to Poland and LARP as a Polish person, well, what else? Or at least a fanatic, whatever.
My sound, my sound, my sound, I'm a conqueror.
Kurva, I shouldn't click this. Let's go. Kurva. Safe, of course. Okay, D. Oh, okay, look at this. I see. Kurva, which way? Here, right? Okay. Oh.
I'm a true school. No, you didn't I'm a true lion. I'm bringing it back. Why this end up in a body back, body back, body back. A heart like a lion. I'm a true lion. I'm bringing it back. Why this end up in a body back, body back, body back. I'm a true school lion.
Ooh. Okay, I have that. This is gonna be complicated. Which way? Over here.
I'm a true school lion. I'm a truth lion. I'm bringing it back again. I'm a true school lion.
Oh, what the fuck? Okay.
Blind this end up in a body back, body back, body back. I'm a true school lion.
What a good shit here. Ammo. Which way? Come on. Take one.
So I retreat back, 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 back. So I retreat back, 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 back.
Fuck, which way out?
So I retreat. So I retreat. So I retreat back. So I retreat back. So I retreat back. So I retreat back. So I retreat. So I retreat back.
Bang.
So I retreat back, 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 back. So I retreat back, 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 back. So I retreat back, 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 back. So I retreat back, back, back. So I retreat.
This is where the engine is. Man, you go down.
So I retreat back.
Kurwa. One shot, one shot, one shot, one shot. Dang. I missed. Fuck, 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 fuck. Shit. Alright. Take the engine, take the engine. Take the engine somewhere. Oh fuck, fucking hell. The fuck is that? There's like so many of them. Fuck off. No, 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 no. They are coming. Oh. Fuck. They're gonna fuck me up if I open the door. Save it here. Probably like five of them. Those sounds are so fucking creepy, bro. It's like the fucking pulse. Okay, moment of truth. Okay, open up, and he jumped here, and he jumped here. Fuck, I fucked up. That is some real Slavic noise, bro. Come to maybe, come. Oh, what? One. Ah, kurwa, I missed. Bang! I missed. How about... Okay. Okay. One more. Come to maybe. Okay, I think we got him. Did we? Let's get that fucking engine. Oh. Whoa. Okay, here it is. Best engine. Sweet. Up. Rain? Yes, please rain. I love rain in this game. Whoa, whoa, what the fuck just happened? Okay, here comes the Christmas present. Up. Huh? What? You what, mate? Huh? Urba, I hate when this happens. Shit is bouncing, right? Uh-huh. Oh no. Wow, beautiful engine. Where do I put oil? Question here. Here? Here. Oh, yeah, of course. Yeah. Wow, 15 liters of oil. Ooh. Crazy shit. Get in. Up. Yeah, this is shit management. Safe, of course. Music, please. Gonna attack the shitcore server.
Watch this road, boy. Road boy. Watch this road, boy.
Terrible configuration. I should have taken the last crate too. Ah, fuck it. Kurwa, this is so... Slow.
Trust me. Red hot. Stepping up on the other side with a nice warm welcome. Shoulder. Can you help me out? Can you get some noise for Unglue stepping up on the other side right now? Unglued, I hear what you're doing here. If you don't know what it is to you, this is a Randall NBC tune, yeah? One more time, can we get some noise for Randall? Rest in peace.
No, fuck no. Fuck. Oh my god, I'm such a fucking idiot. Kurwa, fucking beer. Fuck the beer. Oh, what the fuck? 1, 2? That's okay. Hey, Markeva. It's just 2 people in the house for now. Kurwa. What the fuck just happened? No, 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 no. It's all fucked. Kurwa. Does this gonna fucking stick? No, it's not. Brutally autistic. Kurwa, I had it good before. Why the fuck? No. Oh. The fuck? Yeah, it is constantly shifting between 2 and 4. Yeah, no, this is soft, what do you call it? Soft physics, they call it. Of course, it's like imitate the realness. In 2004, with Half-Life 2, the Valve made soft physics like an industry standard. 20 years ago, Half-Life 2. And you could pick items, you can throw items. It was like a show off. Picking that can in first level in Half-Life. And then later the puzzles with placing the barrels or whatever. It was very good. Half-Life 2 is still the industry standard to this day. GTA 4, Half-Life 2 for me. Two big industry standards. Nobody was able to to topple that. Next game, Gothic 2. I already played Gothic 2 on my live stream and it didn't went well. It's way too clunky. They tried. Yeah, I actually played. It was actually 2.5 years ago I played Gothic 2. The live stream, and it was so fucking empty and like, you know, where we were kids, when the game came out oh, I'm pissing now. Oh no, I'm pissing from the camera. Oh no. What to say, when the shit came out and we were running this fucking Pentium 3, yeah? The Gothic 2 felt like, wow, this is so immersive and you can walk everywhere in 3D, yeah. But now, 20 years later, 25 years later, you realize the map is like 1 kilometer square at best, and you can talk to like 3 NPCs, and that's it. Now we have evolved to such position we require complexity. What do you think about that? Like when I played Ostriv, man, or something like that. Yeah, the problem with early games, there was no sandbox, no complexity, no RPGs element. It was everything was linear. I hate it when certain game actually had start and end, and after end there was subtitles, and then the game lock you out back in the main menu, and that's it. No more sandbox basically. Diablo 2 was good when it came out. I remember there was this dude who borrowed me his CD, and I was so autistic. I was playing, Amazonka character, and I played ranged with her, and I was thinking like I was playing wrong characters with wrong weapons and wrong setups. I only like barely finished first level, then we made it to second level, which was the desert shit, And I keep dying basically. I couldn't understand how the game mechanics works. I mean, yeah, right now Diablo 1 and Diablo 2, they are so similar. The graphics, terrible. You have to install white fix patches, million patches. And much better game is called Sacred, Sacred. It's like a Diablo knockoff. Then there is that fucking autistic stuff for Gen Alpha called Path of Exile, but that shit is like that's brain rot basically. I especially hate that particular game because I remember this one very autistic toxic Slovak streamer. There's this fat big autist in my country picking up bees with everybody, and Path of Exile is his favorite game, and I'm thinking, oh my god, if Path of Exile is the favorite game of the biggest toxic Slavic retarded kid in my country, then I don't want to have nothing in common with that game. I was thinking. It's like, I give you an example, it's like people who hate Iron Maiden because your bully loves Iron Maiden. Something like that. And you're like, oh, I hate my bully and I hate everything what he likes, including music. Taste in music. Okay, this goes this goes that. Okay. Diablo 2, 3, I mean Diablo, Elon Musk loves Diablo, so fuck Diablo, you know what I'm saying? I'm staying away from the shit that people I dislike basically. 979, boom. play Disco Elysium. What is that? I don't know what is that. Disco Elysium. It has something to do with that movie with Matt Damon. Yeah, I know my gaming fucking cope is like. I enjoy shit for like one month at best, and then I have to find new cope. You squeeze the cow to the max, you eat the horse to the max, to the bone. Nothing more to eat. But yeah, this Slaverian tracker, this is masterpiece in my opinion. Dave is an artist. He's a maestro. Okay, let's fucking... Is he selling oil? I can't remember. Where is that shitty pipe? Here. Okay, hop. Oil. Okay. Raz, I mean... 2, 3... Oh fuck, backpack. Good. Clean. The fuck? Oh, something like LA Noir. Noir. You are kidding me, one more? More. Kurwa, Hirst. Boat, yeah. Go away, wench. Okay. Oh no. Oh. More dogs? You're kidding me.
You're shaking hands with them.
Oops. 9, 8. Оп. Kurwa, hop. Okej, ja idem. 6, 5, GPU 4, hop. And ammo, 10, boom. Okay. Fuck, it's safe. I hate dogs. I mean, I hate European dogs. Let me rephrase. Bladder 100. Are you sure? Are you watching like half an hour tape? Bladder 34. But I can pee for you. Oh no, fuck, he's onto me. Oh, kurwa, mouse. Think. Okay. What is this? Oh. Ah. You need to sleep somewhere here. Ah, couch, of course. Okay, let me have this, let me have this. Okay, E and down, okay. Whip. Wow, what a nice view. Look at that. Safe? Yeah, of course. Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna launch some spoken content and content.
Hear what I said, hear what I said. You know see the whole of the earth I run red. Enough ghetto youth really gone for the bread. No close mouth really need to be fed. Hear what I said.
Borderline. What is this?
The whole of the earth I run red. Ghetto youth them really
PPD.
them shy for
Interesting.
ghetto youth instead no Babylon dead.
Okay, I'm gonna listen to PaulElam. Some kind of old school mixer from 10 years ago. Yeah, it's a time capsule back to 2010. Does it work? Oop.
Hi everyone. After taking a needed week off, I decided to come back with a primer on personality disordered women and the dangers they represent to men. That's coming up on An
Tell
Ear
me.
for Men.
Tell me, buddy boy. Take the dog pill.
Before we get started, let me make a few things clear. What I have to say is not designed to demonize women, or men for that matter, who have personality disorders. The content here is designed to benefit those who have been victimized by personality disordered individuals and to arm those who may encounter them in the future. If you look back at any of the older videos that I did with Dr. T on this subject, you will find comment areas saturated with complaints, many of them by people who identify as having personality disorders. There are claims that the videos are stigmatizing. There are allegations that the videos cause people with personality disorders to feel bad about themselves, and that the videos are callously insensitive to those suffering from those disorders. Allow me to make it clear here that I don't give a damn about those complaints. And it's not because I am insensitive or callous, and it is not because I wish to demonize or stigmatize people with personality disorders or anyone else for that matter. The purpose of these talks is to offer support and information to the victims of personality disordered individuals, particularly male victims. Indeed, if you look through the comments on those videos, you will see that the complaints typify one of the problems identified in these talks. People with personality disorders have an unfortunate tendency to abuse people, then demand sympathy from the victims for having a mental illness that predisposes them toward being abusive. They want to punch someone in the face and then complain that the victim's face made their knuckles hurt. That attitude will not get any sympathy here or any further airtime. There are countless online and real-world resources for people with personality disorders, many of them an enabling part of the problem. This channel is not going to be one of them, so please consider that your trigger warning. I'm going to talk here in straightforward, blunt terms to and about victims, and I mean real victims, namely the people who endure physical and emotional abuse, false allegations, constant drama and hysteria, and the grinding tension that marks the lives of those who live with personality disordered individuals. If you have a personality disorder, I wish you luck in getting the support and treatment you need, but look for it elsewhere. If you choose to come here demanding attention and sympathy in an environment to give those things to the people you victimized, then it is very likely that I will just delete your comments and prevent you from commenting here in the future. Now, let's proceed. The best thing that anyone can do to prevent the havoc a disordered personality can inflict in your life is to prevent contact with them as much as possible. Stay away from people with personality disorders much in the same way you would stay away from heroin addicts, meth heads, pedophiles, and arsonists. In the same way you won't let a junkie have access to your bank account, don't let a BPD have access to your daily living. To do that reliably, you have to know one when you see her. As a baseline, I'm going to use the diagnostic criteria from the DSM-4. There's a different version of this in the DSM-5, but it has changed, I think for political reasons, so I'm sticking with the old book. Every man who still considers pair bonding a natural part of his life should keep these things in mind every time he meets a prospective sexual or romantic partner. The borderline personality disorder is identified by some or all of the following traits. First, frantic efforts to avoid being abandoned by friends and family. Keep in mind here that the borderline's capacity to feel abandoned is staggering. She will be threatened by your friendships, family relationships, even by your hobbies and thoughts that do not focus on her. I conducted groups which had borderline members who felt abandoned if I did not take the seat next to them. Some borderlines are so extreme that they will feel abandoned if you check your mailbox without inviting them to go with you. Now, most are not quite that bad, but if you start seeing a tendency for a woman to feel abandoned that does not seem rational to you, pay attention to it. Next up, a pattern of unstable and intense interpersonal relationships characterized by alternating between extremes of idealization and devaluation. So what does that bit of word salad mean? It means that her relationships are freaking crazy. She loves you one moment more than anything else in the world. She idealizes you and puts you on a pedestal. Then, the moment she perceives anything in you that triggers her abandonment reflex, she knocks you off that pedestal and hates the ground you walk on. This is particularly dangerous because when she is in the devaluation state, she is capable of doing anything to punish you for disappointing her. This can include anything from verbal abuse to physical attacks and false allegations. If you see this pattern in her, you don't need the rest of this video to convince you to run, but let's cover it anyway. Next up, identity disturbance. Markedly and persistently unstable self-image or sense of self. Translation: borderlines tend to not know fuck all about who they are. This comes with its own problems, both for the BPD and those around them. The intrapersonal confusion contributes to wild mood swings that typically result in someone taking the brunt. If you're in the vicinity, that someone is likely to be you. If you think you're the exception, you're being foolish. The takeaway? If she seems unpredictable, it is because she is. You can never know when or where the sudden blow-up is coming, just that it will. Next up, impulsive behaviors that can have dangerous outcomes, such as excessive spending, unsafe sex, substance abuse, or reckless driving. Now, of course, this is bound to happen with borderlines. It is where we just start getting into the deep end of the crazy pool. That wild, crazy sex that attracted you to her? Don't kid yourself that you're the only pony she's going to ride. Borderlines are often attractive and highly sexual.
Oh yeah, Zoltan, I agree. The future is such that that destination, that location where I need to be will become much more prosperous and lucrative and harder to get, which gonna result in basically people like me gonna be prevented from geomaxing, basically. Yeah. Future is gulag. I mean, at least we have to make sure we have we have the things in our hands, I guess, under control. It sounds fucking far-fetched, but let's continue.
You can see it in the woman who wears come fuck me pumps, excessive makeup, and skin-type clothing to work in an office. There's a hint here. If she works in a law firm and dresses like she works in a brothel, add it to the diagnostic criteria. She's probably a borderline. That is the hook for so many of them. They lead with a highly sexualized persona and will be the first to allege sexual impropriety on your part when, and not if, you fall out of favor. It does not exactly take spidey sense to figure this out. By the way, don't get in a car with a borderline driving. One nosedive into her abandonment issues and you could end up as a hood ornament. Don't even put it past her to pick a fight so she can turn into a deranged Dale Earnhardt behind the wheel. Now, if you're nuts enough to be attracted to this brand of insanity, and more than a few guys are, more power to you. But know it can end very badly. Please be kind enough to warn your friends and family that you intend on going down with the ship. Next up, suicidal and self-harming behavior. Suicidal ideation and self-mutilation aren't just an expression of the borderline's misery. They are also tools for manipulation and emotional blackmail. I once drove 300 miles to visit a friend. We were going to watch the Super Bowl together in a sports bar 2 miles from his home. He showed up in the middle of the third quarter because his girlfriend was threatening to kill herself if he went. She finally relented and gave her blessings after she knew she had ruined the event for both of us. If you're more than 17 or 18 years old, you've likely either experienced something like this or know someone who has. Controlling you with threats of self-harm is her ace in the hole. And yes, this is a nightmare for her too, which she will remind you is the only thing you're allowed to talk about the moment you get tired of the manipulation. If she tells you those marks on her forearms are chickenpox scars, do yourself a favor by suspending belief, else the scars will eventually make their way to you. Next, periods of intense depressed mood, irritability, or anxiety lasting a few hours to a few days. Since the focus here is on you, the only thing I have to say about this is look at your life. Living with a borderline will produce exactly those results for you. Expect to be depressed, on edge, and anxious, not for hours or days, but constantly. If you ended up killing yourself after a few years living with a borderline, you would not be the first or last. Next, chronic feelings of boredom or emptiness, which she will fill with one drama after another, mostly with her as the main character and you as the supporting actor and pincushion. She will have other ways of breaking that boredom too, like doing drugs, drinking and driving, maybe banging your friends. That is, if you have any that she's not run off. Borderlines are constantly plagued by emptiness and boredom, which is unfortunate because they don't have any real capacity for either. Next, inappropriate, intense, or uncontrollable anger, often followed by shame and guilt. First of all, inappropriate and uncontrolled anger should be followed by shame and guilt. But don't think her emotional experience of that guilt provides her the moral rudder that it does for most people. The guilt is as transient as her anger. It is just a part of a mood swing, not a corrective emotional state that comes with making mistakes. She will feel guilty for a brief period of time, but will be capable of another tirade in 5 minutes. Finally, dissociative feelings, disconnecting from a sense of identity or out-of-body type feelings, and stress-related paranoid thoughts. Severe cases of stress can also lead to brief psychotic episodes. Okay, now this is wandering into the deepest end of the pool, but it is important to remember that you can drown in the shallow end. It is not the extreme ends of borderline's condition that will get you, but the mildest of their symptoms. The point here is not to make light of what is clearly a disorder that causes great suffering for the person afflicted, but to point out to you that the suffering will not be contained to her. Borderlines don't just feel pain and suffering. They dish it out to anyone close to them. Again, I caution you about the folly of the fantasy that you'll be an exception. You don't have to hate her to get this stuff, and any anger you have toward her is pointless, even if it is justified. Negative feelings about borderlines are worthless unless they serve to direct you out of their path. The question is whether their condition mandates that someone like you tolerate their abuse. That, of course, is up to you. But my experience tells me that men who cling to this kind of abusive relationship have their own psychological issues that warrant attention. All we can do from here, though, is inform men of what to look for and leave them the responsibility of making choices that don't land them in a ditch. Well, that's it for today's talk. As always, I hope you've enjoyed, even if you haven't, and see you next time. Okay, guys, time for the Thursday tip. Watch out for...
I want to start
Let's
this
watch Chinese
video
historian.
with a trigger warning. I want to let you guys know that ever since this channel started to really grow, I just saw the news yesterday of the internet star from the channel Save a Fox, Michaela Rains, and I'm sure all of you guys have seen some of her videos with Finnegan. She calls her fox Finny. She shares videos about her effort in animal rescue, and she looks like she's one of the happiest person in the world. And just a couple of days ago, she was forced to commit suicide at the age of 29. I don't know what is wrong with people. People are so vicious now. I don't know if this was always the case, or is it perhaps it's because the rise of internet and social media, it's made it easier than ever before to tell someone to just go kill yourself. So this channel started to grow on May 2nd of 2024. So it's been almost 14 months now. YouTube doesn't show exactly how many people I've blocked. I hope you guys are understanding. Sometimes I have to block these people. See, here's the thing. If I click on a video, if I think, oh, this channel is just not interesting, the ideas are terrible, I disagree with everything, then I just simply stop watching the video. There's a bunch of people that they keep coming back to my videos just to leave extremely hateful comments telling me that, oh, you stupid monkey, you stupid chink, oh, go fucking kill yourself. Oh, dude, you're completely useless. Oh, fuck you, you stupid incel. Oh, I hope all fucking Asians die. I fucking hate Chinese people, you dog-eating whore. I'll just give you guys an example. I didn't say, by the way, I didn't even actually bother to save those comments. And Mike Tyson's absolutely right. I think the internet has made people way too comfortable about saying extremely offensive and retarded things and not getting punched in the face. This is why I'm covering these topics. It's so important to discuss these things. This is why I want to be 100% open, honest, and transparent with everybody. Oh, to people say, oh, why do I talk about black people so much? Well, at least I'm being 100% honest. Wait till you find out what your white friends really think about you. Especially if you as a black guy, once you start dating a white girl, wait till you find out what your friends and your teammates, your classmates, what they actually think about you. I can guarantee you this, having lived in Canada for over 20 years. 1 out of 3 white people in Canada, they use the N-word. If not every single day, then for sure once every other day. The vast majority of the people in the West, certainly the vast majority of the white people in the West, they absolutely despise black people. They absolutely despise Arabs. And obviously understand there are issues in the black community, there are issues in the Hispanic community, there are issues in the Muslim community. But it doesn't matter, even if you're just a really hardworking black guy, you're a model citizen, they will still hate you, they will still despise you, they will still want you dead. So, and this is also very dangerous because nowadays with social media, with all these platforms, people can post anything they want. And there's so much lie and misinformation out there. And it's very dangerous for people out there to be consuming these things. That's 100% false. Let me give you guys some example, by the way. This is just from one Reddit thread about me, and because someone absolutely hated my videos and they posted this on Reddit. Yeah, I'll pull up some of the comments on the screen. First of all, everything has been false. This user, Asian masculinity, posted my video on interracial dating on Reddit. In case y'all don't know, Chinese historian is a YouTuber of Taiwanese descent. First of all, that's already 100% wrong. This is what I mean. This is the #1 issue. People posting anything they want to. I was born in northeastern mainland China. I have never ever lived in Taiwan. I have nothing to do with Taiwan. Recently, he made a self-deprecation video on YouTube where he basically belittles himself based on the fact that he's an Asian man for 10 minutes straight, like how he complains how hard it is to date for Asian men. He also brought out outdated stereotypes that Asians have small sexual organs. Warning, do not watch the video if you can't handle negativity and uncle vibes. And I'll show you guys some of the replies. See, this is the issue right off the bat. So this guy claims I'm Taiwanese. I don't know who this Reddit user is, Asian masculinity. If you hated the video so bad, don't share it. It's very simple, because if you share it, that means that, it's going to help the video in the algorithm. It's going to help it to get more views. Why do you have to share this video with a bunch of forced information and such a nasty message? Let me show you guys some of the other comments. Asians like this are really a bad look. So much toxic insecurity, but like every group has them, right? I hope it's not just us, even though I feel like I noticed it a lot. Fuck's sakes, there's always someone that sets us 40 years back. I watched a few of his vids on YouTube and couldn't figure out if he was doing this shtick because of clout to gain followers, or if he was a true incel. After a couple more vids, I concluded that he's a real deal, a total loser. OFC, he looks like that, laughing my ass off. Those are the people who tell Gen Z Asian guys that they look too girly for fucking taking care of ourselves. I don't know him, and I don't want to give him any views. Fuck him. Go live your own life and go your own path. Don't let these incels take away our pride. Implying that he's pure, no video games, no smoke, no drink, then he expects women to find him? Get the fuck out. Dick is dick, nothing to worry about unless it's in the micro world. This fool splashes himself all over the internet. YouTube is only too eager to accommodate him, of course. Imagine when Lou gets a load of him, laughing and ridiculing, reinforcing their stance 1,000-fold. He's a loser who provides evidence for white black dudes to say they're better. Literally happened. Dude is 38-year-old incel. Once again, so much false information on the internet, people posting anything they want to. Next thing you know, they'll be saying I'm a black guy. So that video was uploaded when I was 31 years old. And dude is a 38-year-old incel who is clearly not going anywhere, can only be bitter about not trying anything. Oh, see, once again, common Taiwanese American L, skull and the clown emoji. I was about to say the same thing. Of course, Taiwanese guy has no self-confidence. This is just a brain rot. Beta and cringe as fuck. What a loser. This guy is a loser. In the comments, he said that he never had a first date. Dude should just off himself if life is so bad. We genuinely don't need more of his kind amongst our people. Why are you giving his sorry ass screen time? Maybe his dating issues are because of the way he looks and the way he talks with over-exaggerated accent. Tried to watch some of his videos but had to stop. For the lack of a better term, he's a cuck. I watched like not even 1 minute of his video. It's just so damn depressing. The worst part is repeated and regurgitated talking points. No fresh insights, it's overall porn. Ken Jeong, at least we know he's doing jokes, comedy, and he's not at all insecure, but brash, even if you disagree. But this guy wants me to strangle something. Just by watching his videos, this man is really a minstrel clown. He seems insecure, and sadly he must love the views he's getting. I thought he was going to be based, well, he's just insane. Nobody likes Asian guys. I mean, I wouldn't like Asian guys if they all look like him, lol. He's just unattractive. His attitude makes him all uglier. So yeah, by the way, that's just from one Reddit thread. I don't know what is wrong with people. How can there be so much hate in this world? I didn't want to share these things with you guys until I saw, the YouTuber from Save a Fox, Michaela Rings. She committed suicide at the age of 29, and the #1 reason was the cyberbullying. People were sending her vicious messages, telling her to go fucking kill herself. I did put out a community post recently. I have added an email address back on this channel, so if you guys have stories to share, genuine stories to share, and if you guys want to actually, connect with me, the email is back. The reason why I had to delete that email address was because last May, when the channel started to grow, I was getting vicious hate attacks. People just constantly telling me to go fucking kill myself. Oh, you stupid ugly ass chink, and I hope you fucking die, and I hope we nuke all of, I hope we get rid of every single Asian on earth. And by the way, do you know who is sending all of this? There's a reason why the world is absolutely fucked now. It's men. Every single one of those hateful messages, all the hateful emails I got before I removed my email address from the YouTube channel around the middle of May during those 2 weeks period. Every single one of those hateful comments, every single one of those emails, everybody that wanted me dead. There was even one guy who he told me that he's got a noose that's tied up ready and he's ready to strangle me to death at any moment. Every single one of those messages came from men. Obviously, I understand women have problems, but I think we as men, we have a bigger problem than women. But it's men who are leaving these absolutely vicious comments. Yeah, now think about it from a woman's perspective. I can totally understand why, so many of these modern women are so afraid of dating, of a commitment, of marriage. Now you have a woman going their own way. They're saying that I'm an independent girl boss. We don't want no man. We're so terrified of men. Men are vicious. They say they want to crush the patriarchy. And let me just pull up that one comment from Reddit. Look at this. So this comment has 11 thumbs ups. So by the way, I can guarantee you guys this. All 11 thumbs ups, they all came from men. This guy is telling me to go kill myself. This is the state of the world we're living in 2025. This is why so many men out there, they're afraid to share their struggles. Because as a man, if you show any form of a weakness, if you show a little chink in the armor, if you show any signs of a vulnerability, the number one responses you will get is that, oh, fuck you, you're a fucking retard. Why don't you just fucking kill yourself? Now, YouTube doesn't show me how many people I've blocked exactly. Obviously, it's not something I wanted to do, but I don't get those comments as much now. But yeah, I would say especially last summer, between May to probably August, September, I was getting those comments every single day. Just a lot of people, they click on the video, they don't even watch it. And they say that, oh, I'm just here to click dislike on your video just to report your channel for hate speech. I'll go fuck yourself, you stupid fucking chink. I hope you fucking die soon. I was getting comments like that every single day. And you wonder why the world is so messed up. Once again, I'm getting those comments from men, not women. You gotta seriously look at yourself in the mirror and have some serious self-reflection. I mean, if you're one of those guys who is creating a burner account like Noob Master 12345, and you're sending these sending out these vicious online attacks to other people, do you really think you deserve a good woman in your life? Do you think you can actually be a good husband? Do you think you can actually be a good father figure when you're using the N-word every single day? When you say that, oh, we need to get rid of all the Muslims in this world, and you say that, oh, all Chinese people are fucking dog-eating whores, so we should strangle all of them to death? This is why Michaela Reigns, who seems like she's one of the happiest girl in this world, she was bullied into committing suicide. This video is demonetized. If you guys really want to support this channel, then think about subscribing and possibly becoming a channel member. And also, I just want to let you guys know, in a world where you can choose to be anything, don't be a fucking asshole. It costs absolutely nothing, zero, to be a decent human being. In a world where you can be anything, be kind. I think so many young men out there, they have completely lost the plot because I'm looking at the demographics of the people who are watching my videos, by the way. So over 85% of my audiences are men. That's why I know almost all of those hateful comments are coming from men. The number one age group for viewers of my channel are between 25 to 34. So the vast majority of the people who are sending me these messages, they're young men. Honestly, I just think that the world is coming to the end. Honestly, unless something changes drastically. So I'm sure some of you guys who are watching, you guys have had very similar experiences. And please leave a comment down below, share some of your experiences. And I'll see you guys back on this channel next week.
Oh, I am fucking locked. Oh no. No, I fucked up. G. Okay. Ignition. Whoa. Kurva, this game is so clunky sometimes.
Okay, so some people will have their panties in a twist. Over the title to this video. Admittedly, it's a bit clickbaitish, but not without a good reason. How to Train Your Woman Like a Dog is a title that pays homage to Karen Salmonson's book, How to Make Your Man Behave in 21 Days or Less Using the Secrets of Professional Dog Trainers. It's just one offering in an entire genre of literature that people would say is dehumanizing to men. Well, that is if they cared about men. So if you are triggered by the title of this video, imagine how many of these that I have that I don't give. Unless you can document your public objection to men as dogs literature, I don't want to hear a thing you have to say. With that, let's move past the sardonic introduction to this video and into what I'm really saying. 1, I am not equating women to dogs, and not just because dogs are loyal and unconditionally loving. I am actually starting with the proposition that no human beings, male or female, rise to the level of a canine in terms of worthiness. If we remember that and don't expect perfection from ourselves or others, it really helps us avoid disappointment. By the way, I got a request for this video in the comments of my last one. So with a tip of the fedora to animatronic for the request, here we go. We start with the critical basics, the stuff of which you must be aware before attempting any of the more fine-tuned suggestions I'm going to offer. First and foremost, any woman you can't bear to lose is a woman you can't train. That's it, guys. Fini. End of freaking story. There is nothing women are more acutely attuned to than your willingness or lack thereof to let them go. It is not something you can hide. She knows about it, and maybe better than you do, and she will use it to play on every fear and insecurity you have when getting her way creates a conflict. That takes us to our second basic. Be prepared to see her go. Look, this isn't Cosmo here. There are no 3 easy steps to jack shit when it comes to relationships. There are no guarantees, no surefire plans. As I said in my last video, relationships are usually a battle for your soul. There is no shortage of women in this world who will not stay in a relationship unless she can own yours. There are some women who can be trained out of that mentality, but most of them can't, which means your choice of who you enter a relationship with up front is a critical matter. The fact of the matter is simple. Your job here is much more to run off non-hackers than it is to keep a harpy around and get her to act like she's something other than a harpy. Capiche? So when I say be prepared to see her go, I mean to expect it in most cases. In later videos, we can get into some suggestions on how you cultivate the level of detachment required to make that easier. But for now, suffice it to say that you probably already know how dependent you are on keeping a woman. And the more dependent, the more difficult your job. If you're the kind of man who just can't help doing anything to maintain a woman's approval, then you're better off not being around women at all, except maybe as an example to other men of what not to be. If, however, your days of kissing a woman's ass just to keep her around are behind you, then you're ready to consider the third and final basic. Know your values and what you want from a relationship before you step into the ring with a woman. Animatronic said in his comment that it had to be about more than just having and maintaining values, and he is correct, but barely. Knowing and maintaining your values is, in my estimation, about 90% of the job, and it is one of the basics that you simply can't overlook. After all, speaking seriously here, we are not talking about training a dog. Unlike humans, you don't have to compromise with dogs, and they don't hold grudges. Relationships with human beings, even between male friends, involve a series of compromises, giving and taking, and making some allowance for the individual preferences and traits of both people. The only things you have to guide the decisions you make in that respect are common sense and your values, one of them necessarily being self-respect. In fact, the nature of most healthy male friendships serves as the perfect model of what is missing in most male-to-female relationships. In the latter, men have a tendency, near universally, to make their values as negotiable as movie night, or even easier. Most men who are otherwise loyal to a fault will flush a long-time male friend down the toilet without a thought over a woman they've known for about 2 weeks. Of course, the woman who stands by and watches that with a nod of approval isn't worth the time of day, but in fairness to her, she isn't the problem. The man who betrays a friend and thereby himself over a skirt is the problem. Keeping yourself off that slippery gynocentric slope is relatively simple, even if most men don't find it that easy. You need basic standards for your relationships with women, some lines in the sand which you won't let her cross on day 1 or day 1,000. The way to let women know about these standards is also very simple. All you have to do is tell them. That is, tell them directly and honestly the moment that you establish you are not just two ships passing in the night. This practice is counterintuitive, even unthinkable for gynocentric men. They won't let little things like personal values and self-respect get in the way of getting a woman's approval. Then again, these are the same men who end up writing me at some point asking for help when she gets around to destroying their lives. I have some standards to suggest to prevent that. And by suggest, I mean that in the same way that I suggest skydivers pull the ripcord before they hit the ground. These suggestions will make perfect sense to you if you think about them in terms of the standards you would apply to your friendships with other men. So keep that in mind as we go. Standard 1, reciprocity. That means exactly what it says. No one gets their way all the time, or at least they shouldn't. It's a rule that applies to everything, from what you watch on TV to where you take vacation to space in the home and how it's all paid for. It means each person's interests and the responsibility for pursuing them are balanced with the others. I don't suggest any manipulative ploys with the great numbers of women who struggle with this basic math. I can only suggest reminding them, as you will surely need to do on many occasions, that 2 + 2 sometimes equals no. This is where your preparedness to let her go comes into play full force. If she can't take a no, let her go. But for pity's sake, if you don't have the spine to say no, if you would rather be on your knees than be alone, then don't whine about the fact that her desires dominate your life. I'll give you a little more on how to deliver that no in Standard 2, fairness. Now, at first glance, this could appear to be just another way to reframe Standard 1, reciprocity. It's not really the same thing, though. Every man knows instinctively whether he is dealing with someone who has fairness in mind versus someone who is constantly angling to get their way. When fairness is the standard for both sides of a relationship, there's an ease in the air that's obvious. Both people are watching out for the other's interests. Neither one is uptight about the outcome of much of anything. This is really common in the early, infatuated stage of a romantic relationship, marked by two people tripping over each other to be nice. And you know what happens later on, though. I can offer a personal example of how it works long-term with men. I go to lunch pretty much every week with a buddy I met in my 20s. We take turns picking the place to eat and take turns paying. Every discussion we have about lunch pretty much goes the same way, with each of us offering the other the opportunity to be the one to pick. Now, I am sure there are days when my friend would rather have Mexican than the Indian place I picked, just as there are some days I'm a lot more in the mood for Thai food than the Chinese place of his choosing. But it doesn't really matter a lot to either one of us. The thing is that mutual graciousness benefits the friendship more than where we eat. And to grown-ups, where you have lunch is not a matter of life and death. This might seem like an inane or even silly example, but it really isn't. That core of mutual support and respect is a necessity for durability and for the quality of any relationship, which is what most men find impossible to have with a woman. For instance, if you take the situation I just described with my weekly lunches and apply it to a monogamous couple, you usually get a very different scenario. What many men will tell you is that she will want the pretense of fairness while at the same time getting her way. One way she will accomplish this is to ask where you want to eat, then shoot down every idea you come up with. With many men, after a woman shoots down enough of their ideas, they just relent and ask her where she wants to eat, which of course is what she wanted. Another tactic they use is to give in to your choice, then complain about the meal all the way through it. The MO here, of course, is to rob you of the enjoyment of making your choice. The message in that is simple. You may get to choose things here and there, but she will make you suffer for doing so. With time, it wears men down to the point that they just give in and let her make the decisions. These techniques on the part of women apply to a hell of a lot more than lunch. The answer, of course, when faced with this kind of conduct, is to go to lunch or to do whatever else you had planned by yourself or with someone else, and to tell her why you're doing it. You have to be explicit. Some women are so accustomed to using this kind of manipulation that they're barely aware of doing it. So it has to be broken down very simply. Look her in the eye very calmly and tell her, I'm going to go without you because you either get your way or you try to ruin things for me if I get mine. I don't do things with anyone under those conditions. Now, don't argue with her about it or try to bargain. Just say it and go. Some men will find that difficult because they'll feel guilty. Men frequently feel guilty for taking care of themselves. Do it anyway. If you are insistent and consistent, she will be cornered into one of two choices: change or leave. If you're prepared to accept either one, then you can't lose. Your calmness in this is critically important. Sometimes, in order to muster the willingness to set limits, men deliver a no like it was on the end of a Louisville slugger. After all, there's a great deal of understandable frustration involved. Usually, by the time guys actually say something about a relationship's inherent unfairness, they've had a bellyful of it. All the more reason to catch this stuff early. Disregarding a bitch's bitchosity because you are attracted to her or because you feel guilty or for any other reason is like turning yourself into a time bomb. So look at this as an opportunity to teach, one that may well fail, but not as a war to win. I suggest a softer, more adult tone. I use the term adult and not paternal or parental for reasons I'll explain in just a moment. But suffice it to say for now that women, people for that matter, but women especially, tend to respond better to calm leadership than anger. Remember, most women in this culture are, by male emotional standards, grossly immature. They have never had the demands of emotional maturation placed on them. In fact, there's significant social pressure for women to remain stuck in perpetual childhood. That's why they become such confounding, demanding, and entitled pains in the ass in relationships. Like it or not, if you're going to achieve any sense of real peace with a woman in a relationship, you will either have to find a unicorn, lots of luck with that, or you'll have to train her into enough maturity to make relative peace attainable. And you have to do it constantly prepared and willing to see her exit. I hate to keep beating this now long dead horse, but if you aren't prepared to see her leave, then you're wasting your time. Most women will find the allure of the child's life too enticing to remain in a place where adulthood is required. but your job is not to appeal to most women. Your job is to work effectively with women who are the possible exceptions. That brings us to our third and final standard, adulthood. In one of the previous videos I did with Peter Wright, Chasing the Dragon, I elaborated how women use superstimuli to exploit men's natural instincts, or, if you prefer, to train men like a dog. This especially refers to the ploy of artificial neoteny via making themselves look, sound, feel, and act much younger than they are. This ploy evokes what neurobiologists refer to as the parental brain, a primitive interaction that locks the man into the parent role in charge of a petulant and needy child. But that is a transaction we need to
Whoa.
revisit, which we can do by using Eric
That's a big
Berne's
fucker.
transactional analysis. Berne, the father of transactional analysis, set forth a model showing 3 states of being that people typically inhabit. In brief summary, they are parent, adult, and child. The negative aspects of the child state, which is where most women reside during relationship conflict, are irrationality, rebelliousness, insecurity, intentionally being difficult, and throwing tantrums. The parent state is a dysfunctional reaction to the child. The parent is rigid, judgmental, controlling, critical, and finger-pointing. That is where many men end up when in conflict with the woman child, and it is why I did not suggest a paternal response to women's childishness. It is understandable how men get there, but just because something is understandable does not mean it will direct you to the outcome you want. Being negatively parental only results in cyclical conflict, and it helps her justify being a child. The parent state may be useful just to maintain your boundaries. It is certainly better than yielding to the child because that will only lead to more self-inflicted anger on your part. The objective is to maintain yourself as the adult, which Berne describes as reasonable, rational, logical, non-threatening, and very, very importantly, non-threatened. That non-threatened part informs her that you won't be manipulated, not by threats of her leaving or by anything else. The adult, after all, is precisely how you want her to be, unless there's something really wrong with you. I realize that this is a big ask. Dealing with a chronic child is not only frustrating, it is an abusive situation. Asking the victim to be the one to take the reins as an adult isn't exactly fair. Then again, fair is what you pay on the bus, and we need to go with what may work over what feels good and even over what is fair. Between the two of you, you are likely the only one who has had an adult expectation placed on you in life. Between the two of you, you are the one most likely to be able to teach and to learn. In that light, holding your own feet to the fire about the position you take is a must. This talk would not be complete without pointing out that even if you're incredibly insightful, composed, and naturally skilled at this sort of thing, it's still a roll of the dice. Like I said, there are no assurances. And I'm sure that someone, or more than one person, will show up in the comments to this video and triumphantly declare that they don't have to worry about all this mess because they have sworn women off. Fair enough. It's not like swearing women off is irrational. But the point is that just swearing women off completely is not an option most men or even most MGTOWs are going to take. There is a natural tendency in human beings to pair bond, and watching 10,000 videos on YouTube is not going to undo that. Most men will seek attachment. That is who I have in mind when making these videos. As I will in all of them, I remind you that marriage is not a requirement for attachment. Men who deny that do so at their own peril. It is tempting to call this part 1 of a series of videos on training women to act like adults. I will resist that because nearly all the videos on this channel are about training women to become adults. The most effective way to do that is to encourage men and support them for settling for nothing less from women and from themselves. With that, I leave you with the promise that 2 videos a week will continue, all of them dedicated in one way or another to the radical idea that women are adults and should be expected to act like it. With that is also the message that the only thing stopping any man from getting off that bitch train is his personal choices. Okay guys, there will be no Thursday tip this week, but instead an announcement. My next video comes to be by a request from a Patreon subscriber. I'm going to produce a video for teen children of divorced parents, particularly where the mother is an alienating personality disorder. I think that the man had...
Okay, let's see. Something from Chinese historian, rather.
All right, everyone. I think almost every single person that's watching this video, you can probably relate it to the topic I'm about to discuss. So this is going to be a very important. I want to start the video with this quote. This is a very famous Chinese quote, and I think it's one of the best quotes out there in the world, honestly. Let's actually read this together. So this is 家和万事兴. It's only 5 characters. Let's break down each one of them and let's combine them together. And I think this will make so much sense to so many people out there. So this is 家. That's the pinyin, that's how you pronounce it. Yeah, so this means family. Very important. So one thing that's very special about these Chinese characters, each one of them has a very special meaning. You see this on the top there? That's the rooftop. See, the family unit stays together. That's a nuclear family. Everybody lives under one roof. And you see this point here? Everyone stays together. This is all of your family members, all under one tree branch. So this is jia. And the next character, this is he. What is he? This means peace. So, see, it's very simple, right? So, what is 1? The next character, the third character is pronounced 1. So, this means 10,000. Literally translates to 10,000. And this is shi, the fourth character. So, what is shi? So, this can be translated to roughly just, things. Or, let's say, affairs. Yeah, affairs, things, stuff that happens in life. And this is the fifth and the final character, xing. So this roughly translates to something like glorious. So there's no perfect translation for this Chinese characters. So 家 family, 和 peace, 1 10,000, shi things, affairs, and finally 兴 glorious. So what happens when you combine all 5 of these characters together? Yeah, it roughly translates to when there's peace and harmony in the family, then 10,000 things in your life will be glorious. It's really, really that simple. Think about everything that's been happening to our society. And of course, for this video, I'm going to discuss why so many Asians are failing miserably. And I'm sure you guys know where I'm going. Well, it has everything to do with the 50% divorce rate in China, in Singapore, Taiwan, South Korea, in Japan. I mean, sure, a lot of you guys out there saying that, you can't compete with Asians. They just tend to excel better versus other ethnicities. I don't think I can agree with that. I think, honestly, nowadays when I look at it, especially looking at my family, generally speaking, I would say, yeah, a lot of Asian families, they're some of the most toxic out there. Just people tend to hide it better. One thing I have mentioned in previous videos is called saving your face. So it's a lot of Chinese people, they have this huge ego. It's way up here, way higher than I would say Indians or Arabs or white or black people, right?
No way.
And even
really?
though they have all kinds of terrible things, that's all of these messed up things that's going on in their lives, they just hide it all the time. I did mention my grandparents, my maternal grandparents. Yes, they did stay married all the way until the end. They were married for over 50 years. So that's considered to be a golden marriage in China. But so what? They fought each other to the death almost every single day. Honestly, looking back at it, right? They even, I did mention, right? I grew up without parents, without a mother and without a father. I was raised by my maternal grandmother. And at the time, she was still living, of course, with my maternal grandfather. And they fought each other to the death almost every single day, tooth to nail. Probably, I would say, the final 8 or 10 years of their marriage. They each slept with a knife underneath their pillow because they were ready to stab each other to death. And I did mention this before, so this must have been around 2000 or 2001. I was in grade 2 or grade 3, and fighting got so bad that my grandmother was nearly killed. We had to call the ambulance for her. She got sent to the emergency unit at the hospital, and we had to resuscitate her because she was viciously attacking my grandfather. She was using a pair of these chopsticks, and she kept poking him in the head. He was in so much pain, he was screaming. There was blood coming out of his head. It got to the point where so bad that where he nearly choked my grandmother to death. I mean, what kind of a marriage is that? And you wonder why. Yeah, my mom turned out the way she did, and she's about to divorce for the 7th time. And you wonder why my sister turned out the way she did. My older sister, that is, right? She's about to be divorced for the 4th time. So 11 divorces between 2 women. Once again, right? 家和万事兴. When there's peace in the family, 10,000 things in your life will be glorious. And when you have a family that looks like mine, yeah, you're going to be 100% screwed. You have no chance. And a lot of Asian families, I would say in 2025, probably I would say 1 out of 2 are like my family now. They just tend to hide it better than most people because most Asians, especially Chinese people, they have a huge ego and they want their face to be this big. But let me just give you guys a couple of examples on some Asians that have failed miserably. I'll start with I would say this guy was my first supervisor. So this is many years ago when I first dropped out of school. Of course, I've since returned to my school and I have graduated. Just want to let you guys know that's how I got in so much debt. But I am paying back that debt. So it's a Chinese guy, right? So this guy is 6'1", and I imagine his family was fairly successful in China. He came to Canada as an international student, and obviously he had these the Canadian dream. He had his own goals, ambitions. He wants to be the next big shot, but he ends up working at a grocery store. Sure, I mean he was a supervisor, but supervisor at most grocery stores, you typically make $3 above minimum wage. So I mean, that's really nothing, right? It's the same wage as a bricklayer. But by the way, yes, he did have a girlfriend. See, it's very important. A lot of men and women out there saying that your height doesn't matter. Well, your height 100% matters. I did mention in previous video that my younger sister and a cousin, they're both married to Chinese millionaires. By the way, I don't think they have $1 million in their bank account. What I mean is that both of these guys, they own a house. They own it outright in the Greater Toronto area. So if you're watching from America, that's the equivalent of somebody owning a house, a single detached home in New York City or LA. Yeah, if you own one of those, you're probably a multi-millionaire, not just a millionaire. And obviously, both of these guys, they make six figures. And yeah, one guy is 5'11", the other guy is 6'2". See, it makes a huge difference. So this one guy, he's a 6'1", he has a girlfriend, and he thought that, I want to be the next big shot, just a supervisor at a grocery store. That's some kind of BS job. And then he quit the job, and then he opened up his own bubble tea shop because he thought he would be able to make like $250,000 a year from his bubble tea shop. But you know what? The bubble tea business, he went bankrupt after less than 1 year. I think if it wasn't for his parents, he would be 100% screwed. He'd be drowning in debt. We're talking about at least $100,000, possibly $150,000 to $200,000 in debt. And I think he was bailed out by his parents. And now he's back at the grocery store working as a supervisor. So he's probably making something like $40,000 a year at best. So yeah, I just want to tell you guys that Asians, they fail all the time. I'll tell you another guy. This one I would say I'm the most angry about because this guy actually has all the potential. First time I met this guy, he came to Canada as an international student as well, same university as me. He went to Carleton University. So first time I met him, right? So he was this bright, young, 18-year-old international student that just landed in Canada from the city of Nanjing. So his parents were super rich, and then obviously he got himself this nice and big one-bedroom apartment, and his daddy bought him this BMW, and it was upgraded. So it was made to look like a sports car. It wasn't a regular BMW because you could tell from very far away. You see this guy's riding this fancy sports car. And I would say, yeah, when he was 18, he was fairly good looking, but honestly, this is probably the laziest guy I've ever seen. He was just a completely useless sack of By the way, I'm mentioning this guy because, yeah, after probably, how long has he been in Canada? 10 years, at least 9.5, almost 10 years, right? He couldn't find anything, and he almost got expelled from the school. So what happened was, I'm sure you guys get it, ChatGPT, all kinds of cheating, using things like Course Hero, using Chegg, all kinds of stuff like that. And for two of these classes, I believe that, all of the works that he submitted, it was like a 95% match with another Chinese international student. So yeah, they both almost ended up getting expelled. He was copying other guys' homework. So, I mean, I worked with this guy on and off for probably 4 or 5 years, right? Honestly, I think the only reason why he didn't get fired was because, he was working at a Chinese grocery store, and if he was actually working for white people or black people, they would have fired his ass a long time ago. So most of the time, right, I would say 70 to 80% of the time, when he's at work, he's just like this. He's just sitting there. I'll give you guys an example, right? It's a very simple job. You're supposed to be, just stocking the shelves, stock some dumplings, some noodles, some wontons, some eggs and milk. There's nothing much to it. But most of the time, he's just sitting there like this, looking at his phone, playing video game. Yeah, like, whatever, man. Oh, that's bullshit, man. I just don't feel it. And he's half asleep most of the time because he doesn't sleep at night. He stays up all night playing useless video games. And then when he runs out of money, by the way, those video games that you have to pay, you have to make in-game purchases. When he runs out of money, he just asks his dad to wire him more money. So he's up all night, regularly, probably sleeps at 7 in the morning or something. So when he shows up to work, he's always drinking energy drinks, drinking Coca-Cola, drinking Pepsi, has no energy all the time. And he's just half the time, he's just like, yeah, man. Whatever, I don't want to do any work. Hey, just do the work for me, man. I just don't feel it. Man, this is all BS, man. I don't want to do this. I don't want to be here. So, yeah. This is why, one of the top requirements when a man is looking for, potential partner is that, the woman cannot be fat. There's a reason why, because, for all the women out there, they want their man to be 6 feet, right? A guy has no control of his height whatsoever, but everybody has 100% control of their weight. That's not an excuse at all. It's never, ever okay to be fat, because the first time I met this guy when he was 18, he was a tall, skinny, good-looking guy. He was 6'1", right? His height hasn't changed, but I would say probably over the course of his 10 years in Canada, he's probably put on, I would say, 50 pounds, at least 40 or 45. Like, his face is completely stretched out, because this guy is one of the laziest and the most useless people I've ever seen, right? So to be people out there saying that, Asians, they're so motivated and they go to school, they work hard, I don't think any of it is true, because this guy is a completely useless sack of That's how I saw him. If you're wondering what the hell he's up to now, he must be 29 or 30 now. So yeah, 29 years old. Yeah, he's back at his daddy's a big mansion. He's living with his parents. He's not doing anything. Just stays up all night playing video games. And I heard that he's even put on more weight. He's probably, well beyond 250 pounds, probably 275 at this point. I'll give you guys another example, another Chinese guy. So yes, he does have a girlfriend. He's been in a relationship for God knows. Oh, he must be in a relationship with another Chinese woman. Must be 10 years now. Honestly, just it's 100% pathetic. He makes what, 50? I would say $55,000 a year, maybe, perhaps, right? So, but he's got no money, zero savings, right? I mean, obviously, you guys can understand, like, you know, $55,000 a year, right? That's nothing. But if he was living by himself, he still have lots of money. So yeah, he's had this girlfriend for a very long time now. By the way, this guy is 6'2". See all the guys I mentioned that have girlfriends? Well, the one guy that went back to China, 6'1", he doesn't have a girlfriend. But I mean, it's 100% his fault. And it's the same thing. A guy is not going to want a woman that's like that, right? So the man's going to be thinking, you know, if you're this fat and lazy all the time, how are you supposed to be doing any cleaning? How are you supposed to do any cooking, right? And when you're cooking, you're going to eat all of my food. You're going to eat all of the kids' food. So, you know, how can you be the woman of the household? So this 6'2" guy, at one point, he quit his job at the grocery store. He went back to school. He has a degree in engineering, some kind of engineering, could be a mechanical or electrical or, you know, some kind of engineering degree. But and then he tried to search for a job for many years, couldn't find anything, ended up coming back to the grocery store. Yes, even though he's in more of a managerial position, but him and his girlfriend, so they rent 2 separate rooms in a house. I just don't understand that mindset on 100%. So I think the thing is that his girlfriend doesn't, you know, basically she's like the one that's wearing the pants in the relationship. By the way, so they've been together for something like 10 years. If it's not 10, it's got to be 8 or 9. She has not worked a single day since they got together, right? See, here's the thing, right? So especially for Chinese women, if you end up becoming a leftover woman, that's 100% your fault, because dating for men in China is almost impossible. I mentioned, right, my sister and my cousin, just 2 regular average Chinese girls, nothing special. They're not like actress or Victoria's Secret, the supermodel or anything. They got to marry 2 Chinese millionaires. So this guy, I mean, he had to really work on himself and get himself in shape. I heard, you know, back when he was chasing this girl, it took him like 3 months. He was running every single day, so roughly 5K or 3.1 miles. But if you multiply that by 7, right? So I mean, that's 35 kilometers a week. That's not bad at all. So yeah, he did that for about 3 months. He got really fit, right? At one point, he was looking pretty good, you know, a tall, slim, 6'2", a Chinese guy. Although since then he's put on a lot of weight. So then she finally agreed to date him. But then she said that you're going to take care of me 100% financially, and I even believe that, you know, 100% of his paycheck goes directly to her. So despite the fact that this guy's making all of the money, he's his girlfriend's bitch, and the reason why they're only like half shacking up is because she has had her own separate room, so she will only sleep with him whenever she feels like it. She's using basically sex as a weapon. She's saying that, you know, if you don't listen to everything I do, you're not getting the cookie, and the only thing you will have to play with is your right hand. So yeah, it's been like that for almost 10 years. I can understand if they're actually married, if she actually gives birth to a son or a daughter to him and she's actually raising a kid. But yeah, she doesn't have a job, doesn't do anything, and she's the one that wears the pants in the relationship. She has 100% access and control of this guy's bank account, of every single one of his paychecks, and he has to do everything according to her. So what kind of life is that? I mean, this guy, how old is he now? Yeah, he must be 40. So most likely at some point, he's going to end up single and childless for the rest of his life. And he has spent probably, you know, 60 to 70% of his paychecks on his, you know, girlfriend, who at any moment, for absolutely no reason, can just break up with him. And he's going to be left with nothing, a 10 years investment. So, I mean, what the hell is that? The list of examples goes on and on. I can talk about so many Chinese people that have failed miserably during their life in Canada. See, nowadays, because, you know, the rise of internet, the rise of social media, anybody can just say a bunch of BS online. For example, if I actually weren't honest with you guys, I can say that, you know, I'm actually a top G. You know, I'm actually making $250,000 a year. I own my own law firm in Toronto, and I got everything going, right? But, you know, nowadays anybody can say stuff like that. So people think that, oh, you know, there's all these big shot out there, and it's very bad. It's very detrimental for both men and women, because women, they look at these men on social media, they think that, oh my God, there's so many top tier successful men out there, and I have so many options to choose from. Well, the reality is that, you know, the vast majority of the population is broke, right? I would say probably in America, Canada, any Western country, probably 50% of the population are living paycheck to paycheck. And when it comes to young people, it's probably worse. It's probably like 75%. Yes, there are some people who do have money, but, you know, the vast majority of the people that do have money are old people. It's the exact same thing in China. And why do I want to give you guys these examples? It's because, you know, I actually don't think that, you know, Asians are just smarter or they actually work harder, because I met a lot of Chinese people who are extremely lazy. They're extremely unmotivated. They have a lot of terrible habits. I think, you know, a lot of Asians, they just hide it better, because, you know, the whole face thing, saving their face. So they say a lot of fake stuff, just like my maternal grandparents, even though they fought each other to the death every single day, but every time they went out, when they socialized with their friends, their inner circle, they always said, oh my God, we love each other so much. You know, we're in the most perfect marriage in the world. We've never had a single argument, and we're just so happy with each other. But, you know, after the conversation, once they get back home, my grandma, she would literally take out chopsticks and start stabbing my grandfather in the head. And once in a while things get so bad, she would get punched in the face by my grandfather. It was very normal for her to end up with a black eye, because she would constantly attack my grandfather, and it was like that every single day for over 50 years. So, but, you know, on the outside, you know, they always told everybody, oh, they never ever had any issues. So a lot of it is a mirage, it's an illusion. Just like the examples of the Chinese guys I've given you guys. Yes, those Chinese guys are tall. Yes, they do have a girlfriend, but they live an absolutely miserable life. The one guy, if it wasn't for his parents that bailed him out, after going bankrupt with his bubble tea business, he would have been 100% screwed. He'd be left with absolutely nothing. The other guy that got extremely fat, his BMW sports car, that's all his daddy's money. That has nothing to do with him. And now, at the age of 29, he's back to living with his parents once again. If his daddy didn't have any money, he'll be dead. He'll be starving to death on the streets. But I would give you guys a great example of one Asian who absolutely excelled all the way to the very, very top, probably the 0.0001%. Obviously, you guys have seen professional athletes, and obviously you guys know people that has graduated from famous world-class universities, right? Schools like MIT or Harvard or Princeton or Yale or Stanford. But how many people have done both? How many people has graduated from an Ivy League school, then after that also becoming a professional athlete? And this guy actually played in the NBA for 9 seasons. I'm sure you guys know who I'm about to mention. Linsanity, right here, Linsanity. So if you're wondering who's Linsanity, talking about Jeremy Lin, right? Jeremy Lin, right, graduated from Harvard, also went on to play in the NBA for 9 seasons. Yes, he does have an NBA championship ring with the Toronto Raptors in 2019. Then after that, he played in China for a few seasons. I believe he also played in Taiwan for 1 year. So Jeremy Lin's born in America, and his parents are from Taiwan. So this guy obviously is very, very successful, right, multi-millionaire. But do you guys want to know the number one determining factor behind this guy's success? But everything before Linsanity. So if you actually watch a little bit of basketball, if you know a little bit about his story. So after he graduated from Harvard, he had this very serious conversation with his parents. He told his parents, I know I got this piece of paper from Harvard, but instead of working a normal day job, sure, that job can probably pay me like 200,000 US a year or something, but I want my shot at stardom, and I want a chance to make it to the NBA, but I'm going to need some time. Because at my current level, I don't think I'm good enough. I'm not ready for the NBA. Even if I do make it, I'm probably most likely going to be a bench warmer or a role player at best. So I'm going to need some time. Then his parents told him, okay, so we're going to support you financially for 2 years, but after that, we won't have any more money. And if you still haven't made it in the NBA, and if you cannot become a professional athlete, then after 2 years, when you turn 24, you're going to be on your own. And Jeremy Lin at the time, right, he didn't reveal this until many, many years later. He didn't know where his parents got the money to support him financially for those 2 years. I don't know how much the money they took out, but for 2 years, probably minimum 100,000. And it wasn't until Jeremy Lin actually retired from the NBA after he walked away from basketball. Obviously, he has paid all of this money back to his parents, probably by 5 or 10 folds. He asked his parents finally, right, for those 2 years before I became Linsanity, right, before I had a chance with the Lakers, then with the Rockets, then finally winning a ring with the Toronto Raptors. How did you guys find the money to support me for those 2 years? Then his parents have finally revealed the truth. They actually didn't tell him this. So in America, there's something called 401k, right? So that's your retirement money. Their parents, they sacrificed everything for their son. They took out the entirety of their retirement savings, which they have been saving up for probably 20, 25, or 30 years in order to support Jeremy Lin, because they believed in their son, because they believed this guy could be Linsanity. This guy can possibly win an NBA championship. And that's this kind of a sacrifice you need. And I do believe, the number one reason why, China is struggling, Taiwan is struggling, South Korea is struggling, Japan is struggling. The reality is, at the end of the day, right, these countries, they're not as great as they used to be. It's the same thing any Western country, Canada, United States, Australia, New Zealand, all of Europe, they're not as great as they used to be. And I don't think the number one reason is immigration. Part of it, yes, but I don't think that's the number one determining factor. The reason why everything is progressing backwards is because this, 家和万事兴. When there's peace and harmony in the family, 10,000 things in your life will be glorious. And I do believe the number one reason why, so many of these Asian countries, so many of these Chinese men I mentioned, they're failing miserably at life is because they don't have the nuclear family anymore. And the modern Chinese family is full of divorces, it's full of chaos, it's full of drama. And coming back to the point of, why having parents, having a nuclear family is so important, especially in China where, the dating game is almost impossible. But I did mention, right, in the previous video, the number one determining factor for a Chinese man, whether he's able to, find a Chinese wife and get married versus, this guy just becoming incel for the rest of his life, is having a house. My younger half-sister and also my cousin, right, so I did mention they got married to Chinese millionaires because they actually own a home in the greater Toronto area, single detached home, no mortgage. But these guys are there, maybe 25 or 27, 29 when they got married. How can these guys in their mid to late 20s afford a single detached home without a mortgage in the greater Toronto area? How can they do that? Well, it's because of their parents. Their parents, they sacrificed everything so that their son can afford to find a wife and get married. This is why, in China, if you were raised by a single mother, I would say you have absolutely no chance. How can she provide a house for you? Because the chances are, if you grew up in a divorced household, your parents probably lost everything. At least 70 to 80% of their financial assets through a divorce. And right now in modern China, the dating game is so rough. If you don't own a house, you have no chance, right? So basically what it means that, the average guy, his attractiveness in the dating market to the average Chinese woman. Most Chinese guys guys are probably like a 2. But if this normal average Chinese guy, if he owns a house in China, a 3-bedroom, 100 square meter house, then this guy goes from a 2 to an 8. See, women are very weird about this. But I did mention, right, this is the issue with feminism, with female empowerment, with this so-called equality. At the end of the day, when it comes to dating, marriage, relationships, women date vertically up and the man date vertically down. A woman is not going to marry or procreate with a man that makes less money than them at the end of the day. That's why all of these modern Chinese women, they all want a nice and big house. How the hell is a Chinese guy that's 25, 27, 29 able to come up with a house, right? It's 100% down to your parents, and if you're wondering how their parents can afford a home, well, I did mention this before, right? During China's economic miracle, during the property boom, and their parents probably, I mean, sure, they worked hard, but they probably bought their house 30 years ago for something like $10,000, and 30 years later, that house is worth $1 million. So what happens is that 30 years later, if their son's 25 or 26, if he wants to find a wife or get married, they'll simply let their son inherit the house, and the parents will actually just go out and rent a small 1 or 2 bedrooms apartment where they will be living for the rest of their life, and while their son gets to have their big house so he can finally afford to get married. So are your parents willing to make that sacrifice to you? And at this point of the video, you guys might be asking, what about me? Will my parents give me a house? Well, if you follow this channel for a while, well, I'm pretty much 100% screwed. But it's okay. I mean, yes, I do have debt, but I'm slowly paying back my debt. I'm not doing so terrible. As far as owning a house, well, I don't think that's going to happen. Certainly not anytime soon in my future. It's going to be 100% okay. Life is not fair. That's the family I was born into. Got no choice, right? So, virtually every single one of my family members has been divorced multiple times. And unfortunately, divorce is one of the most detrimental things that can happen to our society because, yeah, that's how pretty much every single one of my family members, that's how they lost almost all of their assets. There's going to be no inheritance for me, but that's 100% okay. I'm going to figure out everything on my own. But I think this video is already getting too long, but this is my main message for this video. No, I don't think Asians are smart. I don't think Asians actually excel. It's just a lot of people, they put on a fake image in order to save their face. Now, I've lived in China for many, many years. I've lived in Canada for many, many years. I met a lot of Chinese men, and the vast majority of them are struggling. They're struggling big time. And the number one reason is that, just like why, I'm financially struggling right now is because, yeah, the fall of the nuclear family. So, yeah, that's my most important message at the end of the day. If the next generation, they want to reverse the current trend, if they want Canada back on track, if they want to put America back on track, if they want to put China, Japan, South Korea back on track, then yeah, come back to these 5 characters one last time. 家和万事兴. When there's peace and harmony in the family, then 10,000 things in your life will be glorious. So that's my number 1 message for this video. Thank you guys so much for watching all the way until the end, and we'll see you guys next time.
Let's watch more video.
Alright folks, I've returned to Canada temporarily in order to pay off my debt, but honestly Canada has fallen. There's so many issues. So I'll tell you guys something that's quite personal, something I've noticed. So I've been working at a Chinese grocery store, but the grocery store is actually owned by rich white folks. It's owned by Loblaws. So Loblaws is Canada's largest grocery store chain. So let me just write a few numbers down. So this is Loblaws. Sorry about my handwriting, it's not the best. So yeah, there are 2,455 stores all across Canada. So as you guys can see, right, this is a massive conglomerate. And so the current location I'm working at, before I got taken over by Loblaws, it used to be an Independent, which is another grocery store. So fortunately, not too long ago, that location closed down. It was taken over by Loblaws. And after working at their grocery store for many, many years now, on and off, and I wasn't always there. Just I left and came back, left and came back. Right. This is just a transitioning thing. Obviously, I don't plan on stay there full time. It's very, very unfortunate. I have seen Canada has fallen so much. Just about a week ago, so this morbidly obese white guy walked in. Honestly, I'm shocked by this kind of behavior from white people. I'm sorry to say, this kind of stuff, usually the first thing that comes to my mind is probably, I'm sorry to say, is probably I'm thinking of like a black guy or a brown guy, a Latino guy, Arab guy. Honestly, like I would say 15 to 20 years ago, white people would never ever do anything like this. So like this really, really fat white guy, right? Once again, white people, okay, you got to take some accountability. You can't just blame it on black people, blame it on the Muslims, blame it on the immigrants, right? So it was late at night, so he walks in with this a huge bag. He packs in off a bunch of really, really expensive stuff. So like lobsters, shellfish, salmon, and he's got a like rack of lamb, pork chops. I'm sure you guys get the idea. Now this is a huge, like really, really fat white guy, and so he probably has in his bag, I would say probably $300-400 worth of groceries. Could be more. Once again, he picked out the really, really expensive items, right? And as he was about to check out, he was walking really, really slowly towards his checkout counter. He was huffing and puffing. Once again, being fat is 100% unacceptable, right? So he was like carrying this huge basket of groceries, and what happened right after that absolutely shocked me. This guy just, as he was approaching the checkout counter, he just completely took off. He just started elbowing people. He's like, get the out of my way, get the out of my way. And he just sprinted. By the way, this guy, we're talking about at least 300 pounds. It could be 325, 330, 340, right? So this is a morbidly obese white guy. That's probably the most exercise he's done in the past 12 months. So yeah, this guy just completely took off. And if you're wondering, is there a security? Well, we have a security, but it's like a 65-year-old Chinese guy. What the hell is he going to do, right? If the security guy actually tried to stop this huge white guy, the Chinese security guy, he will get stiff-armed all the way back to the Cultural Revolution, right? So this guy, he sprinted to his car, and he just hits on the gas pedal really hard and just drives off into the distance, and nothing happened after that. Yeah, honestly, I mean, this could be a racially motivated attack since it's a Chinese grocery store, but I think it's more than that. And obviously, I'm not trying to pinpoint this just on white people, but I'm saying that, that's kind of a behavior that's, in the past, that's something usually only immigrants would do, but now I'm lumping everybody into this category. But yeah, because every time anything gets stolen in the store, obviously with this guy, I mean, that's pretty rare, but I've just noticed, because nowadays, every single item, right, on the shelf, it comes with a barcode, right? So you can just take the machine from the store, you can scan the barcode, it shows you the inventory. Every day we scan our items, and when we check for inventory, we notice that there's stuff missing, and that just people are stealing from the store constantly. And do you know why people are allowed to do that? Because there's no consequence. And even the security has been told, right, if anybody tries to act crazy, right, if they try to bring a bunch of stuff, and if they don't pay, if they try to walk out, do not try to stop them. By the way, stop bringing race into this. This is not just a black and white thing. I know some people, you might be saying that, oh, if it's actually a black guy that's stealing, you don't stop them, but you actually stop the white people. I'm telling you, man, I saw this really, really, big fat white guy. He just freaking walked out just like that. Anybody that got in his way, he was gonna stiff arm the shit out of them. This is what I mean. Canada has fallen so much. This is the behavior of someone that's living in a third world country. I mean, clearly this guy's like 325 pounds. You don't need any food, okay? You don't need any more salmon. You don't need any more lobster tails. You don't need any more rack of lamb. I mean, shame on you. But I mean, are you serious? Like a 325-pound big fat white guy to just walk into a Chinese grocery store and do shit like that? I mean, yeah, this is Canada in 2025. There's more to the story. I think, I can focus on this topic for hours. That's why this weekend, so for this Sunday, I'll come back to do the live stream. I think my last live stream was about a month ago. And yeah, I'll return Sunday, 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. That way, if you're from the Europe, if you're watching from the UK, it's about 8 o'clock in the evening. It's still not too late if you want to join my live stream. Because there's a lot to talk about. What the hell has happened to Western society, right? Once again, I understand immigrations, refugees, right? Diversity, that's one aspect. But, now you got, big fat white guys that's doing stuff like this. And I have a feeling, just maybe this was possibly, racially motivated. With, all the politics, the tariffs, what has happened in the past few years with COVID, all the lockdowns, the pandemic, right? I understand, there's definitely an increased level of xenophobia as well, because, this is what happens when we have too much diversity. But here's also something to think about. Almost everywhere, right? Almost every single store, when you walk into McDonald's, you see these kiosks. If you go to the Walmart, you see these self-checkout counters. But a lot of stores, they're taking a major step back. For example, I think, I'm not sure if all Loblaws stores is doing this. Certainly, I would say most of them, the self-checkout counters, they get shut down every single night at 7 p.m. Right? Let's say most Loblaws store, they open until 11. The last 4 hours, they close down the self-checkout counters because there's rampant theft, right? Once again, this is not just a black people thing. This is not just an Arab thing. It's also white people. It's also Asians. It's all Indians. This is a culture thing. Canada has fallen, right? When there's so many people around the country, they're just doing stuff like this. And this is when society has fallen. And the reason why they're allowed to do this is because, yeah, once again, the security has been trained. There's no consequences. Even if they get arrested, right? Let's say even if that, big fat white guy, he was unlucky as he was trying to dash outside and there's a police cruiser waiting right at the exit. If he gets arrested, so what? I mean, he might stay in jail for a night or 2 nights maximum. Then he's out on bail. Nothing will ever happen to that guy. Yeah, this is the state, not just Canada, US, Australia, New Zealand, UK, the entire Western civilization as a whole. And so why isn't the government doing anything? So who's behind all of this, right? Think about immigration, refugees. Well, there's another one huge aspect I want you guys to really, really think about this point. So, right, with all this rampant theft, all of this crime, right, a lot of stores, I'm sure you guys have noticed, a lot of businesses, they have stopped taking cash, right? So it's debit and credit card only, right? It could be a Visa or MasterCard. And even nowadays, checks, right? Because a lot of people, they have checks that bounce. So nowadays, the most popular, I would say, payment method, right, for most businesses is credit card. See, the governments are doing this on purpose. They want to force you to use your credit card. Now, it's something very important. Why force people to use a credit card? Well, this is the fee that most credit card companies, they charge. 1.5 to 2.5%, right? A lot of business, they won't take the American Express, Amex? Yeah, Amex, American Express, because the fee is 4%. You might not think it's much, but 4% of your profit is massive. So let's just take a Loblaws as an example, Canada's #1 grocery store chain. So the revenue in 2024 for Loblaws, roughly 60 billion. I mean, 60 billion, that's a lot of zeros, right? But once again, this is across over 2,400 stores. Here's the thing, if you actually look at some of the files, if you actually, let's say, you can find this on Statistics Canada, if you actually do a little bit of research, the profit margin for the business is very thin. It's 3.2%. Profit margin. If you guys wondering why it is so low, it's very unfortunate. So I've seen this just every single day. Same thing when I worked at McDonald's. So much food gets trashed every single day. It's a complete nightmare. At the end of the day, any hot food, the barbecue from Kitchen Deli, the sushi, any steamed rice combo, barbecue duck, the bakery, the leftover bread. There's so much stuff that gets tossed out, right? So same thing with in seafood, in meat, any fish and meat that goes bad, it gets tossed out. Produce department, honestly, I think it's the worst. I would say probably half of the stuff that comes in, it never gets sold. It gets straight up trashed. So it's very, very difficult to manage, right? If you guys want to one day in the future have your own little business, you have to think about the cost of actually managing your business, because 3.2%, that's a very fine margin. Just one slight little mistake, everything could just completely turn upside down. So still, if you do the math, right, even at 3.2%, you still make 60 billion. Divide that between 2,400 stores. So roughly each store makes about $800,000 a year net profit. That is still pretty good, right? Even though the profit margin is low, but they make it up by total sales. Now let's say this is 60 billion. Even this number is a little bit skewed, because imagine, right, if everybody paid cash, then yes, right, the people at Loblaws, right, the CEOs, the big shots, they can get all 60 billion. But nowadays, like I just mentioned, with the rampant crime, with the robbery, with the theft, before it was just mostly immigrants doing these crimes, but now, even white people have followed. It's just like nobody cares anymore. What has happened, right? So the vast majority of the transactions at stores like, Loblaws or Walmart, probably 80% of sales come from credit card. And so imagine this, right? So 1.5 to 2.5% fee, right? So let's just say on average is 2%. 2% you don't think is much, right? What's 2% of 60 billion? So once again, you actually don't need any calculator to do this. It's very simple. You just take away 2 zeros is 1%. So 60 billion, take away 1 zero, 600 million, 2 zeros, 60 million, right? 60 million, that's 1% times 2. 120 million. Where has that 120 million gone, right? So that money has disappeared, right? Think about it like this. So if I had $100, right, and I went to the grocery store, if I paid cash, if I went to Loblaws, I paid by cash $100, then the grocery store owner will get that $100. But if I tap my Visa card, yes, I do get charged $100. I don't get anything out of this. But the grocery store owner, he only gets $98. And if the grocery store owner, right, if he needs some kind of electronics, if he goes to a Best Buy or Walmart, they have electronics as well. And if he purchases something for $100, he taps his card, he gets charged $100. But the owner of a Best Buy or Walmart, they only get $98. So that's $2 gone every time. You might not think it's much. You repeat that transaction 50 times, $100 has disappeared. Where has it gone to? It's gone to the bank. So yeah, 120 million, right? That has gone to the bank. You guys see where I'm getting at, right? So there's a reason why the government wants to do this. There's a reason why the government doesn't care about the rampant crime. They don't care about the rampant theft. They don't care about the rampant robbery, because it actually benefits them, because it's a massive deterrent for people to carry any kind of cash. So the entire Western civilization is becoming a cashless society, right? And the vast majority of the time, right, people are not tapping their debit cards. The vast majority of the time, it's a credit card, and all credit cards will come with some kind of fee. It's anywhere between 1.5 to 2.5 to possibly 4%. And every time someone taps the credit card, the bank gets the money. So who's behind all of the banks? Well, just go down the rabbit hole. It's not that hard, right? BlackRock, State Street, Vanguard. So yeah, that's why they're allowing all of this to happen. That's why I mentioned before, right? As soon as I can turn my financial situation around, hopefully give myself, I would say, 2 more years, then I'm getting the hell out of here. Because I don't care what you guys might be saying. I don't care what kind of contents you guys have been consuming online. All these anti-China contents. But China is an extremely safe country. I lived there for 6 months, right? I traveled to 24 cities, virtually zero crimes in China. In China, you will never ever see that. You will never ever see a big fat Chinese guy go to a grocery store with a huge bag, pack a bunch of groceries, and just dash out. China has 700 million CCTV cameras. There's cameras everywhere. As soon as that guy takes off, he'll get caught in less than 2 hours. Then his life is over, because China has something called social credit score. Maybe you don't like it, but once a guy is caught doing stuff like that, yeah, boom, minus 200 points to your social credit score. Good luck. You won't be traveling and working anytime. You're done. So it's a massive deterrent for people to commit crimes like this. I know China has issues, but I think at least China does care about the citizens and their safety, because this is potentially a very, very dangerous situation. Imagine if I was the security, right? If I actually stopped this big fat white guy, he could have tackled me and given me a concussion. So that's the state of Canada in 2025. So once again, to conclude, 2 key main messages, right? The government really doesn't care, right? They're actually encouraging this kind of behavior. Even if the guy gets caught, nothing will happen, because if there's rampant crime, people are less likely to carry cash, and every time people use their credit cards, there's more money to the bank. And also, just the state of Canada, the state of Western civilization, and the fall of white people. There's so much more I want to talk about. I can probably elaborate on this topic for a few hours. So yeah, once again, this Sunday I will be going live 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and I think it's very, very important to actually have a Q&A session and go back and forth with my audience, because yeah, we have a lot to discuss. Yeah, like what the hell has happened. So on Friday, I have a very special video that's going to be 30 minutes long, then followed by a live stream on Sunday afternoon. Thank you guys so much. I will see you guys then.
Okay, let's live stream a live stream. I mean,
folks. So I hope this is he lives in the room right next to me. His name is Ankush. So yes, his name is Ankush. See, so that you know I'm not making this up. So yeah, and so this guy he's like fresh out of the boat of questions you can ask me, and I think I want to talk about a lot of important issues. Thank you. Okay. Yeah, so as you guys have seen the title, so I'm hoping to stay on for a while. I think the last live stream was about a month ago, and I think that went pretty well, and there was questions throughout. So yeah, I was just gonna try to share with you guys what I've noticed. So I've been back to Canada for 6 weeks now. Yeah, roughly 6 weeks. And there's so many issues, and I think so much has changed since when I first arrived in Canada. And so it's not just the country, it's not just immigration, it's not refugees, it's the culture. I think it's heading in the complete opposite direction. So yeah, I'm well. Eric, do you hate Indians? Well, India has a lot of issues. I wouldn't say I hate Indians, but I would say there's a lot of issues with the culture. I'll give you guys one example since you asked this. Oh, sorry, what was the guy's name who asked the question? Eric. So yeah. Eric, one of my roommates right now is Indian. It's bad. I think I'm gonna do an upcoming video. So see, this is the thing with like cultural differences and stuff. You know, a lot of Indians they don't wipe, they don't use toilet paper. So instead they have this they don't have a bidet. Like he uses like this cup. It's really disgusting. It's actually getting on my nerves. So he does. No, I'm 100% serious. He lives in the room right next to me. His name is
No way.
Ankush. So
No
yes,
way.
his name is Ankush. See, so that you know I'm not making this up. So yeah, and so this guy he's like fresh out of the boat from India. Works at a fast food place, and he uses that bidet cup. It's really disgusting. So every time after he goes for number 2, he goes to the bathtub. Then he gets some water out, and he uses the cup to basically rinse his
No.
ass. But you know what
No.
happens sometimes afterwards? Let's say if I want to use the shower, I can literally see like the poop stain and stuff in the bathtub.
No.
It's absolutely
No.
disgusting. I mean, I don't care what you do if you're living by
No,
yourself,
no,
but you know, I live in a house of 8 people. There's other people that there's 2 bathrooms that 8 people have to share. It's just stuff like that, and a lot of those things. It's just that this is one of the many problems of mass immigration, and you get stuff like this, and it's
Disgusting.
I mean, for now, I mean, I'm not making too much money. I have to pay back my debt. It's just temporary.
Fuck,
Just
I'm
gotta
gonna
tough it out.
vomit,
That's
bro.
why I think it's also one of the many issues when you have too many people converging at one point, when you have to forced to share when you're forced to share these places with all these roommates and stuff. Like when I was in China, I was renting a 2-bedrooms apartment for $137 US, so 1,000 yuan a month. So yeah, this is a massive problem. Imagine if the house had like female roommates. That's why so many people, if you look at for example, rentals.ca or roommates.ca, those websites, when you look at those apartment listings, so many of them, I would say 30% now, they say female only. Because yeah, it's a massive issue. Even me as a guy, no, like I'm serious, like that bidet thing really bothers me. He uses one of the jugs that usually holds the milk, but instead he uses to wipe his ass. He goes to the bathtub, and there's poop stains there almost every single day because he doesn't actually use toilet paper. So that's just one of the many issues. This is why I think a civil war is coming to the West. But yeah, thank you for your question. And I'm not saying I hate Indians, but like some things about their culture, like that's just not right. I mean, that's pretty messed up. Also, I understand even the Chinese thing. So the Chinese squatting toilet, I actually approve. I do like the Chinese squatting toilets because it's actually clean. Because yeah, you don't want to imagine a public bathroom toilet, right? You go there, probably 300 people are going to sit down there on average every single day. You don't actually want to sit on the seat because that's quite disgusting. So when you're squatting, you're not touching someone's ass cheeks from 5 minutes ago. It's just the fact that the toilet bins for the toilet tissues, yeah, I don't know why. Like you can't. So when you're wiping, right after you wipe, you can't just flush the toilet paper down those Chinese toilets. You have to put them in a bin, which really bothers me because like there's obviously all the the residue, the feces and stuff that's gonna be left over there, and that bin probably only gets changed maybe once every 2 days. So yeah, and sometimes the smell can be quite bad. That part really bothers me. I think it's something to do with the water pressure in China. Maybe it's not strong enough. So if you flush the toilet paper down the toilet, it's gonna get stuck or something. But yeah, that's just one of many things. Yeah, and people think I'm trying to exaggerate, but yeah, that's my roommate Ankush, man. That little water jug bidet thing that really bothers the shit out of me, literally, because you can see the poop stains in the bathtub every day. So and thank you. Oh, let me get to some other questions. So hello from Australia. So Eric is from Australia. Oh, I didn't realize you hate Indians. No, I'm not saying I hate Indians, but I think there's a lot of issues with their culture. That's what I'm saying. And also let's see. Do you miss China from Lisa? Yes, somewhat. I think, well, one thing I would say I actually miss the most, here's another thing. I'll give you guys an example. Oh, it's good. Well, we have 46 people now. So when I was in China, I did mention to you guys, when I'm using the units, I'll use US dollars since, yeah, most of my audience, over 40% are from the US. So I did mention before, right, you can rent a 2-bedroom apartment, right? So 650 square feet, all included, right? For $137 US dollars per month. I mean, that's unbelievable. That's why you have the movement of, the passport bros. I'll post this in an upcoming video because at the end of the day, I think, it's not so much as, as there, let's say if there's an obsession with, Western man, between Western man and Asian women or Latin women. It's because the Western dollar, when you take it to a developing or third world country, it's, it will take you 10 times further, right? Imagine if you go to a really, really poor country, like if you go to Cambodia or something, and let's say if you're making $1,000 US a month, you're probably the top 5% of income earners. That's why so many people are willing to relocate to these countries, right? It's not as much as, you know, they're obsessed with Asian women or Filipino women or Mexican or, you know, or these women from Colombia or Panama. It's because everything is so much cheaper. And one thing about the inflation is that, like, obviously things are going up in China as well, but you have to look at the relative, you know, to the wage, you know, the average wage Chinese people are making, and also you have to look at the something else. Okay. Also, you have to look at let's say how expensive things were 10 years ago. So this time when I went back to China, so I haven't been back in 8 years. I'm talking about compared to my previous trip, and so I compared the prices, you know, to what happened 8 years ago. So now this will be over 9 years ago. Pretty much everything is almost the same. Like the street food has not gone up. Like I like those stinky tofus in China. It's called chou tofu. So it's a different variations every city you go. Those stinky tofus, the small portions in my hometown. So you get 8 pieces of tofu. So they were 5 yuan. So 5 yuan, 70 cents USD. 8 years ago they were 70 cents USD, and when I went back this time it was still 70 cents USD. And they have those fried. I like those fried chicken strips and the fried squid rings. So usually those ones are you can get a small, medium, or large. So the small is 5 yuan or 70 cents USD, and the large one 10 yuan. $1.40 or $1.37 USD. That was the price 8 years ago. And when I went to those food trucks, it's the exact same price, right? So you might say, you know, the wages are stalling. Maybe there's inflation. I agree, there's inflation, but I think at least China is tackling the inflation crisis a lot better. Yeah, in the West, it's really, really bad because I know this, right? I've been working on and off at a grocery store for many years. I first started, well, that was 12 years ago, but I quit many times because then I came back, I quit, and I came back. So I probably worked there for maybe 5 or 6. So usually if you live in Ontario, you know that every single year the minimum wage goes up on October 1st. It's usually 2%. Some cases, maybe it goes up by 2.5% or 3%, typically 2% per year. But what happens is usually the grocery stores, they raise the prices in June, 4 months before that. So before your wage goes up, 4 months before that, they actually start raising the prices of everyday commodities like your bread, your dumplings, wonton, your bread and milk. And every time it goes up, it doesn't go up by 2%. It's always 3 or 4 or 5%. So it can never ever keep up. So you're just trapped in this vicious cycle. And I can give you guys a great example. So I've seen some new comments about this inflation rate. The place I used to live in a small town before I'm in Ottawa right now. And so the small town I lived in, we had a neighbor, a white family. And so both of the parents, just a normal white guy and a normal white woman, nothing special. They make average income, not even average, possibly below average. So they work at a printing factory. And at the factory, the warehouse they work at, there's only 6 people, including 2 of them. So outside of 2 of them, there's just 6 of them. So they just work a normal 9-to-5 day job. They don't even work weekends. They just work 40 hours a week. And so they were able to purchase a really, really nice and big house. And they own 2 cars. So they have a normal sedan and they have an SUV. And they were able to afford to raise 2 daughters. And the last time I met them, this is many years ago, must be 8 or 10 years ago, they were both married. And they're living a perfectly fine life. So yeah, just 2 people working at a printing factory, working 40 hours a week. They can afford to buy a big house, and they also have a cottage home. They have a family van. They have a car. And that's what I mean. Like the inflation is out of control. Like there's no way the average young people can afford those things anymore. And so things are getting really bad. And obviously, one of the many contributing factors is immigration is completely out of control. Let me read a few more comments, and I'll go on with this immigration talk. So sexy in the portrait mode. Oh, thank you, Tumbledree. I don't know if some of these comments are from bots. Canada. Okay, let me read some more of comments. What do you say about Eric again? What do you say about Indian born raised in Western countries, like Indians born in Australia? Well, I think everybody's different, and obviously my story is going to be completely different compared to, I did mention to you guys, I in the video, right, my younger cousin and my younger half-sister, they're both married to Chinese billionaires. Obviously, everybody's different. I don't think you can necessarily say, oh, all Indians are bad, or all Chinese people, or all black people are bad. Like so my younger half-sister, 4 years younger, I also have a cousin, she's 4 years younger. So they're both 29 now, so they've been married for a while now. They got married when they were 25. That's what I mean, women are born with values. So my sister, the one that she married, the guy, he's a 6'2" Chinese guy, and he makes 6 figures, and he has a big house in Toronto. But the thing is, right, how the hell can the young guy in his 20s afford to buy a big house in Toronto? So you're looking at probably $2 million, while his parents bought it for him. So that makes all the difference. That's what I mean. You need family. Without family, like there's no hope for you at all. Like that's why I'm sorry to say I'm facing so much struggle. That's why a lot of people are bringing up, oh, how come what happened to Black America? How come what happened to Hispanic America? How come they're all struggling? Because you don't have family. Look at the single mother home rates, right? I believe in Black America it's 64%, right? And I think 72% of Black children are born out of wedlock. It's nothing racist or controversial. It's the same for anybody. Like if you're born without family, you pretty much have no chance. I showed that video with Jeremy Lin. If you guys watched that video, the 27-minute video. So right, so Jeremy Jeremy Lin, after he graduated from Harvard, he said that he wanted to take his shot at the NBA, and his parents just told him, we have enough money for you to take care of you financially for 2 years. And they didn't tell Jeremy Lin where they got the money. They actually took out both of them. They took out their 401k in order to support him financially. So, and I can guarantee you guys this, right? If it wasn't for his parents taking out their 401k, Jeremy Lin would have never made it to the NBA. He would have just worked some normal day job. Maybe he would be working at a bank or work as a consultant or something. He would have never made it to the NBA. And in fact, if Jeremy Lin was raised by a single mother, he would never have made it to Harvard. He would have probably dropped out of high school from all the chaos, from all the family drama. Right? So like the one my sister married, this guy's 6'2" millionaire. Well, his parents are married, they're together, and his daddy's rich, so his daddy bought him a big house so he can get married. Same thing, the one my cousin married, she's 29 years old also, and her husband, he has a $3 million mansion. Well, I'm just saying, I don't know how much it is exactly. I've seen the photos of the nice and big mansion. It's in Markham. So Markham, Ontario, just north of Toronto, where half of the population is Chinese. The reason why he can afford to get married is because his daddy is rich, and his daddy bought the house for him. That's how he can get married. So that's what I mean. You need to have family, and without family, like there's virtually no chance. And don't talk about LeBron James, right? Like that's only one LeBron James. Yeah. So what? He grew up without a father. That's the exception. That's the 1 or 2% of the time. But yeah, this is what I mean. Like, so I don't think you can just necessarily categorize all people by just their religion or ethnicity. And a lot of it has to do with their family. I would say most of the time. So yeah, let me move past Eric. Canada is full of R words. Okay. Crying, laughing, brutal, fecal fast food. That dude, yeah, that's my roommate Ankush. Yeah, it's a massive problem, man. So
Brutal.
So I love the French
disgusting,
speaking.
bro.
Hope you can get better housing situation soon, Lisa. Okay, wishing you the best. Oh, thank you. Well, it's okay. I mean, I don't think I'm going to look to move because yeah, the rent is so expensive, and yeah, it's bad, man. The first time I moved out of well, I was kicked out when I was 15. I was forced to move out of the house. That was back in 2007, from 2007 to 2008. Yeah, I was renting a room in a house, and my rent was $300 Canadian per month. So that's what, $215 US? I mean, that was when I was in high school, but still, like, I mean, I'm not that old. So that was about, 15, 16 years ago. It's quite outrageous, like, how expensive things have gotten when I tell people, how much things used to cost. For example, right, speaking about inflation, things have gotten so bad. So I was just at McDonald's, like, three hours ago. Yeah, I got the double Big Mac combo. I usually get the extra mac sauce. So the extra mac sauce at McDonald's, well, in Canada anyways, when I used to work there for a year, when I worked at McDonald's, the extra mac sauce or whatever you want, the tartar sauce or, just all kinds of sauce they have, right? They used to cost 30 cents. 30 cents extra, right, if you ask for extra sauce. And this time I went to look at the menu. Now it's $1. Yeah, if you want extra mac sauce on your Big Mac or double Big Mac, it went from 30 cents to $1. That's that's 230% increase, 233% increase. That over the course of 15 years? Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, young people have no hope at all, and I'm being 100% honest with my financial situation. But the thing is, right, especially young people, the people I'm seeing on social media, probably 98% of them, they're full of BS lies. They're drowning in debt because how can these people afford to have a nice big apartment? How can they afford to drive a Mercedes? How can they afford to go to NBA or NFL games? How can they afford to take their girlfriend out to concerts? How can they afford to go on vacation in Mexico? How can they afford their Netflix or their Disney Plus subscription? Right, so there's only two things basically. You have to be drowning in debt. You have to take out line of credit. You have to use your credit card, or the only other option is that if you have rich parents, if your daddy is wiring you money, that is the only way. So the vast majority of the people, especially young people, they're drowning in debt. Right, you look at the credit card debt in America, 1.22 trillion US dollars. So what's the average per adult in America? I believe is over 40,000. Yeah, I think it's something like $40,000 US per US adult. So that's just your credit card. Imagine if you add in things like your student loans. And keep in mind now, one of the many reasons why dating has gotten so bad in the West, right? So imagine, especially if you want to date a girl who's graduated from university or she has a master's degree, because 60% of the post-secondary programs of the enrollment, the student body, 60% of them are female now. And not just that, so 66% of all student loans in the United States are owed by women. Yes, 66%. You can actually look up, you can go to the Bureau of Statistics, you can pull all these up. So two out of 2/3 of all student loans are owned by women. So the chances are, right, let's say if you find this really nice girl who's fresh out of university, you want to possibly start dating and get married and have children, then when things start to get serious after 3 months of dating, you start asking her these serious questions, and she tells you, yeah, I'm actually $100,000 in debt. yeah, a lot of men are going to say, well, actually, I don't know. Maybe it's better for me to just, let's just stay as a, casual situationship, a summer fling. I don't want to get serious with you because if this relationship gets serious, I mean, your $100,000 debt, now that's my debt. That's why so many men want to become passport bros, right? They can go to Colombia or something and get an 18-year-old who has never been to school and she doesn't have that $100,000 in debt. So this is a massive crisis because honestly, even for me, right, that's the only way like people can afford to live. I'm just looking at the price of everything, right? Like I just mentioned, I went to McDonald's. Like the extra Big Mac sauce used to be 30 cents. That was 15 years ago, and now it's $1. So that's a 233% increase in 15 years. Like it's everything, man. It's not just your house. It's not just your car. So yeah, and the debt issue. So you look at any average 22-year-old that's graduating from university right now, especially young women. Most of them, 90% of them, are anywhere between 50 grand to $100,000 in debt. Like, do you want to take out that on, because if you do choose to date that girl, now, like that debt is now your debt. That becomes your burden. That's your baggage. That's your responsibility. So yeah, we're trapped in a very vicious cycle. At the very least, even though I have a lot of debt, I can say that I'm paying that back. My goal is that hopefully by the end of 2027. So that's why I'm working 7 days a week. So let me move past that. Let me read more of the comments. I see more people are joining. More honey. Just because something is cultural doesn't make it right. Yeah. Are you being serious in your videos or is it partly entertainment? Well, Chris 20. So sometimes it's a series. I would say it's mixture 50-50.
Perfect.
Sometimes it's serious. Sometimes it's more of a just trying to get the algorithm, try to get more clicks. Sometimes just trying to lighten the mood. But sometimes 100% serious. Like when I talk about immigrations, I think it's a massive issue. If you look at immigration numbers, so Canada, country of 41 million, although that number is questionable, I think it's much higher because if you look at the immigration numbers, the first 3 months of 2025, Canada took in 800,000 immigrants. So if this keeps up, by the end of this year, Canada would have taken in 3.2 million immigrants. So that's the equivalent, if you live in the US, that's the equivalent of the US taking in 27 million people in 1 year. You guys don't think that's freaking nuts? You wonder why things are so expensive. That's what I mean. I think the UK is going to be the first country to actually have a massive civil war breakout because everybody knows the Western nations, they're in a decline. Canada's in a decline. US, UK, Australia, New Zealand, France, they're all in a decline. So there's less jobs, there's less money to be made for everybody. And what happens, despite all of this, you keep bringing 1 million, 2 million, 3 million people every single year. What is the, I think the rate of migrants that's crossing the English Channel into the UK, they're up to, I think it's 1,000 people per day now entering the UK illegally from those migrant boats. That's just people arriving on boats, those refugees. And if you count, the legal immigrants, right? I believe the cap in the UK is 600,000 per year. That's legally coming into the UK. And yeah, because, these people, when they come in, right? So what are you going to do? Either the government has to give them money because how can they survive? If the government, and that's going to come out of the taxpayers' pocket, right? I believe the government has already said over the next 10 years, that's going to cost the UK taxpayers 15 billion pounds. So that's what, $18 billion US, that's coming out of your taxpayers' pocket. And what happens if you don't take care of these people? They have to find jobs, right? These people, especially the people with no skills or education, the only jobs they can have is manual labor, be a bricklayer, work at a factory. And that's going to completely destroy the blue-collar workers in the UK because the previous guys were, doing constructions, who are bricklayers, who are doing manual labor. I mean, now you have to compete with millions and millions of migrants who are coming in. And yeah, you're going to have no chance. So yeah, that's why there's going to be a massive civil war. Like if you're struggling right there, if you can barely make enough money to make ends meet, you're struggling to put food on the table. Imagine if you're, let's say, a white English guy, right? Then some migrant comes in from Somalia, and the government puts him at your construction site. He takes your job as a bricklayer. Now you don't have job. Now you can't pay the bills. You can't take care of your wife. You can't take care of your 2 children. I mean, obviously, this guy's going to go into a massive rage mode. And yeah, that's what I mean. Like immigration can work. I mean, if your country is benefiting, and if the economy is actually growing, and also you have to look at the numbers subjectively because Canada's GDP in the first quarter, according to Melanie Jolie, she said it grew by 2.2% or something. But I mean, yeah, Canada took in 800,000 people. That's why. So if you look at GDP per capita, Canada's GDP actually shrunk by, I believe, like 0.8%. So yeah, this is like the Western countries are heading in a terrible direction. That's why I'm absolutely shocked by the results of the election. I don't even think it's at the point of net migration. If you look at the most recent polls in the UK, they're saying that the vast majority of the people, right? So in 2023, I believe the UK took in 1.3 million people, right? So 1.3 million, keep in mind, the UK is smaller than New Zealand. New Zealand has 5 million people. The UK has 70 million people now. That's just outrageous. And so 85% of the people in the UK said that they want the net migration rate to be reduced to less than 100,000 people per year. 85% of the people in the UK, this is including, obviously, a lot of them are immigrants who are against immigration now. And 50% of the population said that the UK should not be taking any immigrants or refugees. Zero. They want UK to get rid of all the illegal migrants, expel millions of them. So and the people have made their point pretty clear, but the government just I don't think they actually care at all. So this is the state of Western countries, and I believe the UK will be the very first country to actually go into a civil war. It's bad. Like I'm talking about what do I mean by civil war? I'm talking about there's going to be like the Proud Boys or something like the Proud Boys versus like Black Lives Matter. This is going to be a complete disaster. And
Helter Skelter.
people might think, oh, you're just exaggerating. It's not that bad. But yeah, I'm just saying that the things that a lot of people are just too afraid to say because everybody can see it at this point. Yeah, the vast majority of white people, they do not like immigrants. They're just afraid to say it because they're worried about getting expelled from school or losing their job. It's just let me just take a sip of water. Here, let me read some of these comments. Okay, there's a $10 super thank you. Thank you, Geotish Blade. Oh, he's a channel member. Okay, thank you. So, thank you for the $10, Geotish Blade. Where are you gonna do debates, interviews, guest appearances on podcasts? If you don't, your growth is limited. Come on, bro, it's time. Yeah, I'm planning. Yeah, I mean, so I'll tell you what happened. Right now, I'm in the classroom, it's empty. So I'm hoping in September, I can bring some people, some students to talk to. And also, I did mention it's very difficult. I'm pretty much working nonstop. This is what I mean when inflation is out of control. Well, for me, it's because I went back to school for 6 years, college and university. So I had to, obviously, it's going to take me some time to pay back my debt because the number one issue is interest because my line of credit, the interest rate is 10%. So what happens is if I just pay back like the bare minimum, it's only the interest. If I pay back only like $300 a month every single month. So all the money I can make, I have to try to pay back to my line of credit as much as I can, or else my debt is never going down because the interest rates will just keep on accumulating. That's how they get you. Like, so yeah. Right now, especially the next couple months, my supervisor, there's two of them, they're both about to go on vacation. One guy about 2 weeks, the other guy about 4 weeks. And in my department, there's only 4 people. So I have to work like extra hours to cover their shift. So it's going to be very difficult. I think hopefully starting September, I told my boss, I said, they're just limit my hours to about 4 days. And I don't even want to do 8 or 9 hour shifts, just do 7 hours. So when I'm down to about 28 hours, I think it's more manageable. I'll invite some more students, like young people, especially just, mostly university students to talk about these issues. Yeah, I understand. It's just, I wish, obviously if I was making enough money to do this full time, I wouldn't just be sitting here talking to myself. But right now it's extremely difficult, right? And things are just so expensive in Canada. And I'm hoping, when things improves in 2026, I think at one point I do have to quit permanently because I don't see a point of working at a minimum wage job because with the money I'm making, like if I was just working at a grocery store, like I wouldn't have no way of paying back my debt. The only reason why my debt is going down is because I'm making money from this channel. So with 2 incomes, I can pay back my debt. So I think I will return to China probably next year, maybe next fall. And I will do like a lot of those, I don't like those like 30-second straight interviews. A lot of it is like really fake, especially, when people ask, you ask a woman, well, what's your body count? I mean, nobody's going to be telling the truth, right? They say, I've actually only been with one guy. I've been single this whole time. And then when you ask these women, would you date a man who's broke with no house or no car? These women are saying like, oh yeah, totally, no problem at all. I'm not looking for 6 feet, 6 figures. The guy doesn't have to have any money. And that's all 100% BS. I think it's extremely important to talk about these topics, why young people are struggling so much. And it can't just be like a 30-second clip I'm recording from my phone. I think I need to actually, actually sit down with these people, have those, like a coffee break or something, and actually have a genuine conversation. So yeah, I'm hoping starting September I will have some more interviews out. Before that, I have some pretty interesting videos that's going to be released this summer. But yeah, it's just hope you guys, I hope you guys will be understanding. I'm hoping to release like channels member only videos in the future as well. But it's just the time is extremely tight right now. Like I'm working like probably over 70 hours a week right now. So. Well, thank you, G-Tish Blade. Let me, there's a lot of comments. Let me actually go read some of the comments. Okay, I was 112 people now. So, thank you for the $10. Let me actually read some more of the comments. My cousins are female. They get married in their 20s, married with kids, except sisters. She married her 30s. I'm still unmarried. Yeah, especially for Asian women, it's so easy for you to actually find, I'm talking about not just a regular dude, it's so easy for you to find a tall, rich, successful man to get married. If you end up becoming a leftover woman, it's 100% your fault, right? It's just, for a man, you have to compete with tens and millions of other men, but as a woman, all you have to do is exist. So, let me go through this, LeBron has like elite 0.01 percentage. Yeah, and yeah, like people like LeBron James, that's all genetics. So for example, someone like Messi, right? Obviously I understand like LeBron's like 6'9" and he weighs what, 260? Like Messi is only 5'6". Well, that's what he's listed at anyways. So I mean, he was born with talent. He was just born special. That's it. Also, like you look at someone like Lamine Yamal, right? Lamine Yamal is 17 right now, and I believe his market value is like 200 200 million euros, something like that. And so if you look at there's like videos of Lamine Yamal when he was like 9 or 10 years old, and I think he first entered La Masia. How do you call it? Like the academy for Barcelona when he was like 11 or something. If you look at his old training footage, ever since he was a kid, he was just born special. Like there's nothing he can do. Just like Shaquille O'Neal, right? If you put Shaquille O'Neal into Kevin Hart's body, there's no way he can make it as a professional athlete. Like Shaquille O'Neal will be broke, he'll be bankrupt. So like a lot of it is like people just were born that way. They were just born special. It's not about working hard or training hard. It's just it doesn't matter how hard I want to work. There's no way I can make it to the NBA or NFL. Like imagine I go up against a Gronk in training camp or a Tyreek Hill or a Juju Smith-Schuster. Like how the hell am I supposed to stop those guys? It's just it's all genetics. So it has. I understand hard work helps, but hard work that's maybe 10% of it. 90% of it is look at Kobe Bryant. His dad played in the NBA. Same thing. Look at a lot of NBA players. Mike Conley, his dad was in the Olympics for triple jump. Look at Erling Haaland. His father was a professional soccer player. He used to play for Manchester City and Leeds. And Erling Haaland's mother, she also competed in the Olympics for heptathlon. So I mean, yeah. So his mother's a heptathlete and his mother's a professional football player. That's why he turned out the way he did. He's this 6'5" like beast who's a goal scoring machine. It's all genetics. So let me drowning in debt, credit warning why they can get no callbacks from employers when they graduate. Yeah, and also the thing is, this is the issue. Like Canada is taking way too many people, especially since Trudeau took power. It's so freaking hard to actually find like a good paying job now, like for someone who spent a lot of money on their university degree. Because when Trudeau first took power, November 4th of 2015, Canada had 200,000 international students. Now I think it's at like 1.5 million. I don't know if it's 1.5 million. It's at least 1.2 million. So now you're at a point when you graduate, you have to compete with like 30-year-old from India, right? You have to compete with a 32-year-old from Nigeria with a master's degree and 5 years working experience. And you got to compete with some 36-year-old from Congo. You got to compete with some 40-year-old guy from Egypt. There are way too many people that's coming to Canada, right? It's like. Imagine this, right? Let's say, if you're living in the national capital region, so number one employer, it's the government. So I believe there's 127,000 people that's being employed by the government. Let's say every single year, 10,000 of those people retires. So the government can hire 10,000 people per year. And that won't be so bad. Let's say out of the two major universities, let's say Carleton University and the University of Ottawa, right? Every single year, let's say they had 10,000 graduates that can fill these jobs. It would be perfect. But now what happens under Trudeau's plan? Canada's international students, right? It goes from 200,000 to 1.2 million in just 8 years. So now, instead of 10,000 people that's graduating to fill these jobs, you got 50,000 people that's graduating. So yeah, how are these people supposed to find the jobs? The jobs are not there. Even the government, they just recently laid off like 800 people because, the economy is not good. Canada is heading into a recession. So there's no way for the government to create that many jobs. There's way too much competition. The population is exploding. And honestly, the government doesn't care because the vast majority of the people, even the immigrants, they don't want any more immigrants. But they just keep bringing more people in. And so, sorry, I'm just getting thirsty. Yeah, let me read more of these comments. So yeah, this is what I mean. I think also you guys know what has happened since I started working at the grocery store. The theft is rampant. It's gotten so bad. And I would say like before Trudeau took power, you would never ever see white people do stuff like this. But now even like the white people, like they don't care anymore because there's no consequence. Like the other day, I told you guys one of my previous videos, like a big fat white guy, he just walked out with like $500 worth of groceries. Yeah, and even like people, even when you watch them, the other day I saw this girl, white Canadian girl, not an immigrant, not a black girl, not a Muslim girl. Okay, so she picked out like 2 tubes of the most expensive toothpaste. They were like $11.99, and she actually, I think a lot of people, they're concerned because if you actually take out the whole package, like with the barcode, with the outer box, it actually beeps like when you're walking out. So she just took out the 2 tubes of ice cream. She removed like the plastic box on the outside, and she just stuffed them in her purse. Like the security guard was watching too. The security guard didn't do anything, didn't do shit. Just let her take it, and she's just like, "Oh, I'll just take your toothpaste, whatever." And she just walked out. So that's what like $22 worth of toothpaste. Yeah, and even like I was at Dollarama just a few days ago. It was just another white lady. She walked in with her purse. She started staffing like just snacks into her purse. It doesn't care. Probably took like $50 worth of stuff and just walked right out. So this is the state of Canada. Yeah, that's the behavior of a third world country. And I said this before, it has nothing to do with your race or even your religion. It's 100% to do with culture. That's the culture cancer. Like nobody cares anymore. And at this point, the vast majority of small businesses, they're going to go bankrupt. Because soon what you will see is that a lot of places, they're going to turn to fast food places like Tim Hortons or McDonald's. You have to pay before you actually get your food. Because a lot of people are going to die and dash because they don't care. They'll just go to a fancy restaurant and spend like $300 on dinner and they'll walk right out. People are doing that everywhere now. And it's turning rampant. Like even white people, nobody cares anymore. They just walk in and they stuff their bags and they walk right out. So yeah, that's the state, Canada, where you're supposed to be one of the best countries in the world. Even white people are all doing that now. Nobody cares. And I think it also shows that the reason why people are doing that is because things have gotten so expensive, and a lot of them, they just can't afford to pay the bills anymore. They say, oh, so what? Like, nobody's gonna actually arrest me, so might as well just go into the store and steal. Like, why pay for all of this stuff? So, and let me read more of the comments. I'm falling behind on some of the comments. So $5 you cannot buy much nowadays. Not even a burger. Yeah, well, like a Big Mac meal in Canada, I think it's like 13 something. I usually get a double Big Mac meal. It's like, how much is it? It's like 15.81. No, I think, yeah, it's almost the $16 Canadian. So, yeah, I remember chicken burritos $1.25, 39 debt, student loans paid off, house and 300K in the bank, top of an investment. Okay, well, if you're saying it's true, Dave Ghost, then good for you. I hope that things will work out for you. Gym is important. 35-year-old in the Baltics lost the job because of an immigrant. Yeah, it's completely out of control now. I've never seen anything like this. I mean, I'm serious. Canada is actually on pace to take in 3.2 million people this year. That's the equivalent of the United States taking in 27 million people in 1 year. Like, it's going to turn to hell on earth. Like, how are people going to find jobs? How are people going to find housing? There's only so many apartments. There's only so many rooms available for rent. So, yeah. Imagine lady bringing 100K and filing for divorce when we have cleared the debt. Yeah, it's a huge issue, especially the debt issue, because the vast majority of the student loans are carried by women, right? 66%. Yeah, so if you're looking to marry a 22-year-old fresh out of university, you gotta be ready, because she's probably drowning in debt. That's why, it's probably better to marry a girl who works at Wendy's, given the fact that, she's fairly attractive and she's feminine, not like a big fat white girl or something. But, if that's what you're into, if you like the big fat white girls, everybody's different. So, shout out to the algorithm. The Fed Instagram. FN Instagram owns your girl, bro. You're gonna buy her out? Love your vids, bro. Okay, thank you. Let me read. I'm in debt to my parents. They paid off my debt. I was so stupid, racked up ton of credit card debt. Yeah, the debt, especially credit card, is even worse than line of credit, because my line of credit right now is 9.9%. Credit card is 20%. It will eat you right up, because say if you have a $10,000 of credit card debt, if you pay back, so if at 20%, that's like $833 every month. So if you only pay back $833, your credit card debt is not going down at all. You have to pay back at least like $1,500 a month for you to clear your debt. That's why so many people are struggling. That's why I have to work like over 70 hours a week. And yeah, once again, who sent that super thank you, Jyotish Blade. Starting in what? I think there's a bunch of okay, 1 second. There's like a dot. Well, I think there's like a bot that's sending what? Okay, I'm gonna have to block a couple people. Sorry, some people are leaving yeah, I'm sorry, just going through a few of the comments. If you send the extremely inappropriate messages, usually it's flagged out, but sometimes I can open them and see them. If you send like really extremely inappropriate stuff, I just had to block someone, because yeah, someone said I'm like a Chinese communist spy and I work for Dogi. Like, shut down your page now. And yeah, just it's crazy people out there. Okay, there's another. Thank you for the super thank you. Okay, thank you for the $5. Journey, trials, and joy. Hi, Chinese historian. Keep speaking the truth, brother. Oh, thank you so much. So it's just a super thank you. There's no questions. Hey, thank you. Yeah, I will try to do my best. But yeah, let me get back on track. But sometimes maybe that account was a bot or something. But sometimes I run into those channels. It's very annoying. Canada having a full civil war. You guys don't even have guns. Well, it's not as bad as the US, but a lot of people do own guns in Canada as well. But even without guns, look at the UK. People just start stabbing everybody. It's like everybody owns a knife in the UK now. It's like the knife attack capital of the world. Yeah, especially in that city, it's called Middlesbrough. Yeah, look up Middlesbrough. Like everybody in that town has knives now. Like, I'm not talking about, once again, it's not even just the immigrants anymore. All the white people own knives now in the UK as well, especially in Middlesbrough. Like, people are going to stab each other to the death, right? That's the state we're in. So, do you have a degree? How old are you, bro? I'm 32. I'm about to turn 33. Yes, I have a college diploma and a university degree. But like I said, finding a job now is extremely difficult. And even if let's say, even if I do get into the government, so what? So, I mean, when my starting wage is probably going to be what, like 60K? 60K Canadian, by the way. So that's like $45,000 US. Now after 5 years, I'll probably get to 100,000. I mean, but nowadays, I'm sure you guys can understand, right? Things have gotten so bad. 100,000 used to be so much money, but now 100,000 is nothing. Like, if you live in Toronto or Vancouver or New York or LA, like 100,000. Imagine living in Midtown Manhattan. Like 100,000, that's minimum wage. That's what I mean. Like, so yeah, that's why I'm looking to pay back all my debt and leave here, because it's not going to get any better with millions of immigrants coming every single month, because the resources are going to be stretched extremely thin. Everything will be so much worse. So, Indians own majority of hotels in America. I think it's mostly motels. I don't think the majority of hotels are owned by Indians. Once again, there's a lot of misconception. For example, the grocery store I'm working at, people think it's a Chinese grocery store. It's actually owned by rich white people. So, sometimes, you gotta really do your research. Sometimes you think it's Indian or Chinese owned, but it's not. Most of them are actually owned by rich white people. So now that's why I started to go to church on a regular basis. People can't function as lone wolves. Yes, yeah, that's a great point. Thank you. So that's quite a long name. So Chaldeen from, well, I'll just say Chaldeen. Yeah, it's very important. Think about, any other activity where you get to actually meet people and socialize 52 times a year. That's why you need religion. And people are asking me, oh, what about Muslims? Like people who are like Allahu Akbar. Do you want them to follow like the Sharia law or like read the Quran or something? Well, I have a lot to say on that. Maybe later in the live stream. But I'm talking about, once again, excuse me, I'm talking about Western countries. I'm talking about the Judeo-Christian values people need to actually bring back to church. So, and once again, this is very important. A lot of people are so misinformed. I think schools are teaching kids terrible stuff now. So a lot of people say, oh, Christians they're bad. They killed all these people. Look at what they did. I mean, every religion has killed people. But here's the thing. So people say, oh, the Spanish Inquisition. That's actually so terrible. Millions of people were murdered. I don't think people have any idea. Do you guys know how many people were killed during the entirety of the Spanish Inquisition? So that's 250 years. I bet a lot of people who are saying that the Spanish Inquisition was a genocide, they don't even know the time period of when that happened. And also, so over the course of 250 years, roughly 3,000 people were killed. So that's one death per month, okay? One death per month. And people want to blame the Christians. I mean, that's not exactly a genocide. So yeah, I think it's very important to actually learn about what happened. So it's just a lot of people, they're just 100% clueless nowadays. And even people in Canada, for example, you ask them, do you know what happened to the Quebec referendum? A lot of people have no idea. Do you guys know back in 93? So Quebec, so the second most populous province in Canada, it almost separated from Canada entirely. So the Quebecers, they ended up getting 49.6% of the vote. The only reason why Quebec did not separate is because the government of Canada, they sent a bunch of people from Ontario and the Maritimes into Quebec, and they had become residents just in time to cast their vote. Or if the government didn't do that, Quebec would have easily gotten the majority. They would have separated. A lot of people don't even know that. And like Canada was this close to becoming basically two countries, and where Quebec would become a completely separate entity from the rest of Canada. So yeah, this is what I mean. You need, I don't necessarily mean a piece of paper, not a degree or a diploma or a certificate, but you need, like, listen up here, always learning. And that's why the one guy, Charlie Kirk, even though I don't always agree with him on all his points, but one thing I do respect about him is that he says that he reads something like 15 to 20 books a month. Yeah, you need the knowledge up here. I mean, that guy, he has never been to college or university. He says it's a scam, which I think he's 50% correct about that. So yeah, you need knowledge up here. But nowadays, man, these schools, they're pumping out the R word, like hard R. A lot of people have absolute zero idea. Like, I posted that video about that one girl who graduated from high school in Connecticut, right? And she's unable to read. Understand, I did research. She has some kind of learning disability. Well, I'm sorry, it's very unfortunate for you to say, but it's very unfortunate, but I have to tell you the truth. If you're really one of those people, you have a severe learning disability, you should not be in university. That's just like me. Oh, you know what? I feel like I should play like center for the LA Lakers. I feel like, I can be the best NBA player in the world. I want my, 2 years, $100 million contract because, yeah, I have an athletic ability. I can't really jump. I can't really shoot or dribble, but I feel like I deserve that spot. Imagine, Adam Silver's like, oh, yeah, you can be a DEI hire. We don't have any Asian guys in the NBA. You can play a center for the LA Lakers. So, and also what I've noticed in 6 years, 2 years of college, 4 years of university, so many students, well, I'm looking at my phone right now. So, so this is what I mean. A lot of times, almost every single class in university, you have to do a presentation at some point. Sometimes you have to do 2 or 3. One of them, my longest presentation was 30 minutes, solo, right? I went up there, obviously I had notes written down, I had PowerPoints prepared, but I never ever look at my notes. If you cannot do that, you should not be in university. You should be able to do that probably in middle school, even before high school. Obviously, I'm not talking about just going up there impromptu with zero research, with absolutely no notes, with nothing, then just talk. Obviously, you have done your work, you have rehearsed, you are prepared. Once you go in front of the class, you got to be able to deliver, just like this. I mean, I know a lot of you guys, well, I have a lot to say about Ben Shapiro as well, but if you look at people like Ben Shapiro or Charlie Kirk, do these people ever look at a teleprompter? No, they never have any notes. They just go up to any debates and they're ready. That's what you need. Like, you can't go in front of a classroom and be like, yeah, today I'm going to talk about the Quebec referendum in 1993. So yeah, this is what happened. And because these people, they speak French and they don't want to be part of Canada. So yeah, bro, so that's basically it. Yeah, something happened on July 1st, in 1992. Yeah, almost every single university student, right? That's what I mean. Like a college degree or university degree is becoming worthless because you have AI, you have DeepSeek, you have ChatGPT. People use Chegg, people use Course Hero, and people use all kinds of stuff to cheat. It's easier than ever to cheat before, right? A lot of times, especially with remote classes, I've seen this personally. 5 or 6 students, they sit down in classroom and they write the exam together because when they open up the exam, it's the same questions. So there's a very good chance, there's a 99% chance if there's 6 people sitting in that room, at least one person knows the answer to that one particular question. So they all end up getting like 95 to 100% on their exams. It's all cheating. So yeah, a lot of people, they can't even talk without actually reading from Britannic or Wikipedia article or the National Geographic anymore. You gotta be able to deliver with absolutely nothing. And it's very, very sad. It's just like what the Unabomber said, right? The Industrial Revolution and its consequences. It's been a total disaster for the human civilization. 100% disaster. Too much technology takes too much away from people because people stop thinking critically. They just look up something. Anytime they think about Hitler or Joseph Stalin, they just Google and say, oh, they look at Wikipedia. They say, oh, so that's Joseph Stalin. But I mean, at the end of the day, they actually know zero. They know nothing about Joseph Stalin, right? It takes years of research and knowledge, reading books, watching movies, watching full-length documentaries to truly understand what really happened, what really what led to Lenin, what led to the Bolsheviks, the April thesis, and what led to the rise of communism in China. Like this is what I mean. People are just in that aspect, I think I would say 90% of the university graduates today, they're all 100% failures because they can't even deliver a simple presentation without staring at their phone screen 100% of the time. They never even look at their profs or their classmates, and because they have zero memory, zero. There's nothing up here. Okay, there's another super chat. Okay, thank you, Journey and Trials and Joy. So as a Christian, yes, we needed to fight to bring back our faith. Secularism has destroyed Western world. Yes, we are 100% correct. Thank you, Journey, Trials and Joy, for $5. More and more churches have shut down. A part of it, I will say this. Okay, this is, a lot of you guys might think it's controversial. I'm getting behind on some of these comments. I'll get to them later. So thank you once again, Journey, Trials and Joy. Thank you for $10 now. Bringing back the church, right? Who has been burning down all the churches in Canada? It's the native aboriginals. That's the one thing I also have. I'm against the universities, and I think a lot of middle schools, high schools, and primary schools are doing this now. So at the start of every single class, at the start of every single lecture, the first slide, the professor's like, we have to acknowledge our land of this belongs to the Algonquin people, or the Inuits, or the Métis people. I mean, first of all, I have a lot to say on this. People might think it's controversial. I understand in the past, yes, white people did some crazy stuff. I'll mention this. I'll release a full-length documentary on China's century of humiliation. So that's going to be released on July 4th on Independence Day, because I think America is headed for their own century of humiliation. So yes. Yeah, I mean, sure, okay. White people, right, hundreds of years ago, they did crazy stuff. They went to the native Australians, they went to New Zealand, they went to Canada. It's true, and yes, I agree, some Aboriginals, they were brutally massacred. Okay, they were subjugated. But why were white people able to do that? You have to be honest with yourselves. The white people, they were able to do that to the native Aboriginals because they were better. Yeah, I can say that because, well, I'm Chinese. If a straight white male said that, he would get canceled everywhere. He would get fired from his job, right? So, I mean, look, if you actually study history, if you know what happened to Native America before the Europeans arrived, right, hundreds of years ago, they were one of the most vicious, they were one of the most violent, they were one of the most misogynistic tribes on earth. That's why they were so behind. That's why Christopher Columbus said, just bring me 50 men from Europe, and we can conquer all of North America with just the 50 men. They were so behind because even nowadays, especially, let's say if you live in Northern Ontario, if you visited the native reserves, you'll know how bad it is. You'll know how badly they treat women, especially to the female profs who are supporting this. Yeah, they massacre women every single day. It's very normal for an Aboriginal woman that's living in one of those remote communities in Northern Ontario, in Manitoba, in BC, in Alberta. It's very normal for them to be walking on their way to work, and they'll get raped twice before work. And after they get off work, they get raped 3 more times. Yeah, that's how they treat women in North America. That's why they were so behind the native tribes, because they were shooting those poison needles or brutally massacring each other versus actually trying to build a civilization. Do you know one of the most dangerous highways in the world? Highway 7. Look up Highway 7 in British Columbia. This is not a propaganda. One of the most dangerous highways in the world, because every year hundreds, possibly thousands of Aboriginal women go missing from Highway 7 because they get kidnapped, they get brutally tortured, raped, and murdered by indigenous Aboriginal men. That's what they do to their own women. So that's why they were colonized by the Americans. Well, not the Americans, but first by the British, and then that's how they lost their land. So I have an issue with schools trying to acknowledge their culture, but once again, it has nothing to do with race or religion. It's part of your culture. And a lot of the practices, even the natives, what they're doing today is absolutely sick. Just look at how they treat women. Like the amount of sexual assault that happens on these native reserves is crime against humanity. It's just it is probably, I would say, one of the most misogynistic cultures on earth. 10 times worse than the Middle East, I would say. Let me move that comment. Okay, there's another super thank you. Oh, thank you, Ayebo, for 10. Is that 10 pounds or 10 euros? Okay, 10 euros. I think it's okay. Thank you so much. I moved to Thailand. Many boys from China live here. The whole world is done. Dating is easy, but if you find educated woman with money here, or else you'll be pay pig. What's your opinion? Okay, thank you for the 10 euros. So yeah, I've been to Thailand a couple times. I agree. Now, the world with technology and social media, I see a lot of these women from Southeast Asia. When you come here, the first thing they say is, oh, no money, no honey. Yeah, basically, I agree. You're just a pay pig. You're just the ATM machine to them. If you have money, they'll suck your dick. And if you don't have money, then that's it. Yeah, you can get the F out. So yeah, the dating situation is terrible everywhere now. And I believe Thailand has like 10 million Chinese people. A lot of those Chinese people, they're not immigrants. Like they fled China as refugees over the course of centuries. And Thailand is more welcoming versus countries like Indonesia and Malaysia, who are basically expelling the Chinese because they're Muslim countries. They don't want Chinese people there. So Thailand just kind of accepted all the Chinese people. Yeah, especially in Chiang Mai. So Thailand's second largest city in the north. I heard in that city there's like 1 million Chinese people. Yeah, it is honestly, for everybody it's different, but I don't think necessarily if you move there things are going to be better. Understand a lot of Chinese men are moving to Thailand as well because they think the dating game will be easier. By the end of the day, the most important thing is that you have to have money. If you don't have money, it's nothing. No money, no honey. So yeah, it's getting very, very bad everywhere, especially now in Southeast Asia, because now they have access to all these foreign men who are making 6 figures, right? And then they move to these countries in Southeast Asia. Now you got to compete with these men. So yeah, I mean, let me read the whole question. The whole world is done. Dating here is easy. Find educated. Yeah, I would say, I think I support the movement of some guys who are saying that men going their own way. If you're finding it extremely difficult, then you just be happy on your own. Just go live in a cabin in the woods or something. It's better to have inner peace, because I can't imagine, like, if I was no, I'm just saying, if I was actually married to one of the women from my previous generation, like my mom, my aunts, my grandmother, all those people, like if I was actually, let's set up into an arranged marriage, and if I was, stuck in that kind of marriage, honestly, I would kill myself. I like the screaming, like, and no, it's bad. I'm not even exaggerating. It's extremely rare to see men do that. I understand, obviously, I have conflict. I've had ran into issues with men, but I think what happens is if men actually acted like that, like you're guaranteed to get a black eye, you're guaranteed to get your tooth knocked out. A lot of women do that because they don't have consequences. Just the screaming, like the banshee screaming enough I think that's why men die faster, because they can't handle the screaming. It makes them want to kill themselves. Yeah, it's just terrible. So if you're one of those people, you've just had enough. You think men going your own way is the choice to go, and maybe that's the right choice. So thank you, Ayebo, and hope things are working well for you in Thailand.
Yes, they are. it's
okay, I'm getting behind on the comments. I'll try to read some more of the comments. But yeah, I covered a lot of stuff. One plane from India though. Yeah, that's crazy. The one guy who survived, seat 11A. They need to make that into a movie. Well, I guess they will need to change the storyline a little bit because the victims of the family. Obviously, it's a little bit sensitive there. But like, I'm trying to think, like, what are the chances of that guy surviving? And also, there was another girl. You see what happened? There's a young girl, like in her 20s. She missed the flight by like 10 minutes. Yeah, because she was stuck in traffic or something, I think. Yeah, just imagine. At first, like, how pissed off she was to miss her flight. Then to find out, just the whole plane blew up. So yeah, that's actually so. I think it's the new movie coming out, Final Destination Bloodlines. I've seen the first 5. Do you guys know the storyline that inspired the first movie? It's actually based on a real life event. The first Final Destination. Remember that girl? I only watched the movie because that one girl, Ali Larter, I think, yeah. Holy shit, she used to be like the hottest woman on earth, like back in 2000. She's so like gorgeous, 10 out of 10, like 1 in a million. So I think that's why the movie was so popular. So the first movie, I think, was back in 1979, the real story, Final Destination, that inspired that movie. So there was a team from, I believe, Indiana. Yeah, from a small town in Indiana. And they boarded the flight for a basketball tournament to like a different state. And so what happened was one guy, I think he was sick or something. He had to go to the hospital, so he missed the team flight. And obviously the plane blew up or something. It crashed. So everybody on that plane died, except for that one guy who was sick on the basketball team. He couldn't make it due to illness. Then I think 1 week later, he died in a car crash. You can try to look up the real story. I don't have all the details. It was either 1979 or 1980. So yeah, that's the real life story. How crazy is that? He missed that flight, and then the plane goes down, then he dies in a car accident 1 week later. So maybe the Grim Reaper is real. Like nobody can escape death. So let me read more of these comments. Yeah, I'm getting behind on these comments, so let me actually try to read some of these. I think there's a few more super chats. Okay, yeah, thank you for 279 Canadian. Manny Kwaku, it's the K silent. Maybe it's Manny Waku. So Canada is cooked. I'm leaving here in 3 years. I agree, man. Canada used to be so much better. Like I said, the small town I used to live in, the white neighbors, they worked at a small printing factory. Not even a factory, like a shop. So 2 of them and 4 other guys, just 6 people. They work at a printing factory. They only worked 40 hours a week, like a 8 to 4:30 Monday to Friday thing, and they can afford to buy a big house. And I think they paid off their mortgage in like 10 years. By the time they were 35, they were debt free. They own a cottage home, they own a family van, they own their own sedan, and they could afford to send both of their girls to a university, and both of their daughters are married. So just 2 average people working at a printing factory, making probably not even the average income, and they can afford to own a nice and big homes. That's how much Canada has fallen. Young people are screwed. So yeah, there's a few more super chats. Yeah, oh, okay, that's the Geotouch Blade. Yeah, so once again, those interviews, hopefully September. I'll try to do my best. Once again, hope you guys are understanding. I'm hoping next September, that's the goal. I will quit and try to do this videos full time because I really want to grow the channel, but I need more people to join, to actually have a conversation. So yeah, but it's just right now my situation with the line of credit, the 9.9% interest rate. I got to work as much as I can to try to pay that back. So yeah, I will have some interviews coming out in September, and yeah, I'll do my best. And hopefully maybe next fall I have like actually sit down like coffee break interviews with other Chinese people in China. So yeah, it's getting there. John, do you like black men? You talk about them a lot. No, I don't have a obsession with black men. That's kind of, well, I don't know what you mean. Are you saying like I'm gay or something? No, I'm not gay. But I mean, if that's what you're into, so, but it's definitely not my thing. I wouldn't want to get drilled behind by like Don Lemon or something. So you talked about them a lot. No, sometimes it's just, it picks up on the algorithm for some reason. So sometimes I just follow up on the topic. It's gotta try to do whatever helps me, because I just posted a 30-minute video talking about Chinese history, and it was one of my worst performing videos ever. I think I lost like, just from that one video I lost like 10 subscribers. So it's very difficult. Like when I talk about the stuff, like people ask me, why don't you talk more about Chinese culture and history? When I talk about it, nobody watches them, and the video performs terribly. And it's just sometimes it's because of the algorithm. But like, I don't have an obsession with black men. But I will have to say this: excuse me, I need to blow my nose. A lot of Chinese men, they do say this. They say, no, I'm serious. They don't want to go on video and actually admit it. They do say that like the black man is actually bigger. That's why some of these white women, they go after them. So, by the way, there's actually a term. So not like snow bunny, understand? But you guys know what they call them? Like those rich black men, like the black NBA and NFL players who are like, you know, bouncing around all these white women. They're called winter soldiers. Yes, have you heard of that term? So what is a winter soldier? Winter soldier is basically, you know how white woman's like a snow bunny? So what happens when you surround yourself with a bunch of snow bunnies? You get hit with an avalanche. So avalanche, right? They happen during winter when there's a lot of snow. So those black men are called winter soldiers. Like Jimmy Fox.
What is this?
Yeah, Jimmy Fox is probably a winter soldier for sure.
What is this?
I think he's, how many white women has he been with? Like probably like 100 or something. So yeah. No, so John, I'm not particularly that's a weird question. No, I'm not into. No, it's just people are like, see, they focus on one thing. Obviously, my videos I talk a lot about white people, but nobody ever says anything. Then it says that I talk about black men for one video. They say, oh, why are you so obsessed with blacks? I also talk a lot about Indians. I also posted a 27-minute video on like Asians. I also posted a 33-minute video on Chinese immigrants. So like I talk about everybody. So it's just people focus on the weird stuff. So let me see. Video was kind of boring, to be honest. Sir King Cal, are you talking about which video? Like the 27-minute video on Asians? Okay, I'm not sure. So, well, thank you. You're a channel member, Sir King Cal. I wish your Chinese history videos did better. I really like them. Oh, thank you. So, but yeah, I'll try my best to try to make it work. But sometimes maybe the algorithm just doesn't like it. The algorithm seems to prefer like interracial dating videos more. So, small PP history. Okay. Bro verbally slapped the goofy on his head. What? Okay, you need better video editing. I don't know. Are you talking about that 30-minute video? I had a different version, but nowadays it's very difficult. Like, for example, I don't know how a lot of people, where they do videos of they just keep reacting to other people's videos. Like that guy, Uncle Roger. I think half of these videos are fraud because it's just copyright. So I originally uploaded a different version. Then right after I uploaded it, the video got copyrighted. So I had to take down that video and basically redo everything.
Oh, no.
So nowadays it's very difficult. Sometimes I would like to take some stuff from like clips from like, let's say, National Geographic or something to try to make my video better, but sometimes I can't because yeah, the copyright is very severe. Especially, you know which channel is really bad? Olympics, because even if you just use like 5 or 10 seconds clip from like the Olympics, they'll copyright strike your channel and you get suspended for a week. So yeah, that's one major issue I'm having. That's why I don't like to react to other people's videos, because you never know. One guy could just feel really weird about it. He could copyright my video gets taken down. So thank you. Okay, ML. Oh, thank you for becoming a channel member. So yes, some of my sometimes it's just yeah, the copyright issue. I'm having a massive problem with copyright. So thank you for becoming a channel member. And wait, how do I? Let me get back. Okay. Okay, ML. Do you think the Jews control the world? No. I don't know. Are you like a hardcore follower of Candace Owens? Some of her posts on social media, especially on X. I mean, she's pretty big now. I think she has what, like 6 million followers on X, like 5.6 million maybe. I haven't checked lately. I haven't been watching her lately. Some of the stuff she says is a little bit questionable. I think she's starting to. I think once people start to get a little bit of fame, once they start to make a lot of money, they kind of go off the rails. She's saying U.S. is a colony of Israel. I don't think the Jews control the world, man. But if that's what you think. But also one thing, a lot of people get triggered when I say this. Okay, I think Ben Shapiro has a lot of problems. By the end of the day, Jew is a religion. I would say vast majority of the Jews, I will classify them as the white people. Okay, well, a lot of people get triggered, but I'm just saying, well, what you want to say Ben Shapiro is an Arab guy or a black guy? I mean, Ben Shapiro is clearly a white man. If you look at Trump's family, right? Trump's his daughter, Ivanka Trump, she's a Jew. Like, what you want to say, Ivanka Trump is a brown or Arab or it's just I understand there's a small percentage of Jewish people are also black, like the Ethiopian and the Eritrean Jews, but it's a religion, and no, I don't think they control the world. But some people, you gotta be careful about people who like you're following. Like what's that guy's name? Nick Fuentes. Am I saying that correctly? Yeah, like some of the stuff he says is very, very questionable. Now, and also well, like I understand people like Charlie Kirk. I think he's way too pro-Israel. I have nothing against the Israel. Like, look, I don't think the United States should be sending money. So $3.3 billion a year, that's $9 million a day to Israel. I don't think they should be doing that. I think the United States should be able to defend itself, and that they should not. Also, I think NATO should be disbanded. And also, like whatever Israel is doing to Iran, like they can do whatever the hell they want to. They can go to war with any Middle Eastern country for all I care. But the United States should not be sending any troops to the Middle East to help Israel. Nor should it be the other way around, right? If Iran decides to go to all war with Israel, and the United States should not be obviously supporting Iran either. They can do whatever they want to, but people are very hypocritical. For example, someone say, "Oh, Jews are the problem," but then they'll say, and then I tell people, okay, so there are 2 million people, 2 million Palestinians in the Middle East. Why don't we help them? Why don't we welcome all 2 million Palestinians into the United States? Just have them as your neighbors. They're like, "Oh, the Muslims are bad. They're terrible. Oh, Islam. This is a religion of hatred. This is a terrible religion. They're full of death. They're full of violence. These people, they're not compatible with our culture. So like, you want to hate on the Jews and you want to hate on the Muslims. So it's just people are very just. That's why I don't agree with diversity. I think everybody should be, it's better when you're separated, because this is what happens. But you have to also realize, I understand, well, Bibi Netanyahu needs to go 100%. I do agree. I understand a lot over the course of the last couple of years, there has been a lot of negative views on Israel. But here's the thing. If Israel, let's say if Bibi Netanyahu is gone, and let's say if the next guy comes in and he wants to completely how do you say, denuclearize Israel. Let's say he wants to demilitarize the entire country. He says that Israel, we should lay down all of our weapons. If Israel lay down all of their weapons, they will be instantly obliterated by their neighbors. So, I mean, yeah, there's never going to be peace in the Middle East. So, yeah, it's not an easy situation. But I think people nowadays, even Candace Owens, sometimes the stuff they say is a little bit questionable. But once again, I do think people like Charlie Kirk, it's both sides. Charlie Kirk is way too pro-Israel, and it's very questionable, because I think Charlie Kirk is actually a very smart young man. Well, I say that, I'm actually 1 year older than him. But the stuff he says about Israel is a little bit questionable. So, no, I'm neutral. I think
Next question.
whatever they want to do, it should be their own business. Same thing with Ukraine. The United States should not be sending any more money to Ukraine, right? It's just whatever happens between Russia and Ukraine, the European Union, they got to sort that out. They got to sort it out themselves. America should not be interfering with all these other countries. Regarding statistics on pea size, I saw doctors measuring difference. It's very little. It's like 1/4 of an inch between different races. It goes from black to white to Asian. Oh, so Misha TL. Well, I'm not sure where you got that study. Well, I don't even know, because like, I'm getting off topic. It's talking about like the penis size thing. So if you actually Google it, according to Google, like the study they did, the country with the largest, the longest third leg, whatever you want to call it, is Ecuador. They say Ecuador, the average, basically the average length in Ecuador is 6.7 inches. Like how would they know? Because like you can't just measure like 20 guys and you just say, oh, that's like the average for the whole country. I think there needs to be a massive sample size. You probably need to go to each country and measure at least like 20,000 men or 10,000 to get bigger enough sample size. So that stuff, that study is questionable. So I don't know. I've also looked at those studies, but yeah, if according to those countries, if you look at the Asian countries like China or Thailand, Philippines, like Japan, India, Pakistan, according to those charts, like those Asians and Indians have the smallest. But once again, I don't know. I think there needs to be a global thing where they actually need to measure at least 20,000 men from each country to get big enough sample size. And I don't know how Ecuador could be number one, honestly. Like 6.7 inches for Ecuador? Like really? Maybe it's something in the water. Maybe their diet or something. So that's a shame. Okay, let me. Why did you move to Canada and not the US? Oh, thank you, ML, once again. So well, I didn't have a choice. So it was my stepmom. She moved to Canada first. Then she brought my sister and my dad to Canada first, and I came to Canada a few years later to join them. But unfortunately, they kicked me out a couple years later, so I've been on my own. So I think my stepmom, she chose Canada because she felt like Canada would be safer. Well, I will just say this. My family is very crazy. They're very racist. The reason why she wanted to move to Canada like 25 years ago was because she thinks that there's way too many black people in the US. She knows there's black people in Canada as well, but not as much. So she wants to stay away from black people. That's why she chose to live in a small town where over 90% of the population are white. I'm just seeing once again, I want to be honest with the audience. But that was back then. Canada is over now, man. It's full of immigrants now. So okay, there's another super chat. ML. Okay. Thank you for $5. How much to make anti-Semitic contents on other video platforms? How much to make? Are you talking about that guy Nick Fuentes? Yeah, that guy is questionable, man. Half of the stuff, because nowadays people can say anything, so you gotta be very, very careful. Even a lot of stuff about China, what they're saying is just 100% not true. So Candace Owens, I mean, I don't know. If I have the chance to one day sit down and actually talk to her, I would like to ask her, because yeah, I don't know what the hell is getting to her head. A lot of stuff they say is very, very questionable. Once again, I have nothing against Israel, but I also don't think the United States should be donating the money to them. I also don't think obviously the United States should be interfering at all between anything that happens in the Middle East. If Israel and Iran, if they want to destroy themselves, then go ahead. So, yeah. Just be very careful about the stuff you see on the internet nowadays, because who knows, man, everything could be fake. For example, right, you see a beautiful Chinese girl, you think, oh my god, it's the most beautiful woman in the world. Then she takes the beauty filter off, and then she looks like a freaking I don't know, she looks like a Whoopi Goldberg or something. So turns out that she's actually an old black woman instead of an 18-year-old Chinese girl. Now it's like nowadays there's so much fake stuff on the internet. So Charles SB, they control the world, bro. They're talking about Jewish people. Well, I don't think that's really true, but I don't know. Once again, a lot of people have been consuming some weird stuff on the internet. So I mean, for example, if you live in China, China is clearly controlled by the Chinese Communist Party. So it depends on where you're coming up with this stuff. So you missed my 2 previous super chats, Sir King Cow. Did I miss it? Sorry, I gotta let me just go back. I've been missing because all the chats should show up right here. Okay, yeah. I'll try to focus on the super chats more, but I'll try to go scroll through the comments. Okay, Sir King Cal, thank you for the €2. €2, I think. Yeah, you should make a Discord server for the community. No, I don't use Discord. I didn't like the thing. I had it for the university, for the study groups. I just didn't work out very well for me, for just a terrible thing. And I'm sorry to say, I had to delete my email. I used to have an email on there, and I had to block some people as well, because they keep sending me a bunch of really, really inappropriate stuff. Like one guy who was telling me, for example, he said he was stuck in Hong Kong. He needs to get him extradited because he works for the CIA or something, and he's been arrested for like the Chinese Communist Party. And I need to like basically write a letter to free him. So that's the issue nowadays, because I keep getting all these trolls. So out of every 10 email I get, 8 or 9 of them are completely trolls instead of people who are genuinely interested, who actually wants to have a conversation or something. So yeah, I'll think about something for the future. Yeah. Maybe I'll just try to do more live more often, but it's very difficult with my work schedule right now. Let me just go back on some of these comments. So do you okay?
Hey,
ML, do you consider yourself a Chad? No, I don't consider myself a Chad. I think I'm below average. I would say I'm probably like a 3 out of 10, to be honest. So that's my honest opinion. Black man shouldn't even be on radar. We are the ones taking your woman. What? No, I'm just trying to cover every single aspect, man. If you actually follow all my videos, I would say I probably talk about white people more. It's just people try to focus on that, 1 or 2 video. Yeah, and it's just I'm not obsessed with black people. I talk about everybody. So Nick Fuentes is indeed the leader of the KKK. I don't know, that guy has issues, man. So if you've been watching too much of his content, I'd be very careful, like, because a lot of people are spewing lies out there. It's just 100% not true. So why do you not have anything against Israel? See, that's also here's also the thing, right? A lot of people, I would say 80% of the people in the West, they have this anti-China thing. They hate China so bad. They say China is bad. Chinese Communist Party is bad. Oh, Xi is bad. All this stuff, right? Do you know what China has, ever since October 7th, right? China has made it 100% crystal clear. China is in 100% support of the Palestinians and all the Muslims in the Middle East. China has made it 100% clear that they're absolutely against Israel and what they're doing. And there must be a 2-state solution. And, Bibi Netanyahu has got to go off that stuff. So you guys are a bunch of hypocrites, right? You guys say, oh, you hate Israel so bad. And China comes out, right, 100% crystal clear, says that, oh, we hate Israel. We want to support the Muslims in the Middle East. And then you guys hate China as well. Like, gotta, just make up your mind. Think clearly. Like, what do you want? It's like the same thing. If you hate Israel so bad, right? And then the Palestinians say that, oh, they want to come in. Why don't you take us into America? There's 2 million of us. We're getting, murdered by Israel. They're committing genocide. Then you say, oh my God, Muslims are bad. They're not compatible with our culture. We don't want the Quran here. We don't want the Prophet here. We don't want these Muslims. So it's like, oh, you hate the Jews and you also hate the Muslims. So it's one of those things. It doesn't matter what you say. It's just like, whether if you support Trump or Kamala Harris, it doesn't matter which side you should support. You have to remember, Kamala Harris, she also got 75 million votes by the popular vote. I understand the Electoral College was a landslide, but if you look at the popular vote, it was only 2 million vote difference. So it doesn't matter which side you take, half the people are still going to hate you. So no, I mean, obviously, I don't think Israel has a lot of issues. I would never live or visit there, but I'm neutral. They can do whatever they want once again. But whatever happens between them and the rest of the countries, no country should interfere, right? Whatever, just let them duke it out. So, I mean, Israel has a very powerful military, and they're nuclear. So just let them fight it out. Like China, Russia, obviously United States, UK, Canada, we should not be interfering at all. Zero interference. Just let them duke it out. That is immortal. Israel's like that girlfriend starting fights with other men. Okay, but thank you for that comment. Well, yeah, I mean, yes, they do have issues, but what are you gonna do, man? The world is not perfect. Facts, multiculturalism sucks. Yeah. Wait, you believe in tribalism? No, I don't believe in tribalism. Bro, what's a creamy caboose? So that's the pink snapping turtle. You know what pink snapping turtle means, right? So that's what that is. My BBC friend won't let me get some. What? John Doe? Okay. Charlie Kirk is lobbied by AIPAC. Yeah, I'm a little bit... See, Adam, I think you have a point there. So Charlie Kirk is very wealthy, right? He probably makes a few $1 million a year. So yeah, I think he talks about really, really good stuff. But every time in the debate when he talks about Israel, he's just like he puts them like right up here, like oh, they're so much better than everybody else, and you know, United States should be donating more money to Israel. So I think it's possible. Maybe there's money behind it, like RFK Jr., right? Robert F. Kennedy Jr. He makes a lot of good points, but every time he talks about Israel, it's like, oh, Israel's all the way up here. So yeah, I think part of that could be true. They could be getting paid. Like, you know, maybe he's getting a couple $1 million a year. So who knows? That's why nowadays it's difficult to trust anybody now. That's why look at that celebrity, right? I used to respect them so much more, but nowadays not so much. Like The Rock, Dwayne Johnson, because every time you get to political, right? Anytime you talk about Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, like liberals, Democrats, like conservatives, all that stuff, he's like, oh, I gotta be really careful. I don't know if I want to do this interview. I can't answer that question because there's money involved. I think The Rock is just he sold his soul to the devil. He's so afraid of even though despite how much money does he have? Like 200 million, could be more, right? But he's so scared all the time to actually say what he really wants to say because he knows there's money involved on both sides, and if he says the wrong stuff, he could lose like millions in sponsorships. So he says a lot of stuff. Either he just avoids the question or he just says a bunch of fake stuff to make sure he doesn't lose any money. So yeah, I think that's possibly one aspect. There's a lot of money involved. Yeah, and because of that, honestly, I did lose all respect for The Rock because he's so afraid to say anything anymore. Oligarchs and their aristocracy and money is the problem. Jews are just overrepresented in relation to share of the global population. 80% of non-Jews and with 60% Western Christian background. Once again, a lot of people, like especially white people, want to say this, but you know, the vast majority of well, I mean, there could be Chinese Jews. It's possible. The vast majority of people, like Ben Shapiro, is a white guy. I mean, whether you want to say he's Arab or something, I mean, I understand in Africa there's a small number of Jews as well, but overall it is a religion. It's not an ethnicity of people, and most of them are white people, and with the exception of the like the Ethiopian Jews. Some of them are black. So, and if you still disagree, look at Trump's daughter, Ivanka Trump, right? She's pretty much she's like the poster child for white women. She's as white as it gets. She's Jewish. So, yeah, like, to the white people who are saying that Jews are the problem, like you're basically saying that like the white people are the problem. So, crazy critters, keep the 100% realness and honesty going. Thank you so much. I think that's the old chat. I missed some of the chats. Let me go back to some of the old. Yes, okay. Thank you for the 279. Young, 12 easy, 279 Canadian. So, Canada is a third world country. So, yeah, it's getting there very, very fast. Yeah, it's being overrun by mass immigration and refugees, and it's yeah, Canada, give it another 10 years, like a civil war is gonna break out, and then all hell's going to break loose, man. Like if you can't afford to, I would say get out of here, and if you have to stay in Canada, probably the last hope for Canada is move to Alberta. Probably the last hope for Canada, I would say. Yeah, so maybe that's going to be the new independent country. It's going to be a referendum in Alberta, just like what happened to Quebec, and maybe they'll separate from Canada because yeah, woke ideology is taking over. Well, with the exception of Alberta. Alberta is like Florida of the United States, and maybe it needs to be separated. What about okay? Let me read. What about fentanyl prosecutors sent to U.S. and Canada from China? Crop fungus from international student. Yeah, I don't know. I'm trying to think how the hell that happened. I don't know exactly what happened, and also that Chinese student, like her boyfriend was like allowed to go back to China. Once again, I don't know all the politics, but yeah, that's very, very questionable. So I don't know, man. So. I don't know everything. Once again, you know, if I don't know something, I'm not going to try to sound like a smart ass and just making myself look dumb. So stop obsessing over size. Okay, man, thanks. But I'm just saying, okay, I won't follow up too much. Stop obsessing with size. Size matters. But I mean, Kevin Samuels has always said this. No, look up Kevin Samuels. He says that in some of his live streams. He's a 6'4" black man, right? And he says that he has a huge dick. And he talks to other black men on his live calls. He says that if you have a huge dick, is a major advantage in the dating world. So. Don't follow people, follow the cash. It will lead you to the truth. Did a video about it. Well, so is your degree? No, my degree is in Bachelor of Commerce. Commerce is business. Yeah, basically Bachelor of Commerce. Stop watching porn. Okay, okay, bro. Thank you. Why are tall Asians usually managers? Is that a black pill? No, I don't think that's necessarily true. Is that really true? So no, I'm not sure 100%. So let me see. I like probably open Pandora's box. My bad, bro. What about the Uyghurs then? Like the Muslims in China? Once again, like a lot of people are watching fake stuff from the West. They say that China has like 1 million Muslims locked up. I don't even know where they get that number. And also, the ones who are locked up, right? Once again, this is the people who are saying that, oh, why are you like, you know, not against Israel? But also, you have to remember, look at their neighbors, right? So sure, I mean, some Muslims are probably locked up in China. The ones who are locked up are trouble. And that's what I'm saying. When I talk about the Western becoming secular, I'm talking about bringing back the church, the Judeo-Christian values. Once again, so the Torah. I understand there's Zionism, but there's also Judaism, okay? So Judaism then branched out to Christianity, right? They're 100% connected. The Torah and the Bible, they're 100% connected. And so if you go to the Chinese city of Xi'an, which has been around for over 4,000 years, there are a lot of Muslims in that city. So most of them are ethnic Hui. They're called Huizu. They look just like me. If it wasn't for their outfit, you wouldn't be able to know they're Muslims. Obviously, they don't eat pork. They read the Quran, and they go to the mosque and they pray, and their prophet is the Allah. They live 100% normal life. They have no problem at all. Like most of them, they own their own small businesses. If you go to the Chinese city of Xi'an, which is the second most visited city in China, you'll see lots of them. They live just fine. But the ones who do end up getting locked up is because they're trouble. Because have you guys ever heard a Christian guy say Christ is king, then blows himself up? I have never ever seen that. But every time one of these terrorist attack happens, they're always shouting that phrase. I'm sure you guys know what I'm talking about. Like they're always shouting Allahu Akbar, which I mean there's something wrong with the culture. Because the ethnic Hui people, they're also Muslims. They're ethnic Asians. There's no issues at all. But every time I'll give you another example. Singapore, one of the most wealthiest nations on earth, right? I don't even think Islam is the issue. I think it's a culture with people living in the Middle East. For example, Singapore has a massive Muslim population. It's got to be 20%. One of the wealthiest nations on earth of 6 million people. They have zero terrorist attacks. They have no problems. A country with 20% Muslim population could possibly be higher, right? They live just fine. Look at Indonesia. Indonesia has about, I think, 250 million Muslims, right? If you go to Indonesia, 250 million Muslims, the country is functioning normally. There doesn't seem to be an issue at all. But the Muslims who do get locked up, it's because they're causing trouble. That's why, look at what's happening to the Palestinians. How come the Egyptians, how come they won't open up their border? How come Lebanon, how come Yemen, how come Iran, how come they won't open up their borders to the Palestinians? Because a large number of them are trouble. That's why you have to understand why Israel is acting like that. That's why I don't think Israel is the number one problem, because I think it's a problem of culture. There's a lot of problems in the Middle East. Understand, obviously, some of it has to do with the military-industrial complex and whatever you want to call this. The Americans, their goal for primacy or global hegemony. Yes, part of it, but there's a big problem. Look at the UK. So the UK has a very extensive list of the most dangerous criminals in the UK, right? So if you look at the UK demographics right now, as of now, it's 6% Muslim, 6%, okay? If you look at the UK's list, you can search up a list, over 4,000 people, the most dangerous people in the UK. These are classified as terrorists. Once again, these people are living in the UK, 4,000 of them, 95% Muslim. So I mean, I'm not trying to be, Islamophobe. I'm not trying to stir up controversy. I'm just saying that, like, there's a problem, okay, they're in the community, and I think people need to actually have an open debate and talk about it, because something terrible is happening. Is it because it's not compatible with Western culture? So how come, 4,000 of the most violent criminals in the UK, 95% is Muslim? So there's a huge issue. That's why some of them are being locked up in China, because they're causing trouble. And the Western media is using it as propaganda. They're saying that China is committing genocide. No, it's because they're causing trouble. So, yeah. Once again, that's why, I don't think, I understand Israel has a lot of issues, but still, they can't just lay down their weapons. If they lay down their weapons, they will be obliterated. So that's why there's no easy solution to this. Play knowledge and more knowledge. China doesn't like Muslim minority. That's why, once again, FB, you're 100% wrong. In my hometown in Jilin, so 3.6 million people in my city, there's a massive, huge mosque. One of the biggest I've ever seen. It's blue-colored. Right? You see the Islam symbol, you see the Islam flag. There's people praying there every single day. But to those, once again, those are not Uyghur Muslims. Those Muslims, they look like me. They're ethnic Hui. They're called the Huizu Muslims. Yeah, they live 100% fine. They read. Yeah, they read the Quran, they follow the Sharia, then they follow the Prophet Muhammad, they pray every single day, and they go to work, everything is fine. Nothing happens to those Muslims. So what is happening to the Uyghurs? Because some of them are causing trouble. So yeah, like the West is just using it as a fake propaganda. And once again, right, if you're American, you think Muslims are being treated so bad in China, why don't you take all of them in? So China, I believe, has 24 million Muslims. Yeah, so you feel bad about the Muslims, right? They're being prosecuted. Yeah, go ahead, 24 million, just to take them. Go to sanctuary cities, take them into LA, to Chicago, to Houston, to New York, to Boston, if you love them so much. So yeah, a lot of people are very, very hypocritical. So yeah, you'd be surprised. I believe China has something like, how many mosques in China? Yeah, 3,000. Sorry, I have to, let me look this up. How many mosques in China? This is why you guys are wrong. So if Muslims are actually being prosecuted 24/7, there will be 0 mosques in China. I think it's actually 3,000 in China. Yeah, the Muslims have no problem. Everybody's free to practice Islam. The ones who get locked up is because they cause trouble. So, oh, sorry, I was wrong. There we go. Yes, China has anywhere between 38,000 to 40,000 mosques. You heard that correctly. Upwards of 40,000 mosques. Right? So, yeah, if Islam was actually being prosecuted in China, why would there be 40,000 mosques? So it's just people are just trying to stir up issue, making a fake propaganda. Yes, some are locked up, but those ones are trouble. Once again, if people actually solve the issue, there needs to be a conversation. For example, people in the UK needs to actually sit down and talk with the Muslim community. How come 4,000 of the most dangerous people in the UK is 6% Muslim? How come out of the 4,000, 95% is Muslim? That means there is an issue, and unless you are willing to sit down and have a dialogue, that's why you're going to have a civil war. So I think it's very important to have these conversations instead of just reading these fake stuff on the internet. So, What? I'm texting and driving, ML. Well, thank you for the $5, but please don't text and drive. That's terrible. I almost died donating and writing so much. That's how much I support you. Well, thank you, but don't text and drive, man. So that's very, very dangerous. Let me read some more of the comments. I'm getting behind. So, working at a liquor store, saw a Chinese rapper dude with a beautiful East LA girl. Well, good for him. Is he a real rapper or is just a rapper wannabe? Asians unifying is a fantasy to hate each other more than other races. Maybe South Asians and unify? What? We can't let Muslims. Western propaganda. I have friends in Xinjiang that are living in prosperity compared to neighbors in Kyrgyzstan and Tajikistan. Yeah. So yeah, just be careful with the stuff you watch on the internet. A lot of it's simply not true. Okay, I'll give you guys another example. You say, oh, it's Muslims locked up in China, right? So okay, look up every single American prison. How come, I would say probably what, 70%? Maybe 75 or 80% of the people locked up in American prisons are black men. The vast majority of them are young black men. I mean, China can say the exact same thing about the United States. They say that, oh, the US is the most racist country in the world because look at your prisons. How come your prison is like 70 to 80% young black men? Why are you lock up all these young black men? There you go. So you want to answer that question? This is why it's very important to actually sit down and have dialogue. So, and anybody that, if they end up getting locked up, there must be a reason for it. These young black men are getting locked up because there's a massive issue. It's not because of systemic racism, because there's a culture issue. Perhaps have you thought, look at these young black men. How many of these young black men were raised by a single mother? I think that's a good place to start, right? How many of these young black men, they have, they've never been to church? How many of these young black men that's getting locked up, they were born out of wedlock? I think that's a good place to start. So, I think it's important to have these conversations, but you have to be very, very careful. But see, nowadays, I think the Western nations are getting very, very bad at this. Just they're trying to always, what do you call it, gaslight, trying to start something. Because I never see those videos in China. I never see it on Chinese social media or on Chinese news channel. They say that, oh, look at the American prison system. It's all blacks and Hispanics. Oh, they're so racist. I never see that from China. But it's the US, the Western countries that are always posting stuff like this. They say, oh, China's the worst country in the world. They're prosecuting all their Muslims. It's always stuff like that. So yeah, you guys are the ones who are constantly trying to stir up something. And that's why I mentioned before, right? If you actually want world peace, you don't want World War III, right? You don't want to actually get sent to the Middle East and die for Israel. How about having China join NATO? Honestly, if China, or in fact, if China or Russia, just one of them joined NATO, sure, I think it should be disbanded. But if you're going to keep NATO, have China join NATO. You have world peace. That's it. That's the end of it. If either China or Russia joined NATO, there will be no more wars. Yeah, it's actually, no, it is that simple. Why can't China join NATO? Oh, because, China is the enemy. Why does China have to be the enemy? Why can't you just figure something out and meet a middle ground? Because it's very clear at this point, the Western nations, they don't want to. They always try to frame China as this, terrible, the most evil regime in the world. Oh, they're communists. They're so bad. This is like a Stalin. This is like Hitler's Germany. Everything is just so bad. Yeah, because I rarely see stuff like that about the US coming out of China, but the US is always trying to gaslight at this point. So, yeah. Let me follow up some of the comments. Okay, thought on the ongoing No Kings protest in LA? Yeah, that's what I mean. Sometimes, that's why I think the Chinese system is better. You'll never see protests like that in China, right? If you try to do stupid shit like that, you're done. You're getting a bullet through the head. There'll be no protest. Just look at what Ron DeSantis is saying in Florida, right? Same with the police chief in Florida. Yeah, if you try to start some stuff, right, the car's going to run you over. You're not going to be blocking the road. If you try to do weird stuff, you get a bullet hole through your head. That's it. Yeah, that's why you have all of this crazy stuff going on in the United States, because yeah, this is what happens when you have so-called freedom. Everything gets out of control because sometimes when you have a nation with a lot of people, right? United States has what, 343 million people. Things are going to get out of control because it's very, very easy to control a small country. Let's say if you're the president or prime minister of New Zealand. If the country has 5 million people, so let's say imagine this as a bicycle wheel. The wheel is this big, it's very easy to control. What happens when you go from 5 million to 343 million? Things get very, very extreme on both ends of the spectrum. The wheel starts to spin out of control. What happens when you have 1.4 billion people? That's why sometimes China needs to be authoritarian because, even if just 1% of the population was crazy, right? Just so 1% of the 1.4 billion, that's 14 million crazy people. You have to have a way to control these people. So sometimes you gotta be strict. That's why sometimes, you need a social credit system so people don't do crazy stuff like this. Yeah, the LA is 100, that's a start. That's just a preview. You'll see this happening, I would say, first in the UK. Within the next 5 years, I think a civil war will break out, and it's going to look very, very bad. Way worse than the protest that happened following the stabbing in Southport. I think 10 times worse. Then probably 5 years after that, Australia, New Zealand, Canada, there's going to be a civil war as well. And yeah, it's going to get very, very ugly unless something changes drastically. Once again, right, the people in the UK, they said their number one concern is immigration and refugees. 85% of the people in the UK, they want net migration to be reduced to less than 100,000 per year. And 50% wants zero immigrants and refugees. That's 50% of the people, right? Unless the government actually listens to the concerns of the citizens, right? If they keep on doing this, bringing millions of people in who has to basically stretch the resource to thin to the maximum, where they're going to be taking jobs away from local people, where they're going to be taking away housing from the local people, where inflation is going to run out of control, yeah, then there's going to be a massive civil war. And it's crazy to think
No, at one point, the British, you guys were the #1 country in the world. Yeah, you guys ruled everything, the empire that the sun never sets on, because there's territories on all 24 time zones. But look at the UK now; it's a third world country. The UK has fallen. So let me. Yeah, both cultural issues and systemic issues both can be true at the same time. Yes, exactly. Fist of the North Star. Let me read some of the comments. USA and the West doesn't want peace. They want to rule the world. They need the Middle East, Russia, China to be their scapegoat. Yeah, I mean that's they've had this plan for a very, very long time, and I think a lot of people are waking up to it. And if you're American, yeah, I think the #1 goal is that the military-industrial complex, like all the military bases, 750 military bases around the world, they should be shut down. Because I mean, at this point, I think everybody needs to realize that, like, at the end, that's the end goal for America and NATO is primacy. And in order for them to achieve this primacy, they need to make all the other countries the enemy to make them look bad. Just yeah, like I said, like it's pretty simple for there to be world peace. Just have China join NATO. Why does China have to be the enemy? So, thoughts on Jewish NGOs funding mass migrations to the West? Joe Biden with 2 N's.
Bullshit questions.
I mean, that's up for debate. I don't think there's 100% truth behind that. So once again, I think there's more to it than a mass migration, because Canada was not like this until Justin Trudeau took power. It all started in November of 2015. I would say starting 2016, because he had to pass some bills into place. Even up until 2015, Canada was a relatively stable country without mass migration. And you can't just say, oh, it's because Jews. It's Justin Trudeau, man. He single-handedly completely destroyed Canada. So I don't know why you guys are always trying to tie this to Israel. I mean, it's just some of these people, like Justin Trudeau, once again, Justin Trudeau is obviously not Jewish. He's a white guy. Like sometimes you got to take responsibility. You guys voted for this guy three times. He won 3 different elections, man. He has single-handedly turned Canada from one of the best countries in the world to a third world country through mass migration. So, and once again, Pierre Poilievre, he's made it very clear. He wants to reduce the number of immigrants. He wants to achieve something like possibly net zero migration rate. He says Trudeau has destroyed the immigration plan, the refugees plan, Canada's international students plan, the temporary foreign workers, the allowing foreign tourists to come in and get them a temporary SIN and get them a temporary visa so they can work in Canada and get a PR. He's 100% against all this. He wants to shut down immigration, right? But the Canadians, man, you guys keep voting for the Liberals, and Mark Carney wins in April, and he almost wins a majority. So in Canada, you need 172 seats to win the majority. He got 170. He was 2 seats away from majority, and he won the popular vote. He got 8.6 million. Pierre Poilievre got 8.1 million. So sometimes you got to look at yourself in the mirror and say, like, yeah, you guys are the one who keep voting for the government that hates you, right? Because Mark Carney has made it very clear he's not going to shut down immigration. He's going to keep on letting in millions of people. So I mean, and the people keep supporting the Liberal Party. So let me getting behind on the comments. I know for a fact the Uyghurs are pre-education camps. Well, if that's what you really believe, then if that's what they show you. But you have to remember, like if you watch the Star Wars, they tell you that you can actually become one with the Force. So you got to be careful about the stuff you see on mainstream media. Remember, CNN, MSNBC, they're telling you that a man can become a woman, right? They're telling that you can actually go menstruate and you can actually give birth. So nowadays it's very difficult to trust anything you see on the internet. Anybody can say anything now. And once again, yeah, I'm not making this up, right? The CNN, they're saying that a man can become a woman. Yeah, so that's what you want to believe in? You want to believe that China is committing genocide against the Muslims? So yeah, that's the U.S. is turning into a country of that wants to wage war, that wants to wage conflict. And you guys don't want peace. So there are both cultural issues. Let me read some of these comments. How many Chinese girls date a married white man in America? Yeah, no, if you actually look at the rates, is actually shocking. I'm not saying, like, obviously some of my videos I talk about white men dating Asian women. It's not just a tiny small percentage of the population anymore. Maybe used to. Look at the latest numbers. 37% of Asian women in America are marrying white men. 37%. That's why, obviously there's an issue, right? And that's why you guys are all lying. Also, this is another thing, right, with Westerners. They say, oh, these immigrants, they come in, they take all the jobs, they're sleeping with all of our women. Well, it's the white men who are taking all the Asian women. It's the other way around. So I think it's also very hypocritical to saying that, race mixing is a problem. It's leading to the downfall of white race. But to look at the number of white men with Asian women is running rampant. Go to, like, New York, go to California, go to Boston, New Jersey, go to Seattle, go to Toronto, go to Vancouver. You'll see it's everywhere. It's like a plague, the number of a white man with Asian women. So it's not just a small percentage. It's a massive percentage of Asian women with white men. So yeah, see that movie Crazy Rich Asians? Every single one of the female cast, all with white men. So yeah, it is a huge problem. Like Asian women are more likely to be with a white man versus like the other way, like was a black man with a white woman. I think that's the second most common. But yeah, the most common pairing is a white man and Asian woman. It's everywhere. Do you trust the cops? No, I don't trust the cops. This is a good question. Your uncle? No, I think that the police system has 100% failed, especially in Canada. CM, have you heard China's population is only 400 million? Yeah, you've been watching too much MSNBC, man. That's fake news. 100% fake news. So let me, there's a lot of comments. Let me actually try to read some of these. Low birth rates, social credit system, no thanks. Okay, China puts NATO countries to shame. Serpinda should go back to South Africa. Yeah, also some, yes, just people can say anything. Once again, be careful about the stuff you see on the internet. One thing is true, I will admit. So China, number one problem, so young people, they're not entering relationships, they don't want to get married, they don't want to have children. So yeah, the leftover woman crisis. Also, they have all these new terms. So Ray Ray. So what is Ray Ray? Ray Ray is a Chinese woman that's in her late 20s, between 26 to 29, and she chooses. Ray Ray is basically a Chinese woman going their own way. So it's a Chinese woman saying that, oh, I'm never getting a boyfriend. I don't want to get married. I don't want to have children. I'm just gonna be, fine all by myself. I'm an independent woman. I don't need no man. So yeah, now it's very bad because it's not just leftover women. A lot of Chinese women, maybe 20 or 30%, yeah, they never even want a boyfriend. So yeah, that one's true. So and once again, the leftover women, they say it's 100 million. It's difficult to say, but there's a lot of them. I would say probably right now in China, I would say roughly 50% of Chinese women will never get married and they will never have children. That one's true. So yeah, the dating game is very, very bad. It's very, very tough. So this is a huge crisis. And obviously the government's very concerned because yeah, if nobody wants to get married and have children, the country is going to be screwed. That one's true. Okay, that one's not propaganda. Some videos, a lot of other stuff you see might be 100% fake. But yeah, the dating situation's very, very bad in China. So, okay, let's see. Okay, thank you. AAJ Entertainment, $5. Just work hard, make money, retire in Asia, save up, live like a king, trying to save money, and smash with Sheng Ni. Law in China protects man more. Oh, thank you. AAJ. Oh, that's the channel, Average Joe Entertainment. Oh, thank you. So you also sent me $5 yesterday. So thank you for $10 now. Yeah, I agree. I think make as much money as you can. Well, if you're still in the West, then look for a place to live in Asia. I understand Latin America is cheaper as well, but I mean, I don't know. I probably wouldn't want to travel to Mexico or Panama because I know one high school teacher. He coaches track and field. That's how I got to know him. He spends every single winter in Mexico, but he told me the place he stays at is full of like rich old white people because Canada is very cold. So every winter he goes to Mexico, and the area where he lives, the Mexicans, most of them, they do speak English, and it's very, very safe. Like there's no crime. But he also said it costs just as much as living in Canada. The reason why it's so safe is because it's full of rich old white people. I'm just saying. But he said if you actually go to some remote village in Mexico, sure, it could be 10 times cheaper, but like you gotta be careful. I mean, you could get your Chinese egg roll cut off or something. I mean, you could be seduced by a prostitute, and you wake up with your lungs, your liver's missing. Like most of Latin America, like Venezuela, Panama, and Chile, Colombia, those countries can be very, very dangerous. At least for the most part, most Asian countries are very, very safe. Once again, it's a culture thing, right? If you look at Indonesia, 250 million Muslims, they don't seem to have an issue at all. So sometimes I wonder, is something is wrong with the culture, what's happening in the Middle East. So yes, thank you, Average Asian Joint Entertainment. So yeah, I think Asia is a good place to stay. At least for the most part, Asia is very, very safe. I'm not saying that Asians don't commit crimes, but I'm just saying they're not as deadly versus something like murder or looting or rape. Do you know what Asians are more likely to do? Like pyramid scheme. I know it can be just as bad, but generally you got to be careful. We're getting catfished for, just they may ask you to redeem this gift card or something. Just a lot of those kind of stupid white collar scams. That's what the crimes Asians are most likely to commit. But if you're looking at talking about theft, robbery, violent crimes, most of Asia, there's virtually none. It's very, very safe. So why do you think Thailand has so many ladyboys? It's because all the Westerners are coming to Thailand and taking their women. What do you think? Now there's way too many excess men. So what choices do they have? So if you're an average Thai guy who is, let's say, who is 5'5", who weighs 120 pounds, who makes, what, $200 a month? How can you compete with, let's say, a 6 foot tall white guy who's making $75,000 a year? You can't. And this is also the issue with multiculturalism. And when the government's allowing all these foreigners to come in to become these sex pats, because that's how they are. It's not even passport bros. They're just looking for sex, right? And they're hooking up with all these Asian women. The local Thai guy becomes a cuck, he becomes an incel, and then maybe his only option is to become ladyboy and make some money. That's why. It's because you never see a boy lady, like you never see a woman get some kind of surgery, get some hormones to turn herself into a man. Because women live life. I'm sorry to say, women live life on easy mode, especially in these Asian countries.
What he described, his tomboy, that stuff also exists in Thailand as well. And too many of that, by the way. But I think he never went to Thailand, I guess. This is from a perspective of Canadian and Chinese.
Countries. Any Thai woman can get a 6 foot tall white guy who's making six figures. But the average Thai guy, he's screwed because all the foreigners are taking all their women. So there's way too many excess men. So that's why Thailand, I believe, is also one of the gayest countries in the world because there's way too many men and the women are being taken by foreigners. So yeah, that's what I'm saying. To all the white men complaining about, oh, white women are choosing to date black men, all this stuff. Like, once again, on average, right, white men are the most sought after, ethnicity. This is worldwide, without a doubt. Look at the dating apps, especially in Southeast Asia, in the Philippines, in Vietnam, in Thailand, right? The odds of a white man getting a match on Tinder on those dating apps in Southeast Asia is like 10 times higher versus a local Asian man. So, white men are by far considered to be the most attractive. So stop saying that, oh, all these immigrants are taking our women. It's you guys who are taking the immigrants. So, America profits off of war. Yes, I think part of that is true. CH wants BWC and BBC system credit. What? No way. I don't think that's true. What? Crossus? They are forced fed bacon as punishment. Are you talking about the Chinese government? Once again, you gotta be careful about the stuff you see on the internet. Hopefully teach us. So let me, I'm getting behind. Let me try to read some of these comments. A lot of people say when they ask they don't follow politics, they vote liberal because it's their job. Yeah, man, like, especially where I live, a national capital region, I think there's like 7 or 8 seats. The liberals completely swept the city of Ottawa. Every single area turned completely red. I was shocked and disgusted. Like, not a single seat. Even Pierre PaulElam, he lost his own seat. Every single person, the vast majority of the people voted liberals, like in where I live right now. Just 100%, I don't know, once again, right? They made their plan 100% crystal clear, and you want to blame like AIPAC or Israel. But like the liberals literally told you, we're going to bring in millions of immigrants. Doesn't matter if you like it or not. And they still win the popular vote. So, I mean, who else do you want to blame? Once again, about 80% of the eligible voters, a lot of the immigrants, if they only have their permanent residence, they can't vote. You have to become a Canadian citizen. So about 80% of the voter base in Canada is white, and you know the Liberal Party of Canada hates you, but you still voted for them, and then, yeah, they're on pace to bring in 3.2 million immigrants into Canada this year. That's in 1 year. Imagine what the country will look like by 2035, by 2040. It's going to be unrecognizable. The entire country is going to look like Brampton, Mississauga, Surrey, Abbotsford. Yeah, that's going to be the entire country. It's going to turn into a Punjab or a Uttar Pradesh. Yeah, that's the entire country. And everybody, the national anthem is going to turn into that song, like a yeah, that's going to be what's that guy's name?
Brutal.
I forget that guy's name. Yeah, that's going to be the national anthem of Canada.
Oh.
But yeah, you guys keep voting for this. Okay. Okay, thank you for the $5. Not true. Thailand has more women than men. Plus, they have a lot of Thai men are ladyboys, gay monks. There's recently stat published in Bangkok Post. Maybe I'll look more into it. I mean, also, yeah, one of the things, speaking about ladyboys, I think, the reason why some Thai men choose to do that. Because imagine, like, Thailand overall is a very poor country. That's why a lot of Western men choose to live there, because it's very cheap. Like, for $1,000 a month, if you live in Bangkok, you can live a great life. If you make $2,000 US per month, in the US, you'll be homeless, right? If you go to Thailand, you're probably like the top 3%. Yeah, I mean, you'd be the top G. That's why so many Western men are going there. And the reason why so many Thai men are choosing to do that, because they can make a lot of money. Yeah, imagine, right? Go work at a factory as a normal Thai guy and make $200 a month or something. But imagine get a surgery, cut your balls off, and become a ladyboy and make $200,000 US per year. I mean, the choice is yours, right? So money changes people. So I think a lot of these young Thai men are just saying, might as well sell my soul to the devil. And
Factory workers make between 400 500 USD, not 200 like he said.
that just become a lady boy, a trans woman, and they make 200K a year. So a lot of it has to do with money as well. That's why also in China, right? In Thailand, there's so many red light districts, because these young women, they want to make money. Why go to some warehouse and make $200 a month when they can be making $200,000, $300,000, or $400,000 a year working as a prostitute? So at the end of the day, it comes down to money. So, well, thank you, Ayebo. So for 10 euros now, yeah. Maybe I'll visit Thailand sometime in the future. I'll see.
Oh, yeah.
Not Quebec. Yeah, I guess the Indians are not really coming to Quebec, but you know what Quebec is? They're mostly getting the blacks and Arabs. So if you go to Montreal now, look at what Montreal looks like. I mean, there's not too many white people left in the city. It is full of Africans and Middle Easterners. So, I mean, the entire Canada is going to be unrecognizable. It already is, but imagine another 10, 15, 20 years. So, why they gay though? What? As an Indian, I voted blue. I don't want a mini India. Yep, I didn't make it back in time to vote, but I was going to vote for the Conservatives. But yeah, this is getting out of control, man. Just you can't be letting in like 3 million people a year and expect there not to be any consequences. So like, I just look at the housing crisis in Canada. Look at how those Indian people are living. I've seen those houses where they have 20, 30, 40 people living in one house, and even that's against the law. Like, they should be evicted. Well, the issue is because too many people have come into Canada in such a short period of time, and there's just there's no room to put all of these people. So that's why rent is getting so expensive. You wonder why you can't find an apartment, and you wonder why you can't find a job, because all the jobs are filled. Look up, actually, if you go on Indeed, look up the job listings, right, on Indeed for summer jobs and part-times. I believe in just the last 2 years, it's gone down by like 70%. Because let's face it, look at Tim Hortons, look at McDonald's, look at Dairy Queen, Burger King, Arby's. All those places, they're 90% Indian workers now. Same with Loblaws and Walmart. Walmart, I would say probably 80% Indians. Yeah, because that's the only way those Indians can get their PR. So the whole system is being set up. It's a pathway for them to get their citizenship. So now the local people who are living in Canada, they can't find jobs because all of them are being taken. So that's what I mean. There's going to be a civil war because people are already struggling. And that summer job for those students, right, before they could use that money so that one day they can finally afford to move out of their parents' basement, so they can afford to buy their first car, so they can afford to save up for their tuition money. But now that summer money is gone. It's all being taken by immigrants. So yeah, there's so many issues to this. white women are voting for open immigration can be stopped. The West will fall in 70 years. Well, I think the West has already fallen. I mean, maybe not completely yet, but give it 10 to 20 years. I don't think it's going to be 70 years. I think in the United States and Canada, probably white people will become minorities by 2040. In the UK and France, maybe 2050 to 2060. Maybe they're 10 to 20 years behind. But yeah, imagine what these countries will look like by 2100. Yeah, it's going to turn into a third world country, right? Once again, I'm not saying immigration needs to be shut down completely, but there needs to be control. You can't just let everybody in. Like just now okay? There's another super chat. Keep grinding, by the way. Did you know that Ottawa has some amazing Eastern shawarma? I was looking forward to your Three Kingdoms content, Dynasty Warrior. Okay. Thank you, AAJ Entertainment. So, yes, there's one place off of a Bank and Hunt Club. You wouldn't know this unless you've been to Ottawa. Shawarma Palace. Yeah, I always say it's the best shawarma in town.
Fuck.
In fact,
Oh,
honestly,
fuck.
if it wasn't for this Middle Eastern thing, if actually some of these Middle Eastern women, they would abandon the hijab and they would, let's say, put the Quran behind, I'm willing to open and to date like Middle Eastern or possibly even marry them. Some of them are like the most beautiful women I've ever seen. It's just unfortunate they have to cover up everything. The Shawarma
Like
Palace
Amy
off of
Anderson.
Bank and Hunt Club many years ago.
Whoa.
I think it's owned by a Lebanese family. There used to be a waitress, like a redhead. She's
Fuck.
full Lebanese, but like I
Dang.
know some of those Arabs, they look European. So and I mean, her like
no,
massive. She had like
no,
weapons of
no.
mass destruction. Like they were probably one of the biggest sets I've ever seen, including her ass too. It was unbelievable, and she wasn't wearing anything. Like she was just dressed like a Western girl, but she was like full Lebanese. Yeah, like she was absolutely gorgeous. And well, that aside, I don't obviously this was like 10 years ago. That's the first time I walked in. Their food is also very good. It's the mixed plate. It's like $23.95. It's getting expensive, but I would say it's the best shawarma in town. But yeah, once again, I think it comes down to culture. But I think some Muslim women, some Arab women are absolutely gorgeous. It's just sometimes that some of their culture, some of their practices are quite questionable. I think it's leading to a lot of problems in the community. So thank you once again for AAJ Entertainment. So yeah, let me read more of some of these comments. What are your thoughts on the EMEA fraud? I don't know who is EMEA. Is it someone trying to make China look terrible? Yeah. So yeah, once again, when you see this stuff, especially from the United States, it's questionable. The only thing that's really true is that yeah, the dating marriage game has become like it's like hell on earth now. Trying to find a girlfriend in China, it's getting so difficult. Yeah, it's very very bad. And yeah, their birth rate is plummeting to like I think it's like half of the replacement level now. It could be even lower. So yeah, that one's true. But most of the other stuff is most of the other stuff a lot of propaganda. But I mean, also the same thing's happening to the West, right? They're saying that half of the Western women they will become leftover women. They will never get married or have children. So yeah, it's happening everywhere. So yeah, there's no good place on earth. Just internet, social media. People want to be Instagram famous or TikTok famous. Smartphones, they have destroyed everything. Yeah. So it's not following it. Oh yeah, thank you. Yeah, that song Tunak by Taylor Mindy. Yeah, that's actually a great song. I don't know. Every time people bring up that song, people say, "Oh, that's so racist." But actually, like that's a really really catchy song. Like it starts with like for like 23 seconds, and then it goes like like I really like that song, man. It's so catchy. So I think that's a good song. Yeah, that's going to be the new national anthem of Canada soon. So please do not integrate it. Goes to for the new immigrants. So Africans are really attractive. No, like I'm serious. Like some of these women, especially like the Egyptian women, some of them they look like straight up Barbie dolls. Like they're really really hot. It's just like once again, I wish if they actually just wear like just wear like a sports coat, wear like a sports bra or something, wear some gym shorts. Yeah, like they're really really attractive women. It's just some of their practices are quite questionable. So yeah, Middle Eastern woman before or after birth Okay, there's before and after birth, 2 sets of person. But I think that's the same for vast majority of the women, right? Same with white women. White women after they give birth, they go from like some 10 out of 10 sports babe to like a Dungeness crab. Why do I say Dungeness crab? Because it's like horizontal, right? So they're turning sideways. It's like doubling your investment. 110 pounds when you marry your wife, and after she gets after you get married, after she gives birth, she turns to 220 pounds. So it's like a compounding interest. Yeah, you get to double your wife, double your investment in 10 years. So I think the part of the reason why that's why a lot of men are choosing Asian women, because Asian women usually her waist, just everything, right? Her facial features, just her everything. Like they don't really change. They don't turn into a Dungeness crab after you're married to them for 10, 15, 20, 30 years. I mean, their face obviously has aged a little bit, but their physique is going to be pretty much the same. Like they don't turn into like a big
slim.
fat white woman. So yeah, that's also a big issue with a lot of European women. I think that's why Asian women are like so popular nowadays, is because too many white women, as soon as they turn 30, they start to grow sideways. So
That's right. That's right.
why did African Americans not support Hispanic population against the deportation? What's the question? Why did African Americans not support against deportation? Are you talking about the riots in LA? I'm not sure exactly what that means, but I'll try to read some of the other comments. Weapons of mass destruction. Well, you wouldn't know, but I mean, she wouldn't be working there now. Like the first time I went to that place in Hong Club, that must have been like 2012 or 2013. There used to be a Lebanese girl. I'm talking like Victoria's Secret supermodel, like the hottest woman I've ever seen. Like her body was like outrageous. So yeah, and yeah, I'm surprised that she wasn't like, she was wearing a pretty revealing outfit. I'm surprised like the Muslims, they actually allowed that. Yeah, she was full Lebanese. So yeah. But yeah, she's no longer there anymore. But yeah, I would say one of the most beautiful women I've ever seen. So, talking about if the face is not different, well, it won't matter. Why are you obsessed? Okay, some of it I think it's people going back and forth. Let me see. Make sure I didn't miss any super chats. So okay, we still have 160 people. Oh, I didn't realize I've been at this for over 2 hours now. Holy, that's crazy. What did I want to talk about? Oh. That's a great point. So I think I've read most of the comments, certainly all the super chats. So let me talk about, yeah, so the cancer of Western culture, right? Since I returned to Canada, I'm so bad. And once again, a lot of white people, man, like, what are you guys doing? So honestly, like, when I first arrived in Canada over 20 years ago, I've never ever seen white people act like this way. So there's one white guy who I used to be on the same team as him. My fitness ever since I got sick has been obviously going downhill, hasn't been so great. So this guy is 6'2", fairly good-looking guy. He has a girlfriend right now, right? So he has a fairly attractive girlfriend. He has had multiple girlfriends because once again, it's pretty easy for a white guy to find a date. You know, if you're a white guy who's an incel, you got to really work on yourself. And so he's gone through multiple girlfriends, right? And he went to university for 1 year, drops out of school. You guys know what happened? This is why like it's getting so bad. I never see white people act like this. He drops out of school. He says that he wants to be a rapper. By the way, yeah, he's released 3 albums so far. I don't think he's made a single dollar. I think he lives with his parents. So this guy, he's in his late 20s. He's probably like 27 or 28. I mean, he's not going to get married. Even if he wants to get married, do you think his girlfriend wants to actually marry him? This is the problem. I think he's been watching too much, you know, African-American culture. He thinks he can be the next Kendrick Lamar or Biggie or Tupac. I'm sorry to say there are problems. Like the reason why, if you look at the American prison system, the reason why there's so many young black men in there, how many of them are rapper wannabes? Like you can't just, okay, if you have a normal full-time job, if you actually graduated school, you got a government job, you're making 6 figures on your spare time, if you want to release your own album, it's fine. This guy absolutely doesn't care, drops out of school and probably lives with his parents in his late 20s. He has an attractive girlfriend, but he's not going to get married. He's not going to have children. He tries to release all these BS albums. He's like, yo, what's up? I'm the Kendrick Lamar. I'm Drake. Yeah, started from the bottom. Now we here. I'm the next big thing. Like he makes absolutely nothing. I don't even think, I don't know how he's surviving. Probably gets money from his parents. So this is what I mean. I've never seen white people act like this. And you wonder why, like, and obviously China has a lot of issues, right? And I know if you're so against immigrants, but if all the white people are acting like this, like he's not going to get married. He's not going to have children. He's most likely going to end up becoming a failure. This is the problem. This is the cancer, right? This is 100% culture cancer. I talk about the big fat white guy stealing. And right now, I think the vast majority of the white people, they just don't care anymore. How can you have a society when people are doing stuff like this, dropping out of school, trying to be a rapper wannabe, and just goes through like a bunch of all these girlfriends, is not serious about any of them, not getting married, not having children? Same with my track and field coach, my running coach. So, I mean, she used to be a very, very good runner, but unfortunately due to injury, she was forced to retire early. And so her and her husband, they both make good money. I mean, she's in her 50s now, right? I've been to their house. They have no children. They're called dinks. Dual income, no children. I understand people are doing this now because things are so expensive, but once again, like she got married like 30 years ago, right? They have a big house, they have a nice car, and they have a cottage home, and they decide to just buy a dog, and that's it, just become dink. I see so many white people do that. Like they can find a woman, they can find a man, they can get married, they can buy a big house, they live happily ever after. It's not like in their toxic marriage or relationship, right? They both really love each other. They just decide that, oh, you know what, whatever, we're just not going to have any children. And this is why, it's a massive issue. If you look at Canada's birth rate right now, it's 1.26, right? The replacement rate is 2.1. That's because the immigrants are bumping up that number. If it wasn't for the immigrants, it would probably be the same as South Korea. It would be one of the lowest in the world because so many people, they just want to lay around, smoke weed all day, drop out of school trying to be a rapper, and then not do anything. And just so many people have completely given up. So yeah, this is the culture cancer because I would say, like another 5, 10, 15 years time, the country is going to be completely over. Because before, I would say, yes, the vast majority of the people who are doing stupid stuff like this, I would say they're immigrants. But now it's not just the immigrants. Like a lot of white people are acting like this. And once again, I'm not saying that. I'm not against you if you try to be a rapper wannabe. But how many people end up becoming Kendrick Lamar? How many people end up becoming Biggie or Tupac? Right? If you actually get your shit together, if you found a bank job or a government job or a consultant job, you're making good money, sure, on your spare time, you can try to release an album. But, not getting a job and dropping out of school and go back to living with your parents and trying to make it as a rapper, and you have an attractive girlfriend, but you don't care about any of them. You just go through all these summer flings and situationships and not getting married and not having children. If the majority of the civilization acts like that, then that society is going to end. But yeah, I never see white people act like this, but I've seen so many white people do that now, and it's a massive, massive concern. So yeah, like this is an issue. This has been happening for a very long time. once again, Canada's birth rate has been extremely low before immigration, right? Before mass immigration, before refugees, before the housing crisis, before inflation. So many people like my running coach, they just decide to be dinks. They have a spouse, they live happily ever after, and they buy a couple of cats, they buy a couple of dogs, where they get a guinea pig or hamster, and they said, yeah, we don't need to have children. But that is the only way for civilization to continue. The only reason why you exist is because your parents, they met each other, they got married, and they procreated. And your grandparents also did the same thing. And your great-grandparents, your third great-grandparents, every single one of your ancestors procreated in order for you to exist. The only reason why countries like Canada, like the UK, like United States existed is because all of your ancestors, they all got married, and they all procreated. But yeah, so many white people are just like this now, just like whatever, man, just smoke weed, drop out of school, be a rapper, school children, school this, just a situationship, hookup culture. So yeah, it's terrible to see what the country has become. And yeah, that's the cultural cancer. That's what destroys the society completely. So let me focus on it's another super thank you. Aibo, thank you for another 5 euros. So that's third super chat now. Thank you. Nothing will change if you have a Western salary saving. Don't live in Southeast Asia or Latin America, stable like Thai, Malaysia, Uruguay, Panama. Yes, I agree 100%, man. Just
what is this?
The West has fallen, and I don't think I think it's at the point where it's going to be too late to save it, to actually do anything. And the only way to save it once again is you need to bring back the church, bring back the Judeo-Christian values. But I think it's so difficult because so many people don't care anymore. Yes, I understand. I think church attendance is actually up, but it's still the minority. Most of the people, like the 6'2" white guy I mentioned, yeah, he just wants to sit around, smoke weed, and not work, and try to be a rapper wannabe, and just be a situationship, and never get married and have children. So yeah, it's going to be so hard to actually change that. Okay, let me read more of these comments. I agree. White cell is one of the biggest cope. Yeah, it's very easy for a white man to get a girlfriend. I'm saying, okay, on average, once again, I understand. Like if you look like what's that guy Bevo, Brandon Beavis from Not Fresh and Fit, whatever podcast. If you're like a really, really fat, really short, really ugly white guy, this balding white guy with a beard gut, with asymmetrical face with crooked teeth, now I'm really, really sorry. But for an average white guy, it's pretty easy for you to get a girlfriend. And then, like if you think your life is tough, imagine the average life of an Asian guy or Indian guy. Remember, in America, 37% of Asian women are marrying white men. I mean, what chances do Asian guys have? So there's another super chat. Oh, thank you so much for $10. Tailor made to win. Why did African Americans? Oh, it's the same question. Why did African Americans not support Hispanic population against deportation? Are you saying that you want these Hispanics deported in the U.S.? Black Americans are choosing to sit out protest against deportation. I'm not sure if I understand that question 100%. Once again, thank you for $10. Why did they not support? So, why did African Americans not support the Hispanic population against deportation? You're saying that the Hispanics deserve to stay in the United States? Well, I think the 100% depends. I mean, if you crossed into the country illegally by the Rio Grande, then I don't think they should be staying here at all. Once again, there's already crisis in the United States, right? Young people, they can't find jobs. There's a massive housing crisis. And if you take in millions of people, it's going to make the crisis 10 times worse. And I'll mention this in one of my upcoming videos as well, right? So I don't care. I understand Trump has a lot of issues. Once again, I thought he would be able to actually bring world peace. I thought he would be able to actually, end the war in Ukraine, between Russia and Ukraine. I thought he would be able to end the conflict between Israel and the Palestinians, but he can't. So I understand his presidency has issues, but one thing he did was 100% correct so something Joe Biden reversed on January 20th of 2021. Trump had a mandatory DNA test policy at the U.S. border. Anybody that showed up as a legal alien, well, they're just illegal aliens, not migrants, right? They had to get a mandatory DNA test to prove that they're the father of their children. So what do I mean, right? So before, some 40-year-old guy from, Chile or Colombia or Panama or something, he shows up, he says that, oh, this is my daughter and my son. The U.S. border agents, they have the right to take a mandatory DNA test to stop them. And if they found out that these are not his or her, these are not his son or his daughter, they know that this guy is actually a pimp. He's trying to smuggle these children into the U.S. illegally. And before this was allowed under the Trump administration, Joe Biden shows up, 17 executive orders on the evening of January 20th. He reversed all of that. From that moment on, that's how 320,000 children went missing. Okay, that's crime against humanity. It's a shame the media wants to censor this. So those 320,000, right? So now you get this some 40 or 50-year-old Mexican guy. He brings in two children, one from Ecuador, one from Colombia. He says that this is my 11-year-old son, this is my 10-year-old daughter. And now the border security agents, they no longer have the right to take a DNA test. They just have to believe this story. They say, oh, okay, this is your family. Okay, well, we'll process you for asylum seeking, and we'll let you through the border. And that's how 320,000 children went missing in the United States. And Trump was asked about this, right? And he said, what happened? It's very, very unfortunate. Yeah, most of those children that was smuggled into the border like that, so they probably all became sex slaves in the U.S. It's a terrible world we live in. And if you don't believe in that, well, let me ask you this: who killed Jeffrey Epstein? Obviously not himself. And when Trump was asked, what do you think happened to those 320,000 children that was illegally smuggled across the border, and because there was no mandatory DNA testing, and now we can't find any of them, Trump said, yeah, because they're probably dead. Yes, they're expendables. They were used up, yeah, and once they're used up, because that's evidence. That's evidence against those people who have committed crimes against humanity. So they have all been killed, and that all happened under Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. That's why I would have never ever voted for the Democrats back in 2024, because Kamala Harris was the border czar. 320,000 children went missing. Yeah, and remember, January 20th, Joe Biden signed that executive order to remove the DNA testing, so all these pimps could just move all these children across the border, and they were all being sold into sex slavery. It's a terrible world that we live in. So once again, I don't think there's it doesn't matter which part of the world you live in. You should be 100% against illegal immigration. This is what happens when you have uncontrolled illegal immigration. You have 320,000 children that go missing. So it's a terrible world that we live in. Once again, Jeffrey Epstein, he obviously did not kill himself, but I think a lot of. If I think if the government was honest, it would be very, very easy to find out who actually did it. But we'll never know, because the list of people that wants to kill him is so long. So, chosen white bushy. Well, but I want to once again thank you guys. Thank you so much for the $10. But I would say even legal immigration at this point, I think people need to question whether the country is actually benefiting. So, but illegal immigration should be shut down 100%. It should never ever be allowed. So we're told over and over to not have children. CM. We can talk forever. Nothing will change. So change your location. Oh well, thank you. I did mention. I'm just working my hardest to pay back my debt. My goal is 2 more years, hopefully end of 2027. But yeah, I will take another trip to China. I'm thinking probably next year. So yeah, I will try my best. And in September, I will bring on people to have a back and forth conversation. So yeah, it's all coming. But I do need some time still. Why did oh, that's Taylor again. I'm going to Ghana. Usual suspect. Multiculturalism has ruined America. Yes, 100%. Dominion voting machines used in Canada? No, it's most people they vote in person, but sometimes there's mail-in ballots too, which also I think all countries should get rid of that, because yeah, the mail-in ballots are very sketchy and very questionable. I wouldn't trust any of them. So yeah, spring bring darkness to us. There are so many people who aren't even Hispanic or who aren't even Hispanic being violent. Yeah, it's a culture thing, man. America, a lot of Western countries are having a lot of problems, man. So I've seen dogs getting treated better than Indians in Europe. Well, are you talking about specifically the UK or, well, I'm not sure what that comment means exactly. So, so there are people who aren't even. Okay, let me read. Multiculturalism has been a total failure. The voting system is a Canadian company. Actually, all developed countries are failing. Yes, 100%. So, and also, well, the ground or water. I'll keep this going on. How long I've been at this for a very long time. I'll keep going on this for a very. I'll keep this going on for a little bit longer. So thank you to everybody who has donated. So what I will say is this: at the end of the day, okay, what's this? I saw Chinese girls super based perfect. So yeah, be careful with anything you see on the media nowadays. A lot of stuff you see is very, very dangerous. And for example, right, if you see look at what happened in the UK to Lucy Connolly. She's serving a 31-month prison sentence for saying that she does not want immigrants, she doesn't want refugees. Well, I think she said more than that. It was fairly violent, but just one social media post, and that got her a 31-month prison sentence. It's a horrible world we live in. This is what I mean. The UK is turning into a third world country. I think America, something has changed ever since Trump walked down that golden escalator. Maybe a lot of people hate him, but at least in America, still, it's not as bad as that, because now they're arresting people in the UK for making offensive social media posts now. This is what I mean. This is what I mean by the culture cancer. You say there's freedom of speech. Okay, what if imagine right now it's Pride Month. Imagine your high school for Pride Month they bring in a trans speaker who is a guy who injected himself with some hormones. He says that I'm a trans woman and I want you guys to feel empowered. I want to empower the trans and the queer and the non-binary community. If you as a senior student you go out there you say that's disgusting, that is absolutely sick, that's wrong. You know what's going to happen? You're going to get expelled from school. Even if you don't get expelled, forget about going to university. Forget about your scholarships. Forget about just playing on the football team or basketball team. Your career is over. Forget about getting a future job at a bank or as a consultant for the government. And that's the cultural cancer I talked about. Right? So this is what I mean. The Western countries is falling. They say, oh, there's freedom of speech. So can you say that? Can you say that in Canada, in the United States, or especially the UK? Can you say that gays, trans, queers are disgusting? You can't. But you know what? Everybody can say that in China. So this is what I mean. A lot of you guys are being misfed, these brain rot poisons. This is the cancel culture. Yes, culture cancer, whatever you want to call it. But obviously, China has issues. For example, in China, can you say a President Xi looks like a Winnie the Pooh? You can't. Exactly. But hey, you can say gays and queers are disgusting and they should be locked up. You can say that. So this is what I mean, right? There's no perfect solution to all this. I can talk about this all day long, but at the end of the day, this is what I mean. Why these Western countries are turning to a third world shithole, because there's so many stuff that you used to be able to say. For example, when I was in high school, I went to high school in Canada from 2006 to 2010. I actually had teachers that were against all of this, right? This is when they first tried to bring in Pride Month. And when I was first arrived in Canada, there was only gay, lesbian, and bisexual. That's it. There was no like queer or non-binary and transgender. Back then, I had teachers telling me in high school, they said that gays are absolutely disgusting and they should not be allowed in society. They should be locked up. Once again, I think, if you want to be gay, you want to be gay, you be gay, right? But, some teachers were really extreme. And back from 2006 to 2010, teachers at schools, they were allowed to say that. You can say that at a school assembly in front of 1,000 students and no problem at all. But look at the state of Canada, UK, and the US now. Anything you can say, you say can get you expelled from school. Anything you say can make you lose your job. This is what I mean. Basic survival is becoming almost impossible. And if it's Pride Month, you work for government office, and they ask you have to hang the trans flag up, in front of your desk. Everybody has to wear this trans badge, and if you say no, then you lose your job. This is total. That's the end goal of a woke ideology. I'll release this in the future video. Once again, okay, there's another super chat, and I want to talk about something. I'm coming up to 3 hours. Oh, crazy. Over 2.5 hours. I'll talk a little bit longer before I shut this down, but I do have 94 viewers still. I want to tell you guys something very important. I want you guys to look this up. So, Ayebo, thank you for another €5. So, immigration, because Western salaries, life standards have lowered so that we can compete with BRICS and the SCO, Shanghai Cooperation Organization. Well, one thing you're absolutely correct. Once again, thank you for the €5. So yes, there's a shift of wealth from the global north to the global south. And yes, you do have the rise of BRICS. And people say, oh, those BRICS countries, they can never rise up. But if you look at what Canada used to be versus what Canada is now, right? Once again, I had a white neighbor. Both spouses worked at a printing company, had 6 people. They worked 40 hours a week. That's it. No overtime. They were making average income at best. They paid off their mortgage in like 10 years. They live in a big house. They have a sedan, they have a family van, they have a cottage home. They can afford to send both their daughters to university. They live a perfectly fine life. And they're probably retired now. They must be in their 60s now. I look at the state of young people in Canada now. So all of this is why it's so important. What I talk about, right? If you say you're against wearing the trans flag badge thing, and if you say all of this is wrong, right? You will lose your job. You will get expelled from school. That is the definition of Marxist woke ideology. At the end of the day, if you want to understand woke ideology, woke it's Marxism. It comes down to Karl Marx and Frederick Engels. This is why it's so important to actually have knowledge, because if you actually understand someone like Vladimir Lenin, if you actually understood the Bolsheviks, if you understood what happened, the October Revolution, Bloody Sunday, you have to understand Genrik Yagoda, talk about Nikolai Yezhov, and probably the most evil of them now, the most evil person out of the group, not Joseph Stalin. There was another person, Leventry Pavlovich Beria. Definitely look up Leventry Pavlovich Beria. The man was an absolute monster. At the end of the day, he was shot in the head in the Lubyanka by Nikita Khrushchev. So, in order to understand all of this, you have to look at communism. The only reason why China was able to escape extreme poverty is because Canada is capitalist. I understand capitalism has problems, but communism can never ever work. Ever since 1978, China completely stepped away from communism because it is vicious, it's carnivorous, it only eats meat. And anything that gets basically caught up in communism, it's just look at Stalin's Great Purge, look up the Holodomor, that's communism. And look at Stalin's, if you actually read Lenin's April thesis, if you actually really studied hard about Petrograd, so modern day St. Petersburg, right? Really study, if you dive deep into this topic, if you got to really learn about the Bolsheviks. So because Petrograd used to be called the breadbasket of Bolshevism, it's very important. And it was also because of this, there was another protest following the Treaty of Versailles. So there was the May 4th movement in China, which erupted between university students all across China. And one of those prominent students that rose up from the May 4th movement was Chairman Mao Zedong himself, and where he talks about there's a new movement of the Bolsheviks, where he's so obsessed with Lenin, his April thesis, and later in the French concession of Shanghai, he will go on to find the Chinese Communist Party. But their first chairman, he was actually assassinated before he was able to board the train. So there's a lot to go on over there, but this is what I mean. The Western nations, they're becoming more communist than ever before. If you actually study Chinese history, if you actually study the Russian history, you'll know exactly what I'm talking about. And it's very concerning because all of this, you can do the research. I'll post this on one of my future videos. I'll cover it briefly. Look up the long diagram. The long diagram is 5,500 words, right? Look up, Google the long diagram. The first results, you should be able to read the entire diagram. It predicted all of this. It predicted basically woke ideology. So pitting old people against young people, where like young people are saying that old people destroyed everything, now we have no hope. Pitting newcomers, immigrants versus the natives. Pitting black people against white people. Pitting man versus woman. Yeah, look up the long diagram written by George Kennan. The long diagram was released on February 22nd in 1946. Precisely 3:52 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, released in Moscow by George Kennan from Milwaukee, Wisconsin. He's from and he studied in Germany and also lived in Switzerland and then lived in Moscow. He sent that telegram to the U.S. Secretary of State. See, All of that, this is what you need. If you can't remember all of this, you should not be graduating from university. I don't have any notes. I even remember February 22nd, 1946, before the Cold War started, before the Berlin airlift. Look up George Kennan. Then everything will make so much sense to you. He warned America about all of this. He basically predicted the entirety of the Cold War, what was going to unfold. He told everybody, he warned everybody about the dangers of communism. If you read, there's one quote precisely from the long telegram. Once again, I don't even have any notes. I'm just looking at my phone screen. One of the notes, he said that communism is like a malignant parasite. Yeah, because that's exactly what's happening. All the Western countries are becoming communist very, very fast. And go do some research. Go actually go read the long telegram, and also search up George Kennan and his entire life. One of the smartest men who has ever lived, who has ever existed throughout history, I believe. George Kennan, this man's an absolute genius. I can't believe he wrote the long telegram, 5,500 words in 1946. He predicted everything. And if you want to think communism isn't bad, you should probably look up the Holodomor. Yeah, and if you think it wasn't bad, you should look up people like Genrik Goda, look up Nikolai Yezhov, look up Leventry Beria, look up what they did, look up the Great Purge, Stalin's Great Purge, upwards of 1.3 million deaths. Look up what happened to the basement of Lubyanka. So it's very important. And maybe in the future I will cover more topics like this. But I think this is why when people are so ignorant, as to what happened in history, when they don't understand things like the Great Leap Forward, when they don't understand the struggle sections or the Holodomor, people are so easily to fall prey to these things. But the Western countries, they're becoming more communist every single day, and it's a massive, massive concern because communism is about two things. You have the red class, which are the true communists, and then you have the black class, who are the bourgeois. And any person who's a bourgeois, you're identified as a bourgeois because you're a non-communist, you're a non-believer, and you have to be completely annihilated. And I think a lot of people, they're becoming bourgeois in the under woke ideology, under Marxism. But that's definitely look up the long telegram. But and also if you want to understand communism, study the entire history of the Soviet Union, starting I would say with Nicholas II, how he was executed by Yurovsky. It was ordered by Lenin, and I believe there was 10 executors, possibly 11 in that room. The entire execution took roughly 20 minutes. Look up the October Revolution, how he was overthrown. Look up John Kerensky. If you understand, I think once you understand Russian history, you will understand everything that's been happening in the Western countries because it's a carbon copy. Once again, George Kennan, he predicted all of this. I believe there's another super chat. I'll go read it, and I think I'll make some closing statements. I've been at this for 2.5 hours. Thank you to everybody that's donated. Thank you for all your support. So let me look. Okay.
Yeah, we're gonna continue next time, I think. But he still have half an hour to go. Yeah, I need to eat something, yada yada. So we're gonna wrap it up here next time. Thanks for tuning in.